And we're live! Hello and welcome to this episode of Quant Gang. We have some historic news to share. There has been $50 billion. Hello and welcome to this episode of Somebody Has Me in their background.
That's you in the background.
Awesome. Yay. So we got through our technical issues. I'm so excited about the Hex conference coming up in less than 2 weeks. I've been trailering the DeLorean around the country. I drove for 24 hours through a storm to get down to Florida, and we went to the Daytona 500. So I've got a lot of stuff to share about what's been going on with the community. I was in Twitter Spaces for 10 hours yesterday, and then we got the historic news about $50 billion of crypto moving around. So I want to welcome the two of you who I'm really excited to speak with tonight, as usual. Future Us and MarcoTheHexican. How are you guys doing today?
Doing good, man. Chilling.
Doing good. Doing good.
Right on.
So just quickly, did you say the trading volume of Hex was like $50 billion or something in one day? Is that what you said?
I said that somebody moved $50 billion into the Pulse X sacrifice wallet, which is historic.
Oh, so it's just a liquidity thing then. Okay, cool.
We're going to be able to pick it apart and decide for ourselves what it is after the intro. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to Quant Gang.
And this is from Maddie ALLin of Hex Therapy Live. After Richard's done with stream, I hope it's still hours away. The new Hex Quant and I will go live to show off a new chart for Hex USD price appreciation with staked interest factored in.
Awesome. Well, I'm so excited. I'm here in Austin, Texas, and I've actually got my friend giving somebody a piano lesson here in the background. So if you hear really good music, you'll know where it came from. And we've got really a historic, story to report today, and a lot of really cool stuff has happened in the past week amongst the Hex community. But I wanted to check in with you two guys first and see how you're doing and say hi to everybody in chat.
Right, Future.
Hey, Marco. We're just getting chat on the screen here. Thanks for that.
I've been good, man. Everything's been good. The past 2 weeks has been exciting. Been like a roller coaster effect with the Hex drama that never fails, right? But all together, just exciting news. We had the whale do its thing. We had the OA do its thing. Pulse X officially basically is the multiplier basically finished. We looks like we have about 3 days before it finally actually ends. So it's just exciting. Just curious what happens next week and the week after, and so on and so forth. But there's exciting things happening, man.
Yeah, for sure. So you've been following along, Marco. Have you been watching the news on Telegram or Twitter, or where do you go to get your Hex news?
Well, always first I go to Richard Hart's calls. That's the first thing I always go to. I appreciate the information like other Hexicans and everybody else gives. I always trust Richard's Hart word before anybody else's. And then besides that, I always go to my regular Telegram chats. Hex, Telegram, Pulse Chain, Pulse X, and then you always have the common folks who always shares the information on Twitter. So it's just been like a whirlwind of just knowledge and information, and it's been I felt like this past week has just been like a hurricane. It's just a lot of things happening. But all in all, man, I'm
sure.
excited. That changes nothing, just excitement.
Yeah. I'm really excited. I see so much happening as well, and it's a lot to keep up on. I went ahead and I put a link to the Telegram group that you mentioned here in the chat, t.me/Richards calls. And that usually mirrors closely Hex News. So I have notifications turned on for both Richard's calls and Hex News. So I'll drop both of those links there so people can stay up to date with like the highest signal to noise ratio of all, which is Richard's Telegram groups. Well, his channels there, where it's not full of comments, but it's just full of, he probably sends out 3 to 10 things a day, right?
Yeah. And not only that, I think it's more important than ever, leading up to Pulse Chain's launch, to definitely follow his Twitter, especially that in the Telegram chat, that basically, group, because more than ever, he's going to probably put up hints or very important information, and you want to make sure you're right on it. So I think it's pretty important.
Yeah. How bad is my background noise? Is it?
Not so bad. You just hear the piano. It's kind of nice.
Okay. Awesome.
It's like therapy.
Perfect. We all need all the therapy we can get, because there's so many ups and downs here with the news stories that we have, and good stuff and bad stuff. Of course, we want to report on everything. Future Us, how are you doing today?
I'm okay. I'm just having technical difficulties here. I think I fixed them.
Yeah.
I wonder if I've got that delay again. I'm going to click my fingers. Did that?
Nope. Sounded fine.
Seems okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we had that thing a while back where I'd do that, and like 5 seconds later you'd hear the click. But yeah, no, I'm doing well. Came off my scooter again, faster this time, but on the grass. And with a full helmet on. Yeah, no, I was being a total idiot. Absolutely caning it through wet, damp grass. Left, right, ground, bang, thump. So I'm a little sore, but I feel alive. This is good.
Well, that's important. Hey, everything okay with Karim or Wave 3? They were good?
Yeah, so Karim's on a flight.
Okay.
Apparently. He said he might join us here at any time. And
he's coming back from Puerto Rico, right? I think it was.
That's right. Yeah. He and I took to Twitter Spaces last night. I was driving across the country about 18 hours from Daytona 500 in Daytona, Florida to Austin, Texas, which is my halfway point between here and Vegas, so I can transport the Hex DeLorean and make sure that everybody in the Hex community that's coming to the conference gets a chance to take a picture with it. It's the perfect symbol of sending money to your future self, which is one of the things you can do when you time lock and deal with Hex, right? Longer pays better. And you guys will like this. I actually, when I was at the Daytona 500, I had 600 magnets to hand out. And sometimes, there were groups of people coming up to the DeLorean almost constantly, but I would say I probably got about 150 chances to pitch Hex to people. And a lot of the times, I was trying to stick to a 5 or 10 second pitch for Hex. And so I was basically telling people, hey, Hex is it's a cryptocurrency where you can time lock your money and pay your future self. And then I would point to the DeLorean, and you could see a light bulb go off in people's heads, just because they saw the connection there between time and money.
Yep.
And then sometimes I would say that, hey, even the APY pays for itself because you're creating scarcity in the here and now when you time lock. And some people understood that, and a lot of people were happy to take the magnet and said that they would follow on YouTube. So if you're here following from the Daytona 500, I've still got the red jacket, I've got the DeLorean outside, and I'm traveling across the country to bring the DeLorean to Vegas. And I'm super excited about the conference, guys.
Listen, I'm excited the DeLorean thing worked out, man. It was like a last minute idea, and then dude, you did it, man. That was dope.
Thank you.
Did it work the first time, Matty, or did you have to come back in time a few times to nail it?
Well, no comment.
Okay, fair enough.
Before we continue, Wave 3, yes. Welcome back. What's up, buddy?
Good. Just lots of video editing. So I'm I've been doing a lot of Adobe stuff recently. But how you guys?
Good for you, man. That's awesome.
I'm been good, buddy.
Yeah. Good. Are you traveling right? Is that a green screen, Maddie, or is that like I guess.
I'm at my friend's
Yeah.
house. That's real.
Oh, okay. Okay.
There's somebody like my friend's giving a piano lesson right now, like behind
Yeah.
that wall.
Nice.
Put some towels, like hide every crack you can.
Oh, I mean, you said it was all right. You said
No,
it was...
I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you. No, it's fine, bro.
Yeah, I was just saying that I drove like 18 hours yesterday from Daytona to Austin, Texas. Then tomorrow or whenever I feel rested and everything, then I will drive to Vegas and have the DeLorean there. It was a huge success bringing the DeLorean to the Daytona 500, and I got to give about 150 pitches for Hex. I also snuck down onto the raceway and stood behind the driver who I think won because all the cameras were on him, and I was wearing my Hex hat.
Dope.
And everybody thought I belonged there because I was just pretending. I was like playing it really cool, and yeah, it was a blast. I think the initial feedback that Richard gave, that was not necessarily the mood for the entire time, and I really respect Richard's point about being careful with our marketing dollars, in terms of just being able to even know what the difference is between a good deal and a hex flex kind of, or just kind of like, enjoying your mad gains. And his main point, I think, was that, you shouldn't promise ROI when you have not even studied marketing or read the chapter in SciVive about marketing, t.me/SciVive. But also, Richard came on the spaces last night when I was talking about some different ideas. And so that was really cool. If people haven't heard that, I'm going to upload it to this channel. But we touched on a few different things about how he's doing it's tomorrow that he's doing his debate against Peter Schiff.
Yep.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And
it should be Eastern time. I think it's around 4. Don't quote me on this. I think it's 4 o'clock Eastern time, if I'm not mistaken.
So people can register. Go to the Twitter Spaces and follow the link. I'm sure they can help you there. Or go to Funding Jim's page, or I'll probably post in like YouTube social space how to find that. But it's really exciting. I realized when I was on the Twitter Spaces that the price of the T-share has surpassed the price of gold.
That's dope, right?
That is cool.
What's
the price of gold?
Yeah, and that's actually what got me into Bitcoin. Is I saw that the price of Bitcoin surpassed the price of gold. What was that, June or May of 2017 or something? But so that's like, I've been following Bitcoin ever since it was $2,500. But that's like what made me kind of say, all right, I need to take note of this. And so I hope some people out there who are hearing this now, maybe they'll take note of it or share it with somebody that they know who is interested in gold, because I certainly used to come from more of a hard money type of mentality, and Hex definitely delivers for that whenever it can provide digital scarcity. Wave 3, like we were just going around the room and checking in with everybody before we go through. Kind of, we're just I have a lot of news to share, and I know I want to hear all the opinions from everybody as well.
Sure. Yeah. I guess I don't know if Futurist was about to mention something there.
Oh, I just saw Sugar Zeus there, the $2, thanks. Whereas Karim, I believe he's on an airplane trying to touch down somewhere. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm mostly just keeping a close eye on really just four charts at this point across the entire market. So like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Hex, in total 3. And the rationale behind all of that is Bitcoin and Ethereum, just general price charts. Total 3 just tells you what altcoins are doing, and then of course Hex separately as well. So I look at Bitcoin, ETH, and Hex separately, and then alts basically separate as well. But you can see that it looks like so far the prediction as far as like the bear cycle has definitely been true, that Richard predicted going into, I forgot when the original statement was made. I don't recall if it was around like May or June, but it was sometime before or sometime around that original flash crash. So we are in a bear market. Like if you just go by the Bitcoin price charts, the Ether price charts. So and this is where, as far as like bottoming targets and all that stuff, it's very speculative. Like I can't say whether Richard's predictions are obviously going to be true or something like that, but I think a lot of people are expecting the entire space to turn around immediately, and I just think this is going to be one of those things that takes some time. So when you're on Twitter and stuff now, like the sentiments are going to be very it's going to be like overly negative for a lot of things, in my opinion. And then this is basically just what I remember things looking like in prior bear cycles. So it's more or less more of the same. It's just passage of time. And then I'm just kind of speculating like eight to 10 months. So I'm keeping while this is going on, I'm mostly just building out, like just focusing on other stuff in the meantime, and then just let time, let passage of time take care of things, which is sort of the whole point of the time locking feature anyway. So, but I like your pictures there of Vitalik.
Yeah. Yeah, they said time heals all wounds, but it also makes you mad gains if you're in Hex and time locked. Here is a picture from ETH Denver where Vitalik Buterin, the founder of Ethereum, dressed up like a bear to confirm that we are in a bear market. It made me think of it because you said the same sentiment. And yeah, so there it is. That's part of the news that we have for this week. I think it was recently that occurred. I met somebody at the Daytona 500 who I believe is actually like going on a ski trip with Vitalik. It's this guy that's a big time NFT guy.
That's cool.
Must be a friend of a friend or something. But yeah, I mean, like, I got the guy's number. I have half a mind to like blow up his phone here in a couple days when I know they're together and just be like, when interview with Richard, like, just like take my shot and chill. Cause like, I'm not going to do anything with this NFT guy. Like, that contact is kind of useless for me if I don't use it now.
Okay.
But I'm like that, like I'll go for it.
I wonder if he's going to wear the bear suit as he's going downhill on the ski. I presume it's downhill skiing.
If he doesn't dress up like a bear the next time ETH pumps, then I want my money back.
Yeah.
I was also looking at, I was looking at Vitalik's net worth. Online it says he only has 325,000 Ethereum.
That we know of, probably, yeah.
It's probably enough. I think he's okay.
I mean, that's barely $1 billion these days. The Hex contract, we don't know how much got recycled, but I mean, that was 1 million ETH.
Yeah, okay, you're right.
I'm not gonna lie though, right? Like, I respect Vitalik because he does not care what he wears, doesn't matter where he's at. He could be like in an executive important meeting and he'll come in with like a unicorn bag wearing purple. Like, he doesn't care, man. Like, I respect that because not everybody could, just do what they want, dress the way they want at any given moment, so kudos to him for that.
Right?
Yeah, that's dope. I respect that, man. Do wear a whole bear outfit.
I mean, if Richard got a bear costume, then we could say who wore it better.
Right. But the thing is, Richard's will be, instead of fur, it would just be like a skin bear with LV prints all over it or some shit,
Yeah.
Louis Vuitton.
Richard does have the Burberry bear. I recall that purchase a few years ago.
So Richard wore it better already. Okay. So speaking of which, when I was driving yesterday, I was in a 10-hour Twitter Spaces. It was really amazing because I don't normally get to like interact with so many people that way, and that was also a blast. Shout out to Hex Orca and to everybody who like participates. There were so many names. I was driving, so I wasn't looking at the screen the whole time, but I was talking and answering questions. I listened to Karim for like 3 or 4 hours. And everybody else who got a chance to talk. If people haven't checked it out, Hex Orca from time to time sets world records, and that's one of the themes for our show today is world records, because the Pulse X sacrifice got a world record amount of crypto in its address apparently right now. So Hex Orca is working on another world record for longest Twitter Spaces. And that's going on now, so people can check that out on Twitter.
Hell yeah, man. You know what's great about what he does, man. It provides value for people in and outside the community. I love the conversations, right? Sometimes the conversations nothing to do with crypto in general, right? They just have fun there. So all around, I really do appreciate what he does. Not everybody takes the time to do that. Nobody's paying him to do that. So Orca, that's what's up, bro. Cool.
Totally.
Yeah.
And I know it was like early hours. It was about in between, I would say 4:30 and 6 a.m. Central Time today. The game theory chat that we were having in the Hex Spaces, it was recorded and everything. It was wild. We were coming up with every different use case we could think of for the incentive token, for how liquidity could be bridged, and what really is a bridge. And so I got to get all my ideas out there to brainstorm with a bunch of people who are like super smart. And so it was really cool to have that experience. And again, shout out to everybody there in the Twitter Spaces. I love how the conversation there can be the most technical I've ever heard. And also, to be bringing in new people and answering very simple questions as well. It's a really cool mix.
Cool. Do you know where the recordings is? Is it available?
So here's what I'll do. I wanted to repost the part where Richard came in and talked to me and some other people. So when I clip that, when I upload it onto my channel, I'll link the original sources. And there, cool. I think, are 2 or 3 different YouTube channels that are trying to rebroadcast it. If you can't find it from a search, but I'll try to like archive that and make it happen, because I know I do not like missing when Richard says things publicly. Like I found out when I was hanging out with Joe Hexotic that there was one that I missed that was on somebody else's channel. It was like a month ago, and I was like, no, like I'm not up to date on all the brilliant information that's out there. Are you guys like that? Do you catch all of Richard's stuff?
Yeah, mostly waiting for the announcements of various things, but yeah.
So last night he announced that the AMM bot is written. Probably. Hey, we have another YouTube star here. We have 2. Welcome.
Yeah, my kids just want to say hi. This is This is Olivia, and this is
Olivia.
And Oliver right here.
What's going on, Oliver?
It's past the bedtime. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Oliver, never ask if you can have some more. Please, sir. It didn't work out well.
You guys are hilarious, man. Sorry about that.
Cool.
You're good, awesome. Yeah.
Where do you get that green screen software, man? I gotta get some. It's awesome.
Yeah. So Richard hinted. I'm not going to say that he announced, but he hinted yesterday that we're close to V3. That the devs brought him the Fixer bot screenshots and code and game theory for him to look over. Oh, cool. And he said that he was hoping to release sometime today those screenshots once he understands better really what it all, how things have progressed to this point. So that's super exciting, because we know it's that and the balances, and he said that the balances have come a long way as well. And those are the 2 things that we've been waiting for. He said, he recapped. I still think that there might be more to learn when it comes to the incentive token, or that things might still be still might be being developed, or maybe maybe not. Maybe it's all decided already, and I just don't know. But either way, I think it's really fun to think about and talk about with people, kind of what the tokenomics are of the incentive token, because we all pretty much agree that the tokenomics of everything else in Pulse Chain is so incredible.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go, Wade.
I was gonna just mention for the incentive token, that's I think that there's gonna be I'm speculating we'll see some good information on that, perhaps in the coming weeks to months with the incentive token, because there's different game theory that can get implemented for the incentive token, so that it's not just like, you know, if you go to other EVMs, there's usually swaps where there's some sort of quote unquote junk token that usually gets dumped. But if you put good game theory with the incentive token, there may be, you may want to, because I know originally we're saying like dumping the incentive token into Hex, and there's going to be people that obviously do that. But if there's other game theory that's attached to it, that, you know, maybe there's incentives that make you want to hold onto said token as opposed to selling the price down. Because the thing is, like with the incentive token, generally with a lot of these swaps and other EVMs, the moment the incentive token in the other EVMs gets dumped down, it sort of reduces like the incentives for other people to come into that ecosystem and start adding their liquidity. So there's a lot of good points that Maddie's making with regards to that incentive token. I personally think we'll see good game theory with it, just because we're talking Richard here. So I think anybody that's just speculating on it only being just a base token without any additional game theory attached to it, I don't think that's going to be the case. I think it's going to be more in line with some of the discussions that Maddie's having that put realistic or more plausible scenarios, in my opinion. So I'm pretty excited for Pulse X.
Thank you. Yeah. And I've heard a lot of smart people say a lot of like interesting things about how the incentive token could be used. I think that incentives that are more close and immediate rewards are typically more effective at incentivizing, especially liquidity or bridging. Whereas if it's something more distal, I mean, some people were talking about it'd be cool to have Hex or even staked Hex as, you know, the incentive, or having a stable, or having, you know, all these different things. Pulse, you know, maybe you could buy Pulse and all these different iterations. And I think that there, you know, like I said, when I listened closely to everybody's different ideas, there's a lot of cool stuff that could be done. My take right now is that the incentive token does not need to be decided, because today and yesterday we found out that as we predicted on this show weeks ago, the origin address, which is the name that we give for what we consider to be project controlled tokens that are different than other project controlled tokens because they're rumored to be controlled by Richard Hart, who's a billionaire in Bitcoin and Ethereum, and so doesn't need to ever dump or rug pull those tokens, and can use them really to do benevolent things. Although we can't really talk about that either, because then that could make Hex a security if we're expecting work from others and putting money into a common pool. But at the end of the day, you know, it is legal for what we consider to be the origin address to be buying up coins, as it seems to have been doing all along in Hex. And now we see that there has been up to $50 billion sent to a single crypto address, which is history in the making. Last week on the show, we reported that there was a $200 million immutable stake that was created by the God Whale, who is one of the original people in Ethereum. And that amount of value being staked that immutably has never happened before in the history of crypto or the history of the world. And this week we get another chance to report a world record when it comes to the amount of crypto that was moved into a single wallet, you know, in such a short time span of a day or two here, with the end of the Pulse X sacrifice volume period. And so $50 billion worth of Hex. The value is a little bit lower now, maybe 45 billion. And the previous record, I believe, was only $1 billion of Bitcoin moved in a single transaction.
Which was dumb, but yeah.
Yeah, so two things, right? So I think this past week and so, and the past actually 2 weeks has been incredible, right? Like you said, we had, you know, someone who moved that much money, locked it away 15 years out. I don't think that's ever happened before, ever, right? That person, the quickest and earliest time they could ever take it out, 7 years from now. So I think that's like a record itself, right? Then you had the OA do a transfer like that. Somebody did put in the chat, They didn't do no test transaction. Or let me send 100,000 coins first. Then they send the whole 50 billion in one shot. Like
No way, really?
That's ballsy.
Mhm.
Like I think
Really?
they sent
No,
a
no,
huge
no.
amount and then they broke it up after that. You know, so
I don't think it was
yeah,
all
it was
in one wallet.
1.3 billion
it was-
hex.
yeah, it was like
multiple
a
times.
portion. Yeah.
Yeah.
They
But
locked
but as a single session,
Yeah.
all in one day, and one mission. So it's
Yeah, they
it's
send
still
I
a
think
move.
a big chunk and then little chunks after that or something like that. So
Can you guys
Little-
imagine?
little
like,
1.3 billion hex chunks?
I used to break my transactions up into like 2,500. Like that was the maximum I would send in a single time. Just because like you feel something,
2,500
you're spending
hex.
that much. Like I hope I didn't put the wrong address in. Like.
Oh, I see
Yeah,
what you mean.
seriously. Yeah.
yeah, so
It's-
it's pretty crazy that all that happened and literally in the past 2 weeks, and it's a beautiful thing, man. Like that's huge. You don't see that happen anywhere, so it's exciting, man. And it's gonna get wild. Like it's really gonna get wild, man. So just hold on,
It's
man.
the largest amount of crypto the largest amount of crypto moved into a single wallet in, let's say, a 24-hour period that was moved there as a way to highlight the need for the freedom of movement, right? So that's a big deal, and I don't see any news stations reporting on this. This is super newsworthy, and yet we're still early. In the early days of Bitcoin, they were doing revolutionary things, and nobody cared. And that was when the greatest opportunity was. And so I hope that we continue to see, how the tech and the math actually will play out for Hex. There are only, and I've made this point before, but this needs to be said again if you guys don't mind. There are only 100,000 stakers in Hex, and Richard is probably in the top 25 richest people in the world. Imagine. Imagine what that says about how good Hex is. Being that the people who watch this show understand the math, understand the technology to some extent, right? And otherwise, it would seem like just an outrageous claim, right? Way out of left field.
Yeah, I suppose so. Do you know what the it's kind of an inside joke, this, I guess, for us Hexicans, but the trading volume of the largest, most valuable by market cap crypto promise coin in the world, the trading volume, 24-hour trading volume.
No,
I think
please.
It's that Bitcoin one. I think it was 31.55 billion according to Nomics.
That was the
last
highest?
24 hours. No, they're just the last 24 hours.
Oh.
But that's only 3/5 of what X just got moved. So that is really kind of, when you put it in perspective like that, Ethereum 20 or 23 billion. So and that's all the trading, backwards and forwards, buy sell, go nowhere. So that's in crypto terms, 50 billion, even 40 billion is a massive amount to be allegedly one entity moving in a single session. That's just insane.
Yeah, 50 billion gets you at spot number 25 according to Forbes 2021.
Mm-hmm.
So that means
okay.
like when Hex was at its all-time high, I wonder if Richard was he the richest person in the world?
Put it like this: go up. But let's just say you almost double it, right? So go up to who's around 100 billion or so. Let's just say. And remember, that's just coins he moved. That's not everything he has. If we assume he's OA,
Like Mark Zuckerberg. So Warren Buffett.
So he'd be basically like top 5.
less
Just
than
that move
100
alone was like
billion.
top
Mark
5.
Zuckerberg less than 100,
Richest
and then
person.
you get Bill Gates, and then Elon Musk number 2, and Jeff Bezos number 1 with only 177. So like literally, like Amazon has hundreds, right? They probably have hundreds of millions of customers, right?
Well, yeah.
I guess I should look it up before I throw around numbers.
All these OA addresses, by the way, according to my sources, there is some evidence that actually points to the Asgardian Galactic Council being in control of at least 100 of those addresses. So
I don't know if I get the joke.
it's not a joke. It's not a joke. No one knows who the OA is for sure,
Yeah.
right? But
Okay.
we're pretty sure Elon Musk is an alien, and doing what he's doing. I mean, that's just a given. Everyone knows that. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that a lot of those addresses are actually controlled by members of the Asgardian
Okay.
Council.
I mean,
Legit. If anyone wants to see the evidence, hit me up later. I can.
Yeah, man. Share it.
I can potentially provide, maybe.
when you talk about aliens,
Wait, just a minute. Oh, sorry, no further comment.
when you talk about aliens, it decreases the seriousness of me talking about time travel. So I'm just saying.
Are you kidding?
I mean, in Hex, you really do send money to your future self. Like,
Yeah,
so
well, true. Yeah, you really do. You really do.
aliens, I'm not sure I've seen any evidence, but needless to say, I mean, it's incredible to imagine that only 100,000 users could create, so much value and wealth. And that's just a testament in my mind to what Hex can really do, because with the vampire attack that we're running on Ethereum, and I kind of want to give a little context to the entire situation with Hex right now, because I know that helped a lot of people in the Twitter spaces for me to just kind of break down what I've heard in terms of it might be the case that whales, they were making sure that the price of Hex after they sacrificed in the pulse chain sacrifice, we saw that they kept the price about the same after they sacrificed. And now and then we saw that's what they were doing with Pulse X as well. And there was a huge buy wall and sell wall that were set up.
Yeah, that was amazing.
That made sure that the price would stay about the same. And
it's almost as if somebody or some buddies care about the price.
Well,
it's not just some pump and dump scheme after all.
It was to control how much their sacrifice was worth to protect their bags, which is part of the game theory of how the sacrifice mechanisms were designed.
Yeah, I've been watching with great interest over the years various other projects that have launches and what happens afterwards, and it doesn't go like that. Basically, the funds just all disappear.
Yep. They release the damn thing and then you just walk away.
Yeah, usually gets dumped a lot too. Because even if you look at some of the Gen 3 chains, so that's stuff that's not necessarily built on top of an EVM. Some of the stuff that's taking place in crypto, it's interesting, but the problem is the funds, you have these foundations that keep dumping the price down when the market size isn't even fully developed yet or has a decent market for some of the chains. So even if they end up designing something that works 5 to 10 years from now, the market is, you have all these distributions into the market, and it's something that makes it really hard to recover from, so that's where I have a lot of skepticism for a lot of other chains, where you have all this perpetual dumping from foundations before there's a good market size, and then it's well, okay, and then that's probably not a good one to speculate on for that reason, because you're basically buying coins that people that are already super rich, and they keep selling and selling and selling. And then it's not good. So bad money management.
Where would Amazon be as a narrative backing the hype and buying the shares if Jeff Bezos said, to hell with this, and just walked away and retired after that 95% drop they had at the end of the .com, right? If he didn't stick around and keep things going, the market would have just gone, well, the dude that started this whole thing has gone, yeah, but we've still got the board and there's all these other investors, whatever. You walk away, right? Mm-hmm. So it really matters that the founders stick around.
I agree. I agree.
So, Gunther, I'm doing this show because I do it every week. And I am at my friend's house, and he's teaching a piano session, and that's how he, earns his income. And I'm lucky to be able to stay with him here. I tried to do the stream from the DeLorean, but the internet signal was too bad. So
Manny, I have technical advice. I have technical advice. I've just realised what's happening.
I'm gonna start
So
yelling
when
at
wave
the
three
screen.
when wave three was talking, you can hear me. Can you go into your settings and just check that automatically adjusts volume thing? Just
Sure.
turn that off, because I think what was happening is when you weren't talking, the piano was slowly getting louder and louder and louder, and then when you did speak, it was like whoa, and then it came
now?
down again. Yeah, it's probably going to be
Is that
fine
better?
now. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yes.
Thanks for the feedback, everybody.
Yeah, and good to you just
It is what it is. It happens, you know.
That's
it's
cool.
something you can't fix, you know.
We spoil this audience. We could fix it by wrecking the audience, by
Rug pull.
giving feedback into the microphone constantly for hours and hours. We could cure the problem of people talking shit about the quality when it's not perfect all the time.
That
But
would
I
never
love you
work.
all.
Shout out to
and
Gunter,
I'm gonna
man.
keep doing my best, and I appreciate the feedback. I will go to every length to, try to make sure that the stream is as good as possible. Hey, I see Abid in the chat here, and that reminds me, I got to see him driving around in a Lamborghini at the Daytona 500, and he was with his girlfriend, who I got to meet finally. She was on the Fresh and Fit podcast that gets over 500,000 views, and she plugged Hex on there. Not only that, but she did a great job of, being
choice
a
of
woman
words.
who was able to show how intelligent and intellectual she is. And
His girlfriend's the lady in the green shirt.
yes,
No fucking way.
yes,
No,
I bet they're together right now.
That's dope, dude. Let me tell you something. She's intelligent, man. So I was following her, like what she does and
I
all that
know.
stuff in the business she does and all that stuff. Like, yeah, A-Bit, man. Yo, good job, bro. That's what's up, man.
Yeah,
Guy's living his life, man.
I know.
That's what's up, man. Congratulations.
I
bro.
love seeing Hexicans
Yo,
happy.
give me some free
and,
IV, bro. I need some boosters, man. You know,
right?
hook me up. But really quick, Maddie. So one thing I see that nobody's really talking about, and I'm surprised I didn't see so many tweets about it, is altogether how much Hex was sacrificed altogether, right? Like 48% of the supply was freaking sacrificed, you know?
Amazing.
Insane. 48%, like it's gone, like locked away forever type of thing, guys. Like that's huge. In less than a year, that much supply went out the door. Like, you know, that's crazy. And not many people seem to be talking about that. That's huge.
Mhm. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of similarities too, because since we are, I mean, this is just market wide. What's taking place right now. So, you know, I just view the because there's a lot of troll threads coming up now, and this isn't really any different than what took place. You know, if you consider that first really big run up, so a lot of similarities there. So I'm personally looking forward to you know, 6 to 8 months from now in general, just around the entire ECO, because that's it's just how asymmetry just works in this market. You just get a lot of shit talking, a lot of trolls that are coming out now, and this is just what ends up happening. This wasn't any different for you know, Ethereum. If you look at what Ethereum did in its first cycle, I think it went up to like 1,400, crashed down to like $80, went up to almost $5,000, and then now it's just chopping around in a bear cycle right now. So you know, the big thing I really look for is the founders. So like if you just compare all the founders in the market and then what's taking place in that ECO, the issue I see with a lot of networks is really the foundations dumping. They're putting all these distributions into the market, selling the coins on top of like whatever took place during an ICO, which ends up leading to very bad performance, like long-term versus assets like Bitcoin and Ethereum. Because even though Ethereum has Ethereum has a ton of, like, their foundation dumps the hell out of ETH, but the big difference is the game theory sucks on Bitcoin, but there's more demand that's coming in and buying those coins. It's similar on Ethereum. There's more demands coming in buying those coins. So these other chains that are just dumping the price down it doesn't scale relative to, you know, the amount of speculative demand that's coming in. So it's very, very harmful. And that's why there's such a big disconnect when people talk about like tech, you know, versus tech has nothing to do with like prices in this market. Game theory, in my opinion, is far more dominant than any speculations people have on tech is mostly just memes and narratives, because this is an open source market. So, things can get retrofitted to other coins, projects, and so on, products. So I have a very different perspective, today than I did, back in 2017. So I think it's going to be cool to see, what takes place later this year, especially after Pulse Chain's running. The other consideration too, because I saw there's one very just to not really mention any names specifically, because I don't want to, indirectly or in some way cause more. It ends up you end up basically promoting trolls in a way, like the more you engage them. So the big points that I see, because one of the troll comments was with regards to demands coming in and then demand sustaining higher prices, but you can literally make that argument for any coin that exists in the market that's not just Hex. So I would say basically the metrics, and so far I think those metrics look pretty good, is the amount of stakers that are coming in as a function of time, and then plus that doesn't really take into account how like the T-share mechanism itself works, and how that is also there's a lot of game theory that's built into this. So I'm pretty excited to see this all get attached onto a consensus layer, and then have a low fee network for future stakers to come in instead of being bogged down by Ethereum right now. So I think a lot of people are just underestimating, because EVMs, like once you remove the gas fee issue, I mean, every single EVM to my knowledge that's done that at least had decent usage aside from whatever the price was.
Yeah, that and embracing the multi-chain thing instead of trying to be the best chain.
Yeah.
That's where that's the paradigm shift that's coming very soon.
Hey, really quick before we continue, shout out to K4K, right? People don't know who that is. Does great videos regarding Pulse Chain and Pulse X. Intelligent, a young man, reminds me like a little Richard Hart, younger version. So that guy.
Everybody knows K4K.
Make
sure to follow him on YouTube. Right? He just broke 10K subs. Great. Congratulations to you. Thanks for being in the chat. Looking forward to seeing everybody in Vegas. Hit the like and subscribe button here and everywhere else as well. Thanks for shouting him out, Marco.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Kid's smart as hell.
I want to shout out Gunter, the accountant, who's also in the chat right now. Shout out to you. Thank you so much. I didn't mean to be so harsh about the sound problems, but you say that you've added 7 addresses to the OA, which you previously thought belonged to regular users. Over 9 billion hex. These all sacrificed for Pulse X yesterday. That's amazing. It's about $1 billion worth. It sounds like that, and that would be about 2% of the total that the OA controls. And so cheers to you for doing the chain analysis there and adding that to the Telegram group. Anybody who wants to dive deeper into that, Gunter has a Telegram group, t.me/hex audit.
Yeah, the reason why I respect Gunter's work, he doesn't just post a chart or random numbers and that's it, right? Like this guy does thorough research. He might research for weeks or even a month or so before he finally releases something to the public. And when he does, he backs it up with a lot of facts, a lot of data. So like he's very underrated, puts a lot of stuff out there, does a lot of work. Like some of the things I try to follow along what he does, I just scratch my head like, wait, what? Like how he did this math and like how did he find this address or found that? Like it's a lot of work, guys. It's not easy. So Gunter, you rock, bro.
Yeah, and there's a lot of for the Pulse X sacrifice. There's actually a huge amount of new money that's entered through other assets like Ethereum, USDC, and a bunch of other cryptocurrencies. So it tallies somewhere actually closer to 500, almost $500 million in new money that's entered through the Pulse X sacrifice, as opposed to just within the Hex ecosystem itself. And I think a lot of people are underestimating that. That's a lot of money. It's more than I was anticipating, because I was originally speculating that Pulse X being having less sacrifices than Pulse Chain, at least for maybe new people coming in. But you could see that the outreach was really, really good, and it was bigger sacrifice pool, a lot of money. It's almost just if you subtract out the hex that was sacked for Pulse X, you have nearly like 40 to 50%. Somewhere it's probably closer to 40%, but that's a lot. That's a lot of new money. That's so I'm surprised actually how much volume that like just from other coins. It's really good. It's really,
You're talking
really
about
good.
40% of the total supply of hex.
No, he's talking about new money coming into the sacrifice in general.
Yeah,
like,
just in general, yeah.
About 40%
Oh, from the
of it wasn't
one,
Hex.
there was 1 billion that was sacrificed before the OA sacrifice.
Yeah, from that.
Yeah,
40%
from
of
that.
like
Correct.
organic, original.
So 1.1
wallet.
billion, and you're comparing
Yeah.
that to the 700 million that was in there before. And we also,
just all the funds that weren't Hex being rotated
okay.
from
All right.
Hexicans, you know, so
those
new
are
money from
similar
other
ratios anyway.
sources.
Okay,
and things,
interesting.
Yeah.
More coins, all
Yeah.
atmosphere, like everything. Like it was pretty cool, man.
Yeah, because on the Pulse X lead, it's
Wow.
about 557 million that came from Hex, and then across all the other assets, it's about 44% came from other assets. So it's pretty amazing. So you could just say basically 50-50, half was Hex, and then the half came from other coins. But that to me is a huge pump-mental in my opinion. If you look at the volume that's coming in from all this other money that's coming into the ecosystem. So I'm pretty excited. I think a lot are not necessarily making that consideration. And this doesn't include also Pulse Chain, just the original Pulse sacrifice. So I think, I think it's gonna be one of those situations, in my opinion, that it's gonna be underestimated and then surprised. There's gonna be a lot of surprises again. So.
Is there anything I can do to get you to dress up in like a bull costume for this?
Hey, T-shirt, bro.
Yeah. How about 2 T-shirts?
I used to give away T-shirts on
Well, we
Twitter,
give you
y'all.
one. You lock it up
Used to
now. You
give
get a
those
free
away.
copy, bro. So
Yeah,
you'll be all
how
right.
about- do it. I'll throw it in for a 15-year stake too. So
There you
how
go.
about that?
We'll have to work
Maddie,
something
before you
out,
continue,
but,
really quick,
yeah.
with your hair like that, man, you look like Keanu Reeves. I mean, not Keanu Reeves, Nicolas Cage a little bit from Face Off a little bit, but you don't see like your ponytail, nothing.
Thank you.
Just
Yeah,
your
people
hair.
think I got my hair cut, and they're
Yeah,
like
it's funny,
giving me
bro.
all these
It's
compliments.
good
I
though.
don't
It's
deserve.
good.
Yeah, it's okay. I kind of like the ponytail.
You hater.
Come on, man. It's
So
your head
yeah,
out.
I mean, this is it's really interesting to see, like Wave 3 said, how much adoption is evidenced by the
Oh, it's
40% of coins that were sacrificed that are not Hex, and whether it was people, once we get better at chain analysis, maybe we'll go back and be able to analyze all those wallets and say which ones of them were people who were never involved with Hex with that wallet and people who maybe were. But at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter. Like, it's like Richard posts on Twitter, thanks for bringing adoption to Pulse Chain, this coin, that coin, calling them all out. And I was even, I was seeing that a lot of people are sacrificing even now that the multiplier is so bad, and that wouldn't necessarily be advised. But at the same time, we don't know what the future value of all
It could
this will
still be a fantastic deal down the road. You never know, right? That's interesting thing about this,
I think that this next period is going to be really interesting. Like, we've predicted some things that have happened up until this point, such as when the OA would sacrifice. I can't say that my first prediction a couple months ago is correct, but I think maybe 2, 3, 4 weeks ago on QuantGang, I was
That was
predicting,
about 40,
right there
40B, wasn't it? Somewhere
on
around
the
there.
21st through the 24th would be right around there. Did I say 20B, or who did?
40, I think. I'm pretty sure it was up to 40. I think is.
Yeah, I
what
called
remember you
32
saying.
billion, and I think altogether it was close to almost 50 altogether.
What did we each say?
No, I mean, yeah, Maddie's prediction. The last one I remember was 40 billion.
No
I know.
way! That's so awesome.
You said there's up to 40 billion available, I think, is what I remember you saying.
I know
But,
me and some chick, I forgot her name. I think something Cajun Hex. We both said I think 32 billion. It's kind
Yeah.
of close. Not bad.
yeah, it's not bad.
bad.
I mean, once you go past the first billion, right, or the first 10 billion,
Hey, Gunter's
it's all the
putting
same.
like crazy stats in the chat, like some really good info that I think a lot of people don't know. So that's pretty cool. Thank you for that, Gunter. Appreciate it.
Oh wow. Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you so
really,
much.
really good
This is
information.
amazing.
Like,
This is
clear.
the perfect show to share these stats because everybody loves the quantitative analysis.
Freaking love that guy.
So Gunter, the accountant says here, user circulating hex is about 13 billion, which is a $2 billion worth and represents about 20% of the supply. I'm going to try to commit that to memory. Okay, 20% of the circulating. So 20% of the liquid is user controlled, 80% is OA controlled. I think that means.
The other thing
then-
too is, sorry,
How many staked?
You
53
finish, you
billion
finish.
staked? Damn.
I
gonna
was
say
just
that-
thinking how Nomics is going to have to update their market cap because it turns out there's like 48 or 49 billion dollars worth of hex circulating that was thought not to be circulating. So circulating supply just got boosted, didn't it?
I disagree with how they're keeping track of it. and-
Oh, yeah, me too. But I'm just telling them what they've got to do. Listen, do it.
Perfect.
Mm.
Clay Collins, like, stop getting whales only to quit the show, and
I mean, if that doesn't
numbers
prove that
right.
that the hex is circulating, I don't know what does. I mean,
Jerry, you say
it's
no
just-
math in the
just
stream. This
circulated, so-
stream is all about math.
And Jerry is a smart guy.
Of course
he does
he is.
math, so I think he's
very
joking.
smart.
I think he's joking.
Guy's a walking calculator.
Sweet. Gunter also says user stake tax 53 billion. No way. Which is $8 billion. Are you kidding me? 80%. Wow.
Yeah. That rings
That's
true.
that's wild.
I remember when it was like 73% or something. So it's increasing. Yeah.
Yeah, that is ridiculously high because now
Wow, so he said about 80% of their hex that each individual basically owns, 80% they actually stake. That's crazy.
That's a lot.
Hex. Yeah.
yeah, because a lot of the staking chains,
Proud of you guys.
A lot of staking coins hit so I guess proof of stake networks, I should say. I believe the most I've seen that hit was closer to, I think it was about 80%, but those don't have the time lock. So this is like, it just puts in perspective, like that's a crazy supply sink that's has the time lock attached to it, and that's the big difference. That's insane, especially if that starts to push up to like 85% or just over the course of time. So that is
That's bragging rights right there.
Yeah.
That's never
Hell
been
yeah, dude.
done.
yeah, that's never been done. That's the first time 80% time locked. I think the most that's happened in crypto, I believe, was around 80% you can unstake your coins at any time. It's just one of what's on like one of those other proof of stake chains. And that's usually where it hits saturation, is around 80%. I didn't see it go past that, and that's very few. That's more of an edge case too. A lot of them are around like 60% staked, 70% staked, so they're not even at that saturation amount that I've seen previously. So to see 80% and that number going up, that has on average like 60.
Hex is gonna go higher too. It's gonna go way higher.
It's gonna go higher because there's the incentive to. Because the problem with like the other chains is like you don't have that. I mean, aside from just the inflation rewards, the difference is that because the OA, since you have the T-shares generating yields, in theory, like if you are staked past the average, you are gaining more share relative to all the other stakers in the system. And then then just in general, because there's a lot of the OA is liquid, so technically like your percentage of the network increases. Like it's I guess there's different perspectives how you can put it, but other chains you have to stake just to remain at parity of your share of the network. It doesn't usually work in the reverse where you actually gain more units over time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn.
Well, they don't have the T-share ratcheting thing for starters.
Yeah.
And the whole, yeah. I mean, that and all of the yield tends to come from the new people coming in the form of taxes and fees. Instead of, the Hex is just.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when you get to know how Hex works, you sort of think, well, why doesn't it all work like that? I mean, what on earth is all this other nonsense going on? And I think somebody pointed me in the right direction about that, actually, is about the whole zero-sum game scarcity mindset versus the abundance mindset. It's like we have these cryptocurrencies where we can program them to reward people by simply minting new coins. Right, so there goes. So that's not a zero-sum thing. But we're so used to living in a world where the only way you can get more money is to somehow coerce, convince, sell, pleasure somebody, I guess, so that they will give you more of their money. That hence the zero-sum. And like so many of these, if not all, of the other staking coins are coming from that mindset. What the world up until now with physical money has taught us is that you have to take money from other people in order to get rich, and Hex just absolutely does not do that. Period. It's just like it's a real breakthrough. That's where the Nobel, where half of the Nobel Prize thing comes from, making that realization that this isn't a reality.
And that's why
Did
people
somebody say Nobel Prize?
Yeah. Before you go, Karim is in the chat. He's saying that he was about 20 minutes. So if you want to let him in real quick before he has to go again, there you go.
I didn't see him.
My man.
Bang. What's going on, everybody?
What's up?
Landed.
Hey, Maddie, if you could make Gunner a mod so he could post a link, and won't let him, he said.
Love the topic at hand. And yes,
I'll do it for him.
I'm in transit right now. I like this topic. Not only I'm not surprised about how much the OA has sacked so far, but I'm actually confident that it's not even done yet. Because what people are not realizing is, one second.
Go ahead. Oh, what happened? Karim, you got muted somehow. Did you press
He
a button?
did. I think he did.
No, I did. It's the announcers talking crazy right now.
Right.
Okay, well, just join whenever you can, man.
All right, no, it's good now. Sorry, I just walked fast. Yeah, because people forgot this sacrifice is different because the multiplier is way worse because it was longer. There's an 8x different because it was 8.15 for every 10,000. So it had to sacrifice way more because the dollar amount doesn't count. It's how many points you get. So you had to be more.
Dollar amount
40,
does
50
decide how
billion.
many points you get.
And there's 3 more days left.
So,
there's no certainty that we won't continue to sack some more.
I think there's 3 more days left in the
There's
sacrifice.
3 more days left.
sure, yeah, there
You know
could
what
be
I'm
more.
saying?
Of course,
And there's
we
some
know
massive
that. We know from what Gunter said that the OA controls more than 50% of the supply. So that would stand.
Yeah, because the math that you are doing slightly wrong was when you say 80-20, you was talking about the own, kind of like the staked stuff. But in terms of liquid, always at 97%. Plus, all things combined with the dollar adjust. So my thing is this,
Same.
like I put it might go for 95% ratio, just like last one. And because there's an 8x difference,
It's already more
more
than that.
so no ratio in terms of point, Matty. It's not there.
Yeah, that's.
I'm
what I'm
talking about like when you look at trillions of pulse X, the ratio between the two, last one for pulse chain was 95-5.
Yeah, I
So-
know. It's already more than that.
In dollar terms.
No, dollar to buy
Because there
point
was
wise.
90
Yeah, but Matty,
There's
that's what I'm
90
saying.
degrees.
You're not getting it. You're not
Getting
it.
one
It's
eight,
not-
get 1/8 to the points for the same dollars at the moment.
yeah.
So you got to
People
put
make
8
that
times more.
mistake.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's not dollar amount. It's dollar to points. Whatever you see in dollar, you then got to divide by 8.15 to be correct.
To get to the points. Yeah, that's interesting.
And let's say Pulse Chain, for example, OA did 40 billion. This time around, it has to do about 80 billion just to get around more of the supply, more of the control, because it's not the dollars, the points it has to accumulate to win. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, it's interesting.
So it might
that
actually
could
be more.
Could
Yeah.
be more, yeah.
That's stupid.
Yeah,
Hey, whatever you got to do, bro. That's awesome, man.
it's cool.
I can't wait.
And somebody talk about the De Beers. Maddie, talk about the De Beers analogy for those people wondering why on earth we think this is a good thing.
I was checking in with my friend. I didn't quite hear everything you guys said. Thanks for the setup, though.
Well, yeah, no. I was that's fresh right off the just new context. Talk about the De
Oh,
Beers
sure.
thing, yeah, because I can't be bothered.
Can I
It's not
can I
funny
tell you
enough for
about
me.
the meteor?
The meteor, yeah, okay. But I mean, in terms of the centralized, well, the perceived centralized, all this huge sacrifice, I can imagine some new people might be thinking, why are you all excited about
Oh,
this? That sounds really bad.
I've got
So
some good hex history. So, Silver the Antidote used to be an active member of the
oh no,
community, not only doing chain analysis like Gunter does, but
Yeah.
also really bridging in the psychology of the OA, and had been kind of doing this dance with Richard for a while,
that's right.
where Richard was kind of hinting at things on Twitter, and Silver was connecting all the dots for everybody. And
I miss
they're
that.
just
Yeah.
amazing videos you can go back and watch at Silver the Antidote's channel. And yeah, so there was this one moment during that episode where Richard was like posting that he was going diamond shopping and this and that. I'm like, those of us who didn't get it at first, myself included, we were like, oh, is Richard gonna get engaged or something, right? And but in fact, I think it was clear that he was making the analogy that just because diamonds are not scarce does not mean that they're not valuable, because somebody controls the entire supply.
Oh, Maddie. Kareem says for some reason he said he's blocked. He cannot enter the chat.
Okay, I think he has to authenticate.
Yeah, StreamYard does that to me sometimes. If I get knocked off, I come back and I got to log in again, and the login doesn't work. And
Awesome.
yeah,
So the De Beers. So De Beers is a corporation that that controls the world's diamond supply.
well, they practically own the world's, well, not all of them, but the vast majority of the supply of diamonds. And if they were to release them on the market, a table salt crystal would probably be more valuable because at least it tastes good, But they don't. They protect their own their own wealth, their own market, and even the meme, the narrative that diamonds are a girl's best friend, and all of that stuff is all centrally propped up, I guess you could say. But it's it's also tradition. It's part of culture. It's a lot of things. It's not just a pump and dump scheme. And it seems to us that this OA entity, took a feather out of their cap and operates in a similar sort of a way. And that's why we get really excited when it turns out they end up controlling, the vast majority of the supply, and something we just sacrificed for in the hope of big gains.
Yeah,
So,
it's people are always looking for a reason to be unsettled about money and about investing. And I think I learned a lot last night when I was listening for hours to everybody who was speaking in the Twitter spaces. I love how the moderators they're wanting everybody to speak, giving everybody a turn. They'll cut somebody off if they keep talking over everybody else. And well, normally I would say, but it was the middle of the night, and I got to hear from a couple of people in the Hex community who are Russian or of Russian origin, and they were helping me to understand the psychology of people who are making this transition from their own countries where inflation is rampant and where people don't trust the money to try to migrate into crypto. It's not very popular in Russia. And that makes sense, because why would people want to hodl something when normally their currency depreciates in value? They don't want to save their money because the price of everything tomorrow is going to be more than it is today. So it's irrational, right, for people to be saving their money or buying and holding crypto. And I think it's fascinating how the use case kind of breaks down depending on what your trust level is with money and with everything else.
And it's really interesting too, because because obviously they're going to see the volatility, so you have to go deeper and sort of understand the sort of truer nature of the beast over time, and that it's a free market as opposed to, one programmed from an entity.
Sure.
Yeah, interesting. Hadn't thought of that.
Yeah, I think it really will. This is an insight that for me, I hope helps me understand the psychology of onboarding people all across the world. Because there's a reason why people don't trust cryptos, because most cryptos are promise coins and most currencies are inflated, whether you're the dollar or whether you're the US exports its inflation by being the world reserve currency anyway. And so every other country has to pay for our inflationary pressure, as well as everybody else, as well as their own dictators.
The US dollar, to be fair, has a very big job to do as well. It has to maintain and balance an entire country's economy. Bitcoin doesn't have to do that. Hex doesn't have to do that. So there's all of that. It's economics is actually kind of complex. I've been learning. I thought it would be pretty easy. Well, I mean, I do my balance sheet, it's addition, subtraction, bit of multiplication for sales tax and that. I mean, how hard could it be, right? But it turns out this economics thing is just like, it will blow your mind. So just stake.
There you go.
But it's very complex. Very complex. But yeah. It's not just dollars and bitcoins, people. It's countries, economies, wars, belief systems, all kinds of stuff, and Bitcoin.
What I'm more excited about is that for the past close years, a little less than a year, with the announcement of Pulse Chain all the way up to now, and we end up getting Pulse X, another surprise, and the other coin, another surprise, is that all the game theory all these past months comes down to a conclusion, right? Like, we get to see who was right, who was wrong, who was close to it, who was not. Because Pulse Chain should be around the corner, literally either in March or April. That's why I'm kind of seeing it. Hopefully it's March, right? But all that game theory, everything, all the excitement comes down to that, those 2 months, and it's gonna be crazy to see like the outcome of everything, right? Like, do we get many people coming in? Is it only the Hexicans and Pulsicans using it? Do the whole world of crypto finally jump on board? Like, all the gatekeeping comes out instantly, right? Like, it's so much more than just a couple of coins, a couple of X's behind them. It's like, this could literally change the path of crypto as we know it, guys, right? Like, this could literally change everything from people's mindset of exchanges, people's mindset of owning their own private keys, people's mindset of the gatekeeping, people's mindset of, hey, you don't need the banks anymore. Like, Pulse Chain is like Pandora's box, man. It's like, it literally changes the path of everything as we know it, the financial industry in and outside of things. So it's just exciting, man. Like, this is how I think when I think about these things, right? I think outside the box. I think like big picture type of thing. I don't think about just us.
That paradigm shift too. That whole paradigm shift. That it's almost as if Pulse Chain and the whole ethos behind all of it, Hex and everything, is like, okay, guys, we've invented cryptocurrency, but you're not getting it yet. This is what it enables.
Yeah.
And demonstration about to occur. It's they said program the money. I was like, wow, program them to do what? Because I was like the early people in the internet. I was like, oh, cool, I can send a fax for free now. And I can do it in color. That's pretty cool. I didn't envisage global 3D first perspective lemon games and all the other crap that's going on. Netflix. I mean, that was just outright impossible, right?
It's
watch
beautiful,
TV
man.
over 56K modem. It's this whole new paradigm. It's coming, and it's really hard to. It's so exciting. It's so exciting because the shift to whatever it is, and I can't figure it out. But it feels like it's just around the corner now, and it's just gonna be awesome.
Yeah, and then people, like, for so long, right? People felt like you had to have a bank to do transactions. You had to lock up your money and earn interest or yield through them only, or through the stock market only. Like, people don't understand, like, like you said, programmable money. Like, how is that possible, right? Like, but it is possible, right? Like, everybody, well, not everybody's doing it, but people are starting to do it. You know, Richard Hart created the best thing out there that does it flawlessly, right? We don't build interest, we build yield, right? So you're not lending your money out there. It shows that you don't need third party people to transact with your own personal money, your own money, right? Like you take full control of your own money. Like how many times can we say around this world, like you really own what you own, right? A lot of times you don't really own things. You're either leasing it, you're financing it, stuff like that, but you're not really owning it. You're owning it, and you're able to lock it up to your future self while you're owning it. Like it's freaking beautiful, and you got to think bigger, folks. So like this is how I think when I think about these things, and it's exciting, and the world's about to see it, you know. And it's cool, and we're here. It's history, and it's just there's not much you could say, but just smile, man. It's cool.
It sure is. So many just endless possibilities. It's just, yeah. I wonder. It couldn't have happened before the internet, but yeah, never mind. Long thought experiment. I shall not bore you with. Oh,
getting warm inside, Matthew.
Yeah.
When I was doing this long drive, I was appreciating, how amazing this is, the financial technology, the community, everything. I really like, getting these moments where, I'm driving and I'm able to just have these deep thoughts. And one of the thoughts that occurred to me was this idea that what's the difference really between gold and crypto and other money, right? Other currencies. Well, both gold and crypto, if we're talking about hex, and if we're asking people who are proponents of these, they might say that they're both bearer assets. No, I don't mean a bear market. I mean bearer in the sense that you hold it and it bears its own value, whereas a dollar bill, it's a certificate to redeem something, which has trust transferred with it. But
let's not talk about bearer bonds, which kind of break the mold. Carry on.
Okay. but just this idea of a bearer asset is important to people who like hard money policies, because and holding your own keys and all that kind of stuff, because you are in control of the funds and you don't rely on a middleman to pay you out at the end or whatever. And that's a difference in your counterparty risk, whether you hold something or you don't, and also your personal responsibility. But it occurred to me that in that moment, because I had been saying 150 times to 600 or 1,000 different people at the Daytona 500, I'd been saying, with Hex, you pay your future self. And it occurred to me that when you time lock your money immutably with Hex, you are decreasing your counterparty risk with your future self, with your own future self. Because with my savings account at the bank in fiat, I can wreck that anytime I have a depressive episode or an impulsive episode.
So you have this awesome plan now, but your future self might screw it all up.
That's
counterparty risk. That's a crazy idea.
Correct.
That's crazy.
Or an ad could catch your eye, and then you want to go on a shopping spree randomly. Like, things happen. Life happens, right?
Totally.
Like,
Yeah.
Marketing. That's what marketing is to trick you into spending your savings, right?
Exactly. There's this one moment I think I will never forget, right? And I think this is when it was more of an eye-opening experience, and it felt really, really good doing this. Is when I, one time I went to the bank and I made a huge deposit, like a really big deposit to the bank. And right away, the teller, the guy I usually go to, right away, he's getting excited. He saw the amount I'm putting in. He's like, all right, so should I call, I forgot the other gentleman's name. Should I call this person to open, talk about a business account and how much APY we could get you and this and this and that. And like 5 minutes later, I'm like, no, I want to do this, this, this. And the big money went into the bank and big money got transferred out. And his jaw just dropped like, what are you doing? I was like, oh, this is going to crypto. He's like, oh, that fake money thing. I'm like, yep, that fake money thing,
fake money thing.
And I was laughing. And now, he sees me go there frequently doing these things, and, he gets excited and stuff. And I could say he is a Hexican now, you're right. But, it was one of those moments where it was just baffling to him. Like, what the hell? This person came in, put a nice lump sum, and like within 10 minutes, 20 minutes later, he took it right out, transferred it to something else. I started investing in like what usually common folks do. And it was just mind-boggling.
Man, I mean, we were offering him like 2.1%. That's the highest rate anyone can ever get. It's like, and he just didn't care. It's like, what?
And when I told him exactly what I'm planning to get, right? He couldn't believe it. He's like, there's no way you're doing it. I'm like, yeah, oh, by the way, can you transfer that out? And he's like, what? I was like, yeah, I want to transfer it out. Like, I need to do this right now. And we did the wire transfer, etc. And it was just funny. Like he just couldn't believe it, right? Like, this is real thing. Because 5 minutes before then, we're just talking about, how you doing? How's my family? How's his family doing? And he started bringing up his friends about crypto, and this is during the time where I believe, he started talking about Dodge. Dodge started getting popular again, and Dogecoin, right, and all that stuff. And he's like, I'm thinking about doing this, doing that, but I don't believe it's fake money, it's fake this, fake that. And then 10 minutes later, I do a huge transfer out for crypto, and he was like, "It's like what?" Like he's like, "You too?" I'm like, "Yeah, me too, bro. Let's do this." So it's cool, man. Like that's one thing I will never forget. It's just that feeling between me and the bank, right? Me and the common way of doing money.
You calling the shots for a change.
Exactly. And I broke that reality I had where I had to go through them and do everything with them, keep my money there. And that day when I walked out to the bank, it felt so good. I felt liberated, right? I felt like I broke that chain where, this is, to me, it was real. It's more real than ever. So I just wanted to share that really quick. But that was my moment. It was like,
Yeah,
that's real, man. That's real.
Yeah. But sorry.
And it's when I think about, and I keep getting a better perspective. I keep learning more. The more I try to onboard people, the more I try to represent Hex. It's incredible. Speaking to so many brilliant people who already know what's up with Hex and like diving deeper into the game theory, understanding what's next, what we've been through and why it worked. All these things, it's super helpful. But the truth is, the majority of the people who hear from me on the YouTube channel, I don't get to see their facial reactions. I don't get to read their micro expressions. I don't really get to understand their psychology as well, just from reading comments even. And so being at this event really inspired me because I was flooded with people who couldn't wait to take a picture with the DeLorean. I had all the props with me. I had the hoverboard, the flux capacitor, the time circuit. I think I left the sports almanac somewhere else, but yeah, I had magnets to hand out that were hexagon shaped and 3.69 inches in diameter. And, it was such a great experience to really, to get back to the basics of like, how do I pitch this to somebody in 5 seconds, in 10 seconds, in 15 seconds? And, what is this really all about? And then it opened up my thinking kind of about how valuable it is to have something where you save yourself from yourself, and how that relates to other, it's almost like it's a next level bearer asset, right? It's like it literally in a different dimension of that, because you're paying your future self through the fourth dimension of time. And having the DeLorean too is a great prop.
Yeah.
Once it's sent forward, it's sent forward. That's it. At least for half the staking term. So.
Well, and that's another thing I was hoping that we could get to talking about here on the stream. Amongst us, is the encapsulated stake issue, because I did not help myself in. I brought it up yesterday in the Twitter Spaces, and this has been a controversial topic that we've kind of touched on here and there on the show. But to me, it really matters that the whole topic of encapsulated stakes. It's like it's a really important topic, and I think I'd love to go over it with you guys and kind of just see where we get to today with the time that we have, and be able to have a polite discussion about it.
Okay.
Because to me, it kind of interferes with my greatest hope for Hex as a mental health tool,
Mm-hmm.
as something that you're time locking and it's immutable. And I think that people who have watched me long enough know that I'm able to update my worldview. I sometimes I say crazy things, and sometimes it contributes to the space, and sometimes uh, I backpedal and end up learning. But at the end of the day, I think when we have discourse, when we have disagreement, when we learn from each other, that's a great thing.
But that's what matters, Maddie, right? Like,
yeah.
Well, why would we have this show? You can't do that, right? Like, that's what's important to do that. So I'm glad that you said that, man. That's awesome.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
no,
Thank
yeah,
you.
that was
And
that may be very important if this gets really heated.
You're stupid, bro.
That you got that out.
Who hacked Maddie? Where's Maddie? Who are you?
Well, Maddie and I talk about this. Maddie and I have talked about this before too, and it gets heated because
Oh,
when the humor goes
man.
away, I just get passionate. Yeah, but I'm looking forward to seeing what Wave 3's got to say about this because there's a lot of economics, sort of theory, game theory, and everything.
That's one thing to say.
Yeah,
Maddie's passionate about this. But go ahead, Wave. I'm sorry.
oh yeah.
Yeah, I understand the concerns on the encapsulated stakes. So it's very important that it's done in a way that doesn't harm the game theory. And I believe this discussion, it may have actually there may have been a dev. I think it may have been on your channel, Maddie, that was speaking about encapsulated stakes or there being like a derivatives market of t-shirts. So you don't want to have like a standalone derivatives market where you can enter through any asset. So for example, to put context on that, you really don't want to see there being, in my opinion, trading where you're entering through like USD coin or something like that, because then you're sort of routing around the whole time locking feature. So the big and this is basically beyond me because I don't know how this would look like it from the infrastructure level in terms of the smart contracts later on Pulse chain. But however the encapsulation is done, it's really important that it doesn't take away from the time locking aspect of it. And my understanding is there's experimenting where there's some sort of market in theory where somebody has to enter using hex so that it's always taking that supply is not getting reintroduced in theory, but that implementation of it, I don't know if that's how it is in practice. Like I know there's experimentation with some of the encapsulation on Pulse chain, but I personally haven't looked much into it other than at a very surface level. And I think this is a very good discussion because it is very important when it comes to the hex game theory. And I understand why one wants to just perhaps use the staking contract that Hex offers because there is no disruptions there in terms of the game theory. So not harming the system is very, very important in my opinion, or the ecosystem around Hex.
Yeah. I would like to start my part of this discussion just by explaining where I'm at with conflict of interest. Okay. Sure. Because I think that as broadcasters, it's our responsibility to try at key moments to get the word out there in the audience about what our potential conflicts are. And that's something that's done academically and taken very seriously. I don't see it in YouTube in general. Literally most crypto channels sell you out and then lie about it. They literally take tens of thousands of dollars of bribes to trick people into buying certain coins or leverage trading. And we don't do that here. The extent of my conflict of interest is that I say that I would have about maybe 1% to 2% of my hex staked through Gnosis wallets. And that's going to come into play here because when we really understand what the encapsulated stake technology is and that sort of thing, I think it can be used for good or bad. But in order for you to trust and understand where I'm at as a broadcaster and somebody who is researching this, and trying to make sense of it and giving my opinion technically to the community. I just want that to be clear. I don't really stand to benefit from, from it. And just like everybody else, I could be investing in, the different projects that are popping up that it seems like Richard is kind of discouraging somewhat. Again, listen to his comments that I'll try to post on here today or tomorrow, so that you can hear straight from him what he said about in regards to the Twitter Spaces yesterday. But I don't want to force you guys at all. It's like disclose, like what kind of stakes you have in this and that. But I just wanted to volunteer that information so that people can know where I stand. I am no longer using staker referral links. I don't think I did very much ever. I think I got $20 last time I checked of referral money that was never cashed in. So that's where I stand with those conflicts. And I have not sacrificed for anything other than Richard Hart projects.
Yeah, so the sacrificing for the Richard. So I'm just gonna tell you guys right now. I'm just gonna be very honest, because just look at Ethereum. And then mirror that over into Pulse Chain. How many coins outperformed Ethereum? Just Hex, right? Like that was the only coin on Ethereum that did it over basically a 2+ year time span. All the other ERC20s are bleeders. They're bleeding out. It's basically wounded. It's a slow perpetual. It's very bad. It's perpetual bleeding.
The ones from 2 years ago, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So I realistically, there may be a few outliers here and there on Pulse Chain. I'm not going to like publicly mention what my speculation is, because that is very irresponsible. Because at the end of the day, if you're speculating outside of the main native asset, so basically Pulse or Pulse X, you're taking on a lot of, it's just pure speculation at that point. And perhaps some of them there is some that have interesting game theory, but I've seen other ones that are very weak, and they will bleed out. So there may be, sorry. I just look at it. I'm a realist, and I just look at what has already taken place on Ethereum, and unless there is unique game theory being implemented into a PRC20, it is not a good investment. I mean, other people can speculate on different shitcoins on Pulse Chain, and by all means, like shitcoin speculation ends up helping pumping the prices for both Pulse and Pulse X. So it does have its utility there in terms of the pumpamentals. I'm just saying, like, if you look at what takes place generally on these distributed networks, it's very unlikely, most of the coins that are that will launch, it's very unlikely they will offer sustainable price performance versus Richard's coins, in my opinion. So be very cautious if you speculate.
And would you extend that to things built around Hex?
I would say if it's built around Hex, then that's sort of then those definitely, in my opinion, have a higher chance. So just to be clear, like there's 2 coins. I'm not going to publicly this is on you guys to speculate. At the end of the day, it's your money. But there's 2 coins that I am speculating on Pulse Chain that are building around Hex. Anything that's not building around Hex, I am not speculating on, because I know it's going to bleed out. If they don't build around Hex, Pulse Chain, or Pulse X, or in some way extend either the game theory to something new and creative and innovative, or introduce ways to perhaps help the prices in some way, I'm not going to speculate on those coins, because I've seen garbage pop up, and not everything that's being built is necessarily garbage. It's just that most of it will be garbage. But there will be a few outliers. I'm not trying to discourage building. That's how it is.
History has shown that most things that get built, and especially with a lot of promises, stuff like that, end up flopping hard. You know, it happens all the damn time. You know, so
And I think it's often because founders are not honest with themselves and their prospective investors about the conflict of interest that they inherently have from the game theory of launching their own tokens.
yeah,
Maybe.
If you don't already have, yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, even just not. I mean, economics is a complex thing, and it's very easy to see something succeed and think, oh, I've read the code. That looks pretty simple. I'm going to do something, you know, tweak it here, tweak it there, add a little thing, you know, make it better. There's so many crap bloody coins and yield farming crap out there that says, you know, better than this or better than that because of this, that, and it's all complete utter garbage.
Yeah, it's total garbage.
Yeah,
sorry.
but if these people don't know that, if they really genuinely think that they're just copying something that already worked and making it better, then this garbage is, as Wave says, is, you know, this is what happens.
Yeah.
And it's certainly, there's the potential to encapsulate Hex and do exactly that, and worse.
There's a portion of our viewers now, and they're like, they've already invested time in learning about some side project that's not made by Richard Hart. And they're like projecting onto our discussion right now that we're talking about a particular coin that they, you know, that they've researched, and they're getting all heated and worked up.
No, we're not.
Hyperventilating.
There's several. There's several.
Yeah,
there's so many ones you haven't even heard of, you guys.
Maddie, how could you speak about X, Y, and Z coin just now? And we're not talking about.
No, we're talking very generally. Very generally. There's a pattern that's playing out. Just, it doesn't matter what it is that we've seen. It seems to be basically making the same mistakes and working off of the old zero-sum game paradigm. And
yes,
you know, if there's something great that we haven't seen, then great. But that's not what we're talking about.
Is it zero-sum or is it a positive sum game? Hex is a positive sum game, in my opinion.
Yeah, and it is very general, because just look at Ethereum. Most of the coins, it's the same thing every cycle. Like here's my recommendation. Look at the tokenomics of the coin that you are speculating on, because just to be very clear, there is two. I'm not going to mention names, guys. Like, this is stuff I do on my own terms. I do not publicly disclose this stuff because I know how irresponsible it is. Because the problem with altcoin speculation is there's so much randomness built into it. So, you know, there's potential lots of misses that can happen, and why I can't ever recommend somebody use a substantial amount of their portfolio to speculate on some coin to try to get, you know, more of some native token, because the odds are just stacked against your favor there. But I'll just tell you right now, if the coin that you're looking at, if all it is just some governance token, definite death versus Richard Hart's coins, guaranteed to fail. It has to have really, really good game theory, or build on top of Hex and Pulse Chain, in my opinion, to really offer a sustainable model.
If any yield that it pays comes from fresh money being entered into the thing in the form of these fees and taxes, same thing. Run.
Yeah,
that's old paradigm, zero sum game. That's how your insurance company works in the real world. That is not what we can do with programmable money. It's just it's lame.
Yeah,
it's just
I think it's highly profitable, and this kind of goes back to game theory. Like, it is highly profitable for somebody to spend all day, every day, coming up with reasons and comebacks and rationales and the perfect marketing pitch for them to try on thousands of people to try to get just a small percent of Hexicans to believe in something that they are promoting, right? And so what I've seen is a lot of misinformation, a lot of wrong information, and people come and they argue with me on my channel, and some of that is okay. I like it when people ask questions. I don't like it when people are getting lied to, I hate it when certain broadcasters are like priming, even like it discuss like breaking the use case for Hex, breaking the time locking feature, allowing tradable shares, like that makes me sick. It makes me not want to do my job that I've signed up for, that I'm volunteering for, to like spread the word about Hex, because you know, I don't have a good comeback to why do some people get the maximum APY, but they don't have to time lock, and they can sell at a discount, and they can hurt the buy pressure and all these other things. It really bothers me, because you know, it seems like corruption is a slippery slope, and the Bitcoiners, they didn't think that they were gonna turn into the thing that they were fighting against. But look, Vitalik is going skiing with the NFT dude this weekend, and what has really been fixed about the world or about the money by the Bitcoiners? They teamed up with centralized exchanges and ended up opening a new form of casino that just tracks you better than any other currency has ever done, and enriches the original people without leaving meat on the bone. And so in Hex, because Uniswap has been invented, and because we have decentralized exchange, we have the possibility of doing much better by not cozying up to the legacy financial system. Our fiat on-ramp is ETH, and we don't need to make deals with bankers. We don't need to pay an ape. Like, some of the things happening in the Hex community, I've spoken to a bunch of OGs like in person, and we're not for it. Like, people charging 8% of your perpetual bag to help you with tax advice. Like, I committed this weekend to putting up a tax blog for free that's going to help people do way more than any $10,000 service is, because I've already done it myself. Toby once done it himself. Like, there's people out here who are willing to donate our knowledge and time and not charge you anything, because that's a negative externality on our own bags. Why do I want to pay from my T-shares and from your T-shares? That doesn't make any sense.
I don't understand why people would build traditional businesses around the Hex community. I mean, low-hanging fruit, easy to do, easy targets, customer base already there, But in the grand scheme of things, it just seems like such an incredible waste of time and direction of energy, and
I don't
useless direction. That's my personal opinion. I mean, if you need to feed your family and that's a way you found to do it, then by all means. But I don't understand it in general terms.
Yeah, it's most of
I'll go after you, Waves. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, most of the businesses that are based around crypto or not, most of them don't actually add like real value. So for example, let's just say we go to altcoin speculation, right? That's a very popular one. The only thing that matters is whether you buy the right coins and hold on to them. That's it. You don't need to pay somebody to like give you that information or give you like self-validation. All that matters is whether your discipline picks the right coins and holds on to them. That is it. That's all that matters. And then when it comes to taxes, that information is just it's all free online. So I guess maybe somebody tries to build a business based around taxes, but at the same time, like, that information is free on the internet. So that's why I personally look at more like the originality aspects of it, is the person actually doing like something original versus just they're basically taking something that's already out there and then just putting just wrapping it up and then trying to I personally like it's the nature of most a lot of businesses online. It is what it is. The world just works off there's sort of the unfortunate reality in terms of how the world itself works, and that's also why with how Richard intended to promote like well-being and that type of stuff, it did really open up my mind in terms of how the world works, and then how there's just a lot of destructive habits that get monetized on the internet or just in the world in general, and all the stuff you see generally around crypto sort of balls into that, those types of negative externalities that it's a negative feedback loop basically that exists within the world. And then that is why I don't know, this goes into like a very big philosophical discussion, but it does tie into in some way I think some really good points that Richard makes. I have to briefly drop off for about 20 to 30 minutes, but I will be back. I just have to meet up with two really good friends of mine. But this is a really interesting conversation nonetheless. So
Yeah. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, no
I
problem.
hope we're still here when you get back.
Yeah, likewise. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Cool.
Thanks.
All right.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Marco?
Yeah, so my thing is this, right? So everybody knows I try to be neutral as possible, right? But at the end of the day, I gotta take care of my family, and that's what matters the most, right? But there's one thing Richard Hart always told us, and it always stuck by me, and is, guys, if you get in Hex and you do very well, you can end up being very rich. And by doing that, you're gonna have everybody and their mother throwing books at you, opportunity, promotions, products, projects, everything they can to separate you from your money, right? And he says sometimes it could be the people close to you, right? So you know me, right? I don't like to gatekeep any other projects or any products, stuff like that, because we've been through it and I didn't like the experience, right? So I think everybody should have their own fair share. With that said, it doesn't mean we become oblivious or stupid to what people do, how they do things, stuff like that, right? Like, everybody and their mother is trying to come up with a project out of nowhere, all trying to speed it up, rush it up, right? Kudos to them. That's up to them, stuff like that. But
Sure.
I feel like it's being rushed. A lot of things. Everybody wants to do their own sacrifice stage and all this and that and stuff like that, right? Because it was something that we got used to, right? It's almost like we got trained to do that, right? So it's like, tomorrow I'm gonna come out with Marco coin. Everybody sacrifice, do this, do that, and I promise you this. But I don't give you the real details of what I'm coming out with or how it really works. And when you ask a question to you get the door slammed to your face, right? I don't think that's right. I don't think we should be doing things like that. So my word of advice is, guys, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what we say in this panel or anybody, right? I want you guys to be able to make your decision on your own. Do your research, really, really sit down. Forget about what people say, what we do. I don't care if I'm your favorite streamer, right? I don't care if you love me to death or love Maddie or anybody, right? Or you have a favorite person out there, right? Do your research. Sit down and really do it. Because at the end of the day, it's your money. It's not my money. It's not Maddie's money. It's not anybody's cat. It's your money. And you know what? When you make the wrong decision, and not saying things will happen, not saying rug pulls will happen, I'm not saying people are going to take our money. Guys, I'm not saying that, but I know on Twitter, people like to take clips, edit it a certain way, and make it seem like you said something ridiculous against somebody else. So let me make this clear. I'm not hating on nobody. I'm not hating any project, stuff like that. I just want people to understand something. Open your eyes, open your ears. We got so used to of us being fed information and we make decisions. Now's the time for you to close your ears and you do your own information. You figure out what's best for you, because at the end of the day, it's your money, guys. And if you put in the wrong thing and you do the wrong way, you think it's going to go this way and it doesn't, it goes this way. It's your bag. There's nothing else. There's no reset button. There's no rewind. We talk about going to the future. You really can't go back to the past, right, and change your ways. So make the right decisions. If you really care about a certain project, you want to support it, by all means, you do it. But anyway, that's your choice. And if you make the wrong choice, it's on you, right? There's no financial advice here, right? Secondly, protect your bag, protect your mindset, protect what you do, what you share with folks, stuff like that. Because then we love each other. We're here every week, every month, doing this, doing that. And sometimes you let your guard down for once and you join or you buy something that somebody else is promoting, and you think that person means well and they don't mean well, right? It happens, right? So just, do
all
your
the context changes. Their advice made a lot of sense when you heard it, and by the time you got around to doing it,
exactly,
the world moved on and now it doesn't make sense. That's why you got to do your own research so you can keep the story up to date.
Yeah, and I want people to don't forget that, because for example, people could love the way I talk, people could love the way I am and stuff like that, right? And I want to say this, guys. If I ever come out with a project in the future, and I don't think I ever would, right? Because I love what I'm doing, right? If I ever do, and I try to, I'm gonna do a sacrifice stage. Guys, do this. I don't care how much you love me. You grill excuse my language, matter. You grill the fuck out of me. You ask all the questions you have to ask.
Hey, your kids watch this show.
Yeah, I mean, I know I'm sorry, but this matters, right? My kids will appreciate me saying that, right? Like, not cursing, but like, you grill me down to the point. You grill me down. I don't care if I make 10 videos and you don't understand it, ask the question again, right? To the point that you feel satisfied with my answer, right? Don't judge your results or your passion, stuff like that, because you like me, because I'm a cool guy, right? that doesn't do anything, because I could be a cool guy and still rug your ass, right? Like just be smart. Once again, I'm not bashing any projects out there or any stuff like that. I always, like I said in last stream and other streams, I wish everybody the best, because I feel like everybody should have a shot of things, but don't be stupid. Do your research, do your due diligence. And listen, at the end of the day, we know there's one thing out there. It's Richard Hart's products. It is legit. He's proven it to himself. We have 2 years of doing this, and we know where we're going, right? That doesn't mean that you can't invest in other things, but it means you do 10 times more of the research you did with Hex, right? You do 20 times more research than you did with Pulse Chain and Pulse X, right? Because at the end of the day, he's proven his record. He's proven what he's done with the OA and this and everything else. He's proven it, right? I think everybody else, I don't care if you're a Hexagon or not, you gotta prove yourself.
One. The reason that's so damned important, that specific point, is because, to the very best of our knowledge, he is the only one in the entire space who has proven what he has proven. There is no one else. Now, I don't want to. You're
talking about Richard Hart.
Yeah, I'm talking about Richard Hart. I don't want to put him up on a pedestal and call him God or whatever. I'm not worshiping the man, but objectively, he's the only person in the space known to me who has proven the things he has proven. Yeah. That's just the way it is. If someone else comes along, well, I can't wait.
And so, Marco,
you want to just say, people, just like I said, not hating nobody, because I know people like to twist words, not blocking any project, all that stuff. I'm just, be real. Like, just be smart about what you guys do. And that's it. Have fun, make your gains, do whatever you got to do, but be smart, because there's no reset button, guys. And once something is gone, it's gone. Not saying it will be. You just never know, right? Like, this is, I think, more than ever, you do not tippy-toe around things. You set your ground. You research, you ask your questions, you do what you got to do. I don't care if you love the person or not, you still do it, right? Richard comes up with something new tomorrow or next week. I'm going to do my research again, even though I love the guy. I promise him, I'm still going to do it. Just let's not get blind for things, right? Like let's come down from cloud 9 and let's ground ourselves, and really, now it's more than ever it's important before things get launched to really do your research and really go ham on that. So I just want to say that, real quick.
No,
okay, so I wanted to speak to some of the things you said, and I respect, I respect what you're saying. Yeah. I don't ask that people agree with me. That would be a nightmare if I ended up in an echo chamber. That being said, I will shit on your shit coins, and I will call out exactly how they are defrauding my audience.
Absolutely. If you have to, go ahead. Absolutely.
Because I love it when, actually I don't love it when my audience gets defrauded, and that's something I care very much about. I wouldn't be doing this for free as much as it can be, and people know my finances, I think, super well. I'm not taking a profit on the conference. Future Us and I built a front end for Hex where we take no fee, and the YouTube channel pays for itself. So, I'm happy to get paid off of Hex and Hex alone, Hex staking. My first $100 and every $100 that I put into Hex went down to about $30. You know how great that felt? Not very good. Yeah. And I had to wait a year. I had to wait a year and a half, 2 years before before I started to see profit. And so so I think that there's a huge incentive. And so here's one way that I would maybe it's like a good template for people to look at. Some people aren't vampires until they become vampires, right? And so when we've all built this awesome community, like developed all these, great relationships with people, unfortunately, some people become corrupted. Some people lose their way. Some people are technically wrong, and they start spreading misinformation. They start priming people with cool stories that are profitable to them. And that's why I go back to this concept of conflict of interest. Part of critical thinking and understanding, especially the crypto space, is what is the conflict of interest? Richard Hart has less, in my opinion, conflict of interest than any other founder in crypto. He's staked his reputation on this. He has put his face on everything. He is out there answering questions, responding to DMs, building game theory, like being the founder that we need, and taking responsibility. Richard is accountable for the information that he shares and for the code, that he allows people, that he created and then we run ourselves, right? And we're all very lucky, and he said that yesterday too. He said he's lucky that everything has worked out, really, and he's not sure if it's luck or good preparation meeting opportunity. But lightning doesn't always strike twice in the same place, and so when I see certain things like Hedron, especially like liquid loans, at least, but I haven't really caught them giving misinformation, and maybe I like them a little bit better because it seems like they didn't come out firing shots or anything at broadcasters. But I really, really, really dislike Hedron for their intellectual dishonesty. And I really, at this moment, kind of dislike Staker App for their intellectual dishonesty. And that's a big deal to me as an academic and somebody who is out here. I'm not taking a fee. Staker App's taking a fee, right? And so that pisses me off. And I am going to keep talking about it because I think it's important that we understand that there aren't good people and bad people in the world. It's people are influenced by their people, places, and things. And so when you tune into broadcasters who are being intellectually dishonest or who are giving you cool stories and narratives that aren't necessarily true, they're using psychology and tactics to sell you things because they have a conflict of interest and because it benefits them. It makes me sick, and I'm going to speak out against it.
So I guess the context of that, I would imagine that it wouldn't make you sick if the likes of crypto and hex and that didn't exist in the world. If all we had was the zero-sum game, then surely we would all be like, well, how else are you going to get any money to feed your kids and stuff? You got to charge a fee, right? That's where we all come from. That's all we've ever known since we were little amoebas, I would imagine. And that's the whole thing with this paradigm thing, is that is really no longer the case. And I feel even as I'm saying that, I'm like, nah, bro, nah, come on. It has to be the case. I mean, how could that possibly not be the case? You're talking about the laws of physics, the conservation of energy, the whole, everything. But it seems to be in socially supported and governed currencies, it seems to be the case now that it doesn't have to be zero sum. Almost everything's delivered.
Yes. Yeah, this is brand new. The world
it's really hard to accept and wrap your head around, probably because I'm wrong, but it doesn't feel like it. It's yeah. Anyway, with the encapsulated stake thing, I didn't think you were going to name specific things, but I was going to say that there's at least 3 functional encapsulated stake systems or things you can use to encapsulate stakes known to me right now, functioning online. So I was going to say we're not specifically targeting any in particular, but I'll just say I'm not particularly targeting anything in particular. But so to the core of why it's an issue, Maddie and I have spoken about this. It's simply this idea that if you have a hex stake encapsulated, what we mean by that is a stake that can be, the ownership of the stake can be moved. It can be moved to a different wallet without emergency instaking or whatever, right? So there's all kinds of different ways that can be done. There's been talk about using NFTs to do it. Gnosis is a contract that lets you do it with, and Staker App does it. And what's the other one? I drafted my own contract to do it at one point, but never released it because I thought too dangerous, too stupid. Point is, if you can take a stake it out for 5555, which in the case of encapsulated stakes, you'd be crazy not to. And then you can just, like at any time, just sell that for some market value. then you're cheating yourself out of what you would have got from the delayed gratification, for one thing, right? So this exponential, oh, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble breathing a little bit at the moment.
Drink some water.
Yeah, you were in
because
a bike accident.
I got my stomach here smashed pretty hard by the handlebars. Yeah, I'm fine. It's the second time I've done it, actually.
No more motorcycles, bro.
It's just a scooter. I was being a total idiot this time. The first time I didn't see it coming, this time I was being a total idiot. But anyway, so within what was I saying? Encapsulated stakes. Yeah, so if you can sell it before you actually wait the 5555 days and get whatever you can get for it, well, that's now created a whole different market that didn't exist before this encapsulated stake thing existed. Now, that's coming, I believe, regardless of what we want and what we think is best or not best for Hex. It just seems inevitable. I personally, I was saying to Maddie before, I think in the grand scheme of things that such a market would still be a very small percentage of the market in terms of the pure Hex contract and these other, and because there'll be multiple different encapsulated stake systems, engines, things around. But at the end of the day, they're all going to have to take some kind of a fee or cost you more. I mean, even a Gnosis safe, they don't take a fee. It's a decentralized contract, but you have to pay quite a bit more gas to make anything happen in a Gnosis wallet than you would have with just a MetaMask wallet. So it's a negative externality, what Wave 3 was talking about. So if you expose yourself to negative externalities, yes, you'll be able to, in some cases, cash out sooner than you would have been able to, but you are going to be shooting yourself in the foot. Now, personally, you see, this is the thing, like the delayed gratification lesson is by far the most powerful lesson I'm slowly learning in my life to date, in terms of finance at least. And, I got to say, the idea that I don't have to wait the whole 10 years, because those of you who don't know, I didn't know about staking ladders and things, and Hex was so cheap, I just staked everything out 10 years and then 15 years after that. And I have a staking ladder that we did, after Hex had like 5,000 X or something or other. So Hex hasn't made us a lot of money at all. We got to wait, my wife and I. So, the idea that if those had been encapsulated or if T-shares had been tradable or whatever, it's very dear to my heart. But at the same time, I know damn well that if I could just take my stake and sell it to someone and get, I don't know, 5 million now instead of God only knows how much later on, I'm pretty sure I'd do it, 52, da-da-da-da-da. And I think, and this is what Maddie's talking about, it breaks that, the being able to do that breaks the entire ethos, the truth engine, it just, dissolves right in front of your eyes if you don't have to stick to it anymore. But the counter of that to me is that, nothing's for free, and people who freely make those choices in the market will be selling themselves short. And so I think that still supports the overall lesson of delaying gratification, because they'll be able to see later on what the person who bought that thing off them ended up getting out of it. They'll feel like, oh, damn, maybe I shouldn't have sold that thing.
You're the smartest person I know when it comes to the Hex contract.
That's
straight up, like. And so I really value.
Okay, I'll accept the contract, but not the whole. No. Yes, okay, fair enough.
And there are a number of things I can point to say that you really taught me something that I didn't even understand because the game theory was so deep. And you've read every single line of code in the Hex contract, and were able to make a front end. You did not charge a fee. You did not charge any amount of money to create tshare.app. and you made a number of other front ends that also do not take a fee. You did not charge anything, and so
I'm very
on
not
this
good at
topic in
taking
particular,
praise.
I appreciate your guidance, because I have been open, to the possibility that tradable stakes are really bad for Hex. Maybe they're really good for Hex. I mean, I've really had an open mind about it. Go back 10 or 11 months and you'll see I was making videos about encapsulated stakes. I was saying in the first Hex conference 14 months ago that we should be building onto Hex without charging a fee, without creating our own shitcoins, and building mental health into money, creating other ways to change our own behavior other than changing our saving behavior by immutably time locking, but also behavior locking maybe someday. So there are things that maybe could be built in the future. I pitched an idea on Twitter Spaces and I think also on this YouTube channel once about doing a perpetual T-share where you could allocate, for me, I might allocate 3% of my total Hex bag to a special contract that would, every time I end staked, it would make me pay the gas to restake my principal at the same time. And
so to give you a portion of the interest and then restake as part of the contract code, and there'd be nothing you could do about it if you wanted to get that principal out. It's going to restake, so perpetually.
I would be building into the blockchain what I say, which is I would like some of my Hex gains to be generational wealth, and then it would be more provable and it would be more honest, in my opinion, and we'd be adding to the truth engine. We would be adding to programming mental health into money that Hex already does, and that would be a way.
Sure.
But when I think about even taking 0.1% of a fee, or even I even thought even 1/10,000% of a fee would be too much.
A fee,
because we are dealing with what could be exponential gains, and it is not worth it. All of my time and energy, even creating something that would be so great, I wouldn't feel comfortable taking that much money, as I know at 1/10,000% it could be a massive amount of money in the future of the Hex ecosystem. So of course it makes me sick when I see people wanting 8% of people's bags, 3%, 0.5% even. These are going to be massive numbers.
20%.
Yeah.
There are other examples. There's a 10%, there's a 20%, and there's another one that's as yet unknown, but at least 21%. These various games and things built on top. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I have the it's an adversarial marketplace. People are going to do whatever people are going to do, and I'm just so impressed by the game theory that's wrapped up in the whole Hex contract and the way the community has learned it and understood it and really run with it. And I just see, encapsulated stakes, they may have some kind of direct effect on the price, in terms of buy pressure, sell pressure, all that kind of thing. But I'm pretty confident a couple of things. Firstly, what I said already is that, if you sell the thing short, that's just going to be another way you're going to be learned that delayed gratification was worth it and you shouldn't have sold. And the other thing is that I think that just the onboarding velocity of new people being done by Hexicans promoting the main contract will probably far outstrip the supply of available encapsulated stakes on the market. And the supply of T-shares in that sense is kind of infinite on the Hex side, because if you want them, you just buy them. Whereas on the encapsulated side, someone has to be selling them before you can buy them. And no one's going to be able to sell them for more than the T-share price on the main Hex contract, because that would just be dumb. Why wouldn't you just go to the main Hex contract and buy them there? And it's an externality. It can be negative, it can be positive, but I'm fairly confident, and I agree with you in principle. The purist in me agrees with everything you've said totally in principle. But I'm pretty confident, having given it more thought than I thought it would take, that ultimately market forces and S-curve acceleration and stuff like that, and first mover advantage, network effect, all the rest of it that the main contract has. It seems to me that things like Hedron, for example, assuming there's no bugs and there's no rug pull and everything else, will provide an escape mechanism for people that need it, which, in some cases is probably going to be a good thing. And they will be an externality. They'll do what they do, and they kind of harm the ethos and the purity and everything else. But the percentage of the overall market, I don't think is going to be huge. I really don't. Every way I look at it, the math just says, because they're only just getting started now. Hex is 2 years in, just about to go viral, right?
Yeah.
So,
well, don't underestimate middlemen and their fees and their ability to get stuff done when they're motivated. We're competing with people who are very hungry for mad gains, and some of us are very comfortable, and so I would caution the community that remember, the mad gains that you get in Hex are minted from yourself, and your behavior influences the system. And so when you split your buy pressure between two different ticker symbols, you are cutting the buy pressure in half, which influences the price. When you are trading stakes and eating up that awesome APY for a Quattro Cinco stake, but you're not doing the work that it takes, you are not only hurting yourself, but you are also hurting the system. And so it is uncertain whether Hex will be the #1 cryptocurrency, whether it will succeed, whether it will get mass adoption. It depends on us onboarding people, on us protecting the truth engine, on us supporting each other and finding ways to stay busy. We're going to get bored. We're not going to like waiting. We're going to throw tantrums. We are going to make mistakes. And some of us will be corrupted because we're so bored, because we're not adjusting well to the sudden wealth syndrome. We're not dealing with our mad gains. We're getting paranoid. We're staking too much. I mean, there's staking too much syndrome, where you feel like you're missing out, that everybody else is getting their gains. There are so many psychological reactions that people can have when this new world is opened up to us, where we have the tools we need, and now it's up to us to use them correctly. And so
Hex
trading,
purists everywhere have a Maddie ALLin on our team proliferating this good message, and which only gives me more confidence that I don't want to say that. Okay, that I'm right. It's going to be okay.
And I hear what you're saying, and it could very well be that encapsulated stakes don't totally break Hex, that they don't eat all the buy pressure, and that people never know how good Hex could have been if the automated market maker were to do its job and all the buy pressure go to one ticker symbol, and everybody who's time locked doesn't get to create an inflation bug where you're getting to sell your supply early ahead of everybody else if you have a Gnosis wallet. I mean, there are so many ways that we could go wrong, but I'm encouraged so far because there are 380 people watching, thousands on the replay, and I'm not willing to stream and talk about mental health and go up to 600 people face to face and tell them that this is about digital scarcity, and then come on the show and hear people promoting and me not speak up against these tradable shares.
Fair enough.
You don't deserve mad gains in Hex if you don't understand the idea of digital scarcity and time locking.
Yep. So tradable shares will put a dent in the scarcity of T shares, but it won't be huge.
but they'll add to the supply of what people can buy.
It is a negative externality. It will.
It's a negative externality.
Totally agree. But
er,
I don't think, and I was really worried about it. I was like, oh, that's it.
I was more
the
worried
Hex contract's screwed. These encapsulated stakes are just going to mess up all the game theory, blah, 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 blah. And when you just look at the mechanics, this mechanic, and then you add this mechanic to it, it does look like that. From a purely but if you include time, network effect, how many people are already in unencapsulated stakes, the timing of the virality, everything else, it's like, oh, it fades to a little tiny blip, and it's just one of those things.
As I was telling you earlier today, this could be the difference between our 10 million X and 5 million X. So if you're putting $100 into Hedron, you're supporting cutting everybody's mad gains in half, in my opinion, because you're splitting buy pressure. And remember how freemium works. Remember how vampire attacks work. We're doing it to Ethereum, and other people are doing it to us. So
you're right.
When you lose
if guns
users,
were legal in this country, I would be legally allowed to shoot myself in my own foot. It's just the way it is.
I would try to stop you, but
I'm sure you would.
Respectably so.
What I would say though is, it's still, I understand how you feel about those things, but it's still up to the individual to make the decisions though. I feel like
so I'm gonna airdrop people something called Heed token, which is for anybody who doesn't claim Hedron, and it's for people who are heeding this math that don't split a ticker symbol by pressure, and I'll let you continue here. I wanted to say, even Richard said yesterday that encapsulated stakes, and I'm paraphrasing, and go back and listen to it yourself. Even encapsulated stakes, they might hurt the buy pressure, but it's not the end of the world.
Yeah. So but once again, I don't sponsor any project, anything like that. It's not my cup of tea, right? But when it comes to Hedron or stuff like that, right? Maybe you don't need it. I might not need it. I'm not saying I don't, not right, because I don't really look at it like that. Future might not need it, or anybody in the chat, but there are other people that might be interested in it. It might help them out. It might be another way of them doing things, or even a encapsulated stakes, right? Do I ever see myself using it? No, I don't need it. I just stake, I do it, I wait for my time, I get it, right? That's me. That's my strategy, right? But down the road, there might be people where that might be the best option for them, right? And like I said, I don't support. I don't look at the codes. I don't.
But it's an unfinished project. So
there's been tons of times in my life. I remember this time I was in the department store, and I saw the stereo I really wanted, and I had a credit card, and if I didn't have that credit card, I never would have been able to buy that damn stereo. That's the kind of thing Marco's talking about here, right? Yeah. Sometimes you just need to do something.
What I'm saying is this, right? Sometimes it doesn't. It might not be very good for Hex in general, right? Now, like you said, would it hurt it? Would it destroy it? No, it did not, because at the end of the day, Hex is Hex, and it's going to keep it.
Could do that.
It could hurt it, right? And sometimes it can. Anything can hurt Hex, right? But at the end of the day, right? I still feel like it's people's choice to make, right? We can't, me personally, right? We cannot say not financial advice, but then,
people are coming to us. We're the experts. Yeah. We're the ones who have to tell the truth, because everybody else is getting paid to tell lies.
Sure.
So
I don't think Maddie's
to tell the truth.
I see that Maddie's passionate, but I don't detect a tyranny or a hit the like button or get out. But I think if you're with Hedron, maybe you're okay.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know, and this is liquid loans. I don't really talk about it much. Hedron, I don't talk about it much. I don't talk about. You can look at my tweets, all that stuff. I don't really. I'm all about Richard Hart, right? Right when you look at my name, Richard Hart Maxi, right? That's what I care about. That's all I care about, right? But me personally, I don't block anybody from doing anything, right? Now, if I know something is 100% scam, or I got proof something is a scam and stuff like that, by all means, you're gonna hear me shout about it all day, 24/7, stuff like that, right? But that's just me, right? Me personally, I feel like people should be able to decide what they want to go into, unless you have full 100% definite proof about something. that did, a project's doing this or doing that, then we could like scream up in the air about it, right? That's just me. That's just how I operate.
Okay,
How I do
so should
things,
we go
right?
over that? Let me check in with my friends real quick so we can go over that.
Yeah.
I'd like it if we didn't name specific projects. I think that's bad form.
Yeah.
I enjoy the conversation around.
I just wish
talking about
Maddie
encapsulate.
So.
Oh, haven't you? Oh, I thought you had too. I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying that maybe
on.
she's just let me finish instead of walking away. But I'll wait.
I actually also thought you had finished, so I guess he must have. Yeah, we'll wait then. We'll wait. I'll wait with you. Yeah.
I'm in somebody else's house, and I wanted to check to see him because I had plans, but I'm breaking them to continue this conversation. So excuse me for that.
Yeah.
I didn't see him, so maybe they left, but it's all good.
Yeah. So, Maddie, I think you and I kind of heard a pause in what Marco was saying and thought he'd finished with his point, but turns out he's not. He's got more to say. So
yeah, like I was saying, it's just like just at the end of the day, like I just want us to be careful, like what we say about people, how we do things, or how we block certain things, stuff like that, because. Like I said, unless we have 100% of the facts, stuff like that, then by all means you do what you got to do, right? But
so let's say that you had a store and you didn't want to sell a certain product there.
Sure.
So you would define that as blocking it because you're not featuring an item. Let's say that you thought it was bad for people. Like let's take tobacco cigarettes. So if you have a you're selling Bibles or you're selling let's just say a bookstore. And you don't want to sell cigarettes, are you blocking cigarette sales because you're not taking it upon yourself to sell them?
No, I get what you're saying. So like, let's say for example, right? I have a store. I don't want to sell cigarettes and stuff like that. That's fine. It's my store. It's my customers walking into the store, stuff like that. There's a difference between doing that and then running and going to the sidewalk and yelling up in the air, "Don't buy cigarettes. This is a scam. Is this, and this." That's a little different. That's going up and beyond your belief inside your store. That's just doing more than that, right? Unless, like I said, isn't
that allowed to
no,
yell
of course,
and
of course.
say,
Yeah, of course.
It is completely allowed.
It goes both, but it does go both ways too, right?
It has consequences too.
Like, yeah, exactly, right? It
Social
goes both ways.
consequences.
Like, it's allowed. Like people could open another business next to you, right? And decide to sell cigarettes, right, and stuff like that, and that should be okay too, right? Because nobody owns the block, right? Like, you own your business, you're on that block. Somebody's next to you selling cigarettes, stuff like that. That's fine. Like, if a customer decides to walk that way, fine. Like, I think that should be allowed. Like, if somebody wants to walk in to say your shop and whatever, and they want to walk up to the next person's shop. If you walk in front of that shop and you're going like this, no, you can't walk into there. You can't see what's there. I don't think that's right. Like,
so you think that's what I'm doing?
No, I'm just saying in general. I'm just saying in general.
These projects are being intellectually dishonest. I don't even think I've gotten to the evidence.
No.
I'll say it. I actually do think that you're bordering on.
Yeah, I'm not saying just you in general.
I'm gatekeeping.
I'm talking about everybody.
No,
right?
no.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm talking about everybody in general, right? But in this case, like we were just talking about before, where you're slamming a certain particular product and stuff like that, that's fine, right?
Which one are you upset about?
I guess the one you were talking about, like Hedron or whatever it was, right? Like,
who cares?
Like you have to, like me personally,
because I want to address the technical merits. I don't want, and I want the audience to know what I'm talking about, because we've tried the talking in general thing, and it just creates enemies of everybody, and then nobody gets educated. These projects, what they're doing is they're specifically choosing what information to share.
But Maddie, it's opinion. It's opinion.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
unfortunately, even if it's dead true, you have no way of proving it here on the stream, and thus it can only ever be transmitted as opinion.
I have no way of
and
proving
that is a problem.
That they mischaracterized what Richard said. That they
we're talking about Richard, right? Richard don't make decisions for us, right? Like, so let me just say this.
I'm not talking about Richard making decisions. I'm talking about intellectual dishonesty.
Yeah. But my thing is this. So this is what I want to say real quick, right? So, for example, right? If you feel that certain way, and if they say that's how you feel, right? then the best way to do it, right, and to get down the bottom of it is then have, and I'm not picking this project. Like I said, once again, I'm not sponsored by anybody. They get the creator of Hedron on here, and then have.
That's not what Richard does. That's
no,
not
but
what
forget
works.
about Richard. We're talking about
That's
Maddie.
not what works.
We're talking about
show me
right?
how that works.
It's very simple,
Give me
right?
examples.
What I'm saying is this. For example,
What?
if you feel strong about once again this particular project Hedron, right? Like I said, I'm not defending nobody. I'm investing in Richard
That's
Hart
okay.
stuff,
We get it.
right?
We get it.
I just want to repeat this, right?
Yeah.
If you feel that way, right, and you have your beliefs, your strong beliefs, and all that stuff,
Yeah.
and have the guy from Hedron here, you got to have the opposite side be able to defend themselves too, because whatever you learned about that particular person or that particular project, whatever it is,
I don't have to do anything.
not
That's
saying
the
you
best
have
part
to.
of having FU money. That's the best part of being
but
financially
you're not
free,
understanding
is
what I'm
that
saying.
I don't have to do what random members of the audience say, and I'm allowed to have my own opinions and to do things my own way. So like, no, I don't have to do things
But how can you say? But my thing is
your
this, how can you
way
say-
or anybody else's way.
No,
like,
no, but
I
that's
don't.
That's not what we're saying. My thing is this: how can
What
you
are you
say
saying?
about being free-minded and free this and therapy and all that stuff, but you won't have a full open discussion about a certain like a certain particular subject? Even if you hate the subject, we should still be able to talk about it. You get what I'm saying? Because let's say, for example,
I'm the one who gets the hate. I'm the one who has to deal with the blowback.
We all
So
do.
I get
We
to
all do.
decide how much I talk about stuff and when.
Yeah.
If I don't want to have somebody who I think is intellectually dishonest on my program to poison my users, then I'm following in Richard Hart's tracks, and that seems to work. So
but-
when
but the
people
thing is,
come
Richard-
and like tell me what I need to do and like how I need to do it,
no, we're not saying that. We're not
that
saying that.
doesn't. That
What I'm
doesn't
saying
seem
is
very
this.
helpful.
No,
Like
what I'm
that-
saying, what I'm saying is
what are
this,
you
right?
saying?
Let me just finish, right? So what I'm saying is, if that's how you feel, right, and let's say you don't like Hedron because of your beliefs or whatever it is, once again, we're just using an example, right? There might be that one thing or two things that you might not understood fully because you never had the chance to fully understand it. And let's say you did have, let's say the Hedron, whoever owns it, whatever it is, explain it, their version of it. You might have a aha moment to be like, oh, now you might change your ways of thinking about it, right? You never see Richard Hart block all his haters or all his many enemies he hates. No, he gets them on stream and he debates them and stuff like that, and then proves them wrong. And then there were scams or there were this or this and that. That's what I'm just saying. I'm not saying you how to run your channel or anything like that. That's your channel, right? I'm just saying, like,
I think you
have
are
to-
telling me how to run my channel,
I'm
and like,
not.
and I have you here because
No, I
value
think
your
I think
opinion.
I think that Marco and myself sitting here,
I don't
usually quiet in the background, just trying to remind you of the natural consequences of social interaction, and lessons we've learned from sticking
Sure.
our neck out when we shouldn't have. I think that's all we're trying to do. And
Yeah.
and you know, and you're writing this line
I
between
mean,
passion,
yeah,
passion, belief,
I don't have
and
to put in endless hours to all this stuff, but the reason I do it is for intellectual honesty. And when
but-
y'all
Madam-
like future us and I were able to have a super productive conversation earlier today where we got to the technical merits. But what we're doing right now is just kind of like arguing about,
Yeah, but
what
I'm not-
allowed
that's-
to say or not
I-
say. and,
that's
like,
true,
I'm
Maddie,
not
Maddie,
so
Maddie.
and
But in
not
private,
passionate.
Future, future,
in
hold on.
private,
Let me
I'm
just-
happy to.
Let me say
Can I
this,
just
Vic.
say this?
Go ahead, go
Okay,
ahead.
you say that, but I'll forget this.
All right,
but
go ahead,
I
go
always
ahead.
talk. Okay, so just very quickly, the real point of contention here for me is that in private, I can name specific projects, and voice opinions about them to you. In public, I just don't think that is a good idea. And not only that, but I have much more interest in discussing the generalities of the ideas and the pros and the cons, and I don't see any need at all to point out specific people or examples or anything like that. And I can only just see that causing friction and creating enemies. I get your point that, Richard, when he sees that something isn't, blah, 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 and he gets them on the show or whatever, he'll just, say it. But, well, I guess that's what Marco was saying, how many times has Richard said this guy or that guy is an idiot and he hasn't had them on the show
Yeah.
previously?
Yeah, and then
Maybe
so-
that's the distinction.
Yeah, and I just want to clear this up, right? So
How many times? I don't
I don't know. It's just a
I
question.
don't understand what you're saying.
So
You're saying that he's done that a lot or done that a little?
Well, I don't think he
all
talks
the
about
time.
specific people and saying that guy's an idiot or that guy's an idiot unless he's had personal interaction.
You
with
remember
that
when he
person.
said, "I got bodyguards now. I can say whatever I want," and then he went in on everybody? Do you remember that stream?
He can say whatever he wants.
No, what I'm
But-
saying. So what I'm saying. Let me cut in for you real quick. So to make this clear, right? I'm not trying to tell you how to run your channel, because at the end of the day, it's your channel, right? Like, it's not my channel, it's your channel, right? I'm giving you an opinion. That's all, right? It's not a fact. It's not factual. It's not, hey, you have to do it this way. Because at the end of the day, it's your channel. You worked very hard on this, right? And nobody could take that away from you, right? What I'm saying is this. I'm just throwing my 2 cents where if you feel strongly about these certain things, right? Because like you said, to run this channel, you should give your audience 100% honesty and integrity and protect them and this and that. But most of all, and don't forget this, your emotions should be out of the equation entirely. You should not do certain things and base it more on emotions than just mostly facts. You know,
As,
so what I'm
as
saying
advice
is
for your own
exactly,
sort of mental
because now
health
it's
and
just more you just and don't take this the wrong way. You don't want to look like you're throwing tantrums around without having 100% fact of why you're throwing these tantrums. You understand what I mean?
Okay,
So what
well,
I'm saying is this.
I wanted
Hold on, let me
to
just
I
finish
wanted
with
to
the
talk
link
about
to
the technical merits.
Sure.
That's what Quant Gang started out
Of course.
as math.
Let
And
me
you're
just finish
talking
real
about
quick.
feelings, which is great, but like I can be passionate and still talk about math. But you keep
Yeah,
saying
we-
the same thing that
we hit a
I'm being
roadblock when-
emotional, and so maybe that's not helpful for you. But
Yeah.
I would like to get back to the facts.
Yeah. So all I'm saying is this, right?
Can we do it without naming specific projects?
Yeah, forget about
that's
any of
what I
that,
would
right?
ask.
All I'm saying is this. It's just very simple. It's just very simple, right? If you feel certain ways about certain things, right? Make sure you have a full way of doing it, and then have the person that you disagree with, maybe have them on, and you guys go back and forth about it, right? So you have the full understanding of everything, and your chat has full understanding of how they feel, how they move, or whatever it is, and then everybody could come to some type of conclusion. But if you don't feel like you like something or you don't like something, and then somebody else has a different opinion, they get upset and they shut them down on it, then it's not really a full, honest discussion. It's more becoming one-sided. So I think that's where it is. You know, I think at the end of the day, everybody should be able to say what they want to say. And if somebody doesn't like it, fine. You know, if you have the facts or proof or whatever it is, have that discussion, right? And I think the most important thing is an open discussion, right? And that's it. I'm not saying, hey, if you know somebody's 100% scammer, have them on your show. No. I'm not saying any of that, right? Like, keep them off the damn show, right? I'm just saying is like, just make sure we have all the full facts, all the full details, all that stuff before we push out our mindset on certain things. Because at the end of the day, like you said, at the end of the day, your thought and the way you run your channel is a responsibility of your chat, right? You just
like
have
I am
to,
legally responsible for what happens on this channel. So yeah,
Exactly.
I do take it very seriously.
absolutely. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
And
you guys are not. So
no, I know that, right?
No, I've never
But-
taken anything more serious on this channel than this, Maddie. And here's the thing, look,
Yeah.
I understand.
look, distilling it down, it's like this. If you talk negative about people that can't defend themselves while you're doing it, or in some forum that's been set up to allow them to do it in a fair way, then as a broadcaster, I'm sorry, man, but that's abuse of power. It is abuse of power.
I think in
have the
academia,
voice,
people
they
write
don't.
review articles and they criticize each other, and that is thought to further, the intellectual
I
discussion.
agree, and that's great, and that's why I mentioned that this is the forum set up and to enable them to do that. Where do we go? Where do we go to get the head drum side of this? You're going to post.
Remember, like I said, this is
where-
not
invite them on the show.
like go to their channel, man. Like,
Yeah.
don't come to a Hex channel and don't go to like a haircut and try to get food. Like what? Like
no.
what
So
is?
I want to let me say this, Future, real quick. So
No, go.
once again, I didn't, Future didn't mention Hedron at all. You did. Not at all.
Correct. Yeah, I
Exactly.
told you I'm gonna start calling out people who are being intellectually dishonest.
Sure. So then we're just having this. You brought up Hedron, So we have.
So if you guys don't want to discuss specific projects, then just say that.
No.
I'll do my own shows where I discuss it.
There's a context here. If you want to make an accusation, make the accusation. But
Yeah.
we came into this to talk about encapsulated stakes, and now we're talking about intellectual dishonesty.
Yeah, we're talking about examples of encapsulated stakes that people are putting their money into now, this week, last week. We're talking about, you know, people taking from the buy pressure of Hex. We're talking about, you know, there's a reason for a dip right now, and
absolutely,
you know, that's what we normally talk about on the show. Is
okay, well, if that's what you want to talk about, state the accusation.
I don't think
observations that we have.
I'm not, like, once again, I don't want you to think like I'm for Hedron or these other coins and stuff like that, because, like I said, when I tweet, you look at my tweets. I don't delete anything I write. Right? I 100%. I don't agree with a lot of these projects coming out at the same time, doing the sacrifices at the same time, doing all that stuff. But it does hurt Hex and the performance of what Richard Hart is doing. It overshadows a lot of things he's doing. I clearly said that, and that's on my tweet. I don't change that. Like, I'm 100% Richard Hart maxi. Don't forget that, right? What I'm saying is, if you're going to, and once again, I didn't bring up Hedron. You did. You're going to bring it up and you spit out your feelings about it, sure. I should have an opinion to be able to talk about the subject you brought up. Future should be able to, and chat should be able to. It's not, you could bring it up and then I can't say or ask a question about it, or Future can't.
What's your question?
There's not a question. It's just my response or my opinion or whatever it is. Like, if I should be able to.
I agree. And further,
hypothetical. So you just gave an example. But a question, but you don't have a question. So that's not a good example.
He mentioned several things. Look, Maddie, if we can't talk about things okay, so we've got two choices. Let's say we don't like Hedron for academic or personal reasons. So we talk about those.
It's not personal.
And so it's like, just hang on, but let's just say, in a metaphorical sense, right? So it's like Hedron this, Hedron that, Hedron blah, 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 blah. Or we could just talk about, in general terms, the types of things that Hedron's doing, how they're doing it, and blah, 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 without mentioning Hedron. And maybe they might be listening, and maybe we might come up with a good idea that changes the path they take, which is sure as hell not going to happen now because they're just flat-out enemies. It's dumb. You know what I'm saying? You've made an enemy out of them. I say that as a friend. And that's what you wanted to do. Ultimately, I mean, you've made it pretty clear. You really don't appreciate what they're doing and how they're doing it, and you think they're being intellectually dishonest, and that is your belief, your opinion, and that is fine. I have no problem with that. You are more than welcome to that, and I love you for it. I haven't got a
chance to talk about it because
problem is, hang on.
But
the problem is by doing that, you've already made. You've set yourself on one side of a line, and there's us versus them. So now what is there to talk about? How can we have a balanced, even conversation about the woes and, you know, the pros and cons and is it dishonest or isn't dishonest or anything when we're now standing on opposite sides of a line? The opportunity for dialogue is kind of, well, what you believe versus what they believe. What you believe versus we don't even know what they believe, actually, right? So let me be clear. I don't have any problem at all. I really, truly don't. You've got an opinion. You've got reasons for it. You're passionate about it, and that is cool, man. That's being human in a free freaking world, and that's awesome. I might agree with you. I might disagree with you. That's fine. But once you state an opinion, once you put yourself on a side of a line and say, I stand here against you, then how can we have conversation?
I don't know. How did Richard go from hating Ethereum to promoting it and then creating his own thing that was better and made us all millionaires? How did that happen?
Well, because maybe we shouldn't try to be Richard.
Because people change their point of view, and because sometimes people are right and it's not popular.
Yeah, you can say it and you can be right.
One second.
But
let me cut it.
Having done that,
right? Let me. I want to make sure about something. Okay. All right. And these people in the chats, because some people in the chat saying some fucked up, stupid shit, right?
No, they always do.
Yeah. No, I just want to make this clear, okay? One, I am not a yes man, okay? Maddie, nobody here, nobody anywhere pays me for my time or for anything I do, okay?
Amen.
Everything I have ever tweeted or shared or put my time and my sweat and tears, I do it because for the community and because I like it, okay? So let's not get this twisted, okay? once again, I'm saying if we're going to speak about something, you have to hear both sides of the story. I never said, Maddie, what you said, or anybody else, for example, you are wrong, you're 100% wrong, you cannot speak your mind. No, I'm not saying any of that. Call those people out. If they're scammers, call them out. We've been doing it for the longest, right? But hear both sides of the story. That's all I'm saying. You had to have a discussion. You have to hear both sides of the stories. That's it. You know,
you can't invite dialogue and at the same time
you
not
can't
invite
punch
the other people.
You can't punch somebody and expect to get punched back. You got to give a reason why you punch somebody. That's how I'm saying it. That's all. Like, you gotta move that way. Once again, I don't promote any of the other shits. I don't. You don't see me there telegrams talking, chatting, having fun. I don't do any of that stuff. By the end of the day, I'm a person. I'm a man. Like, if I'm going to talk bad about something, okay, hey, this is why I'm talking bad. A through Z, X, Y, and Z. I'm not going to just talk and not let anybody else explain why. It doesn't work that way. It's an opinion. That's it. Like, people get mad like it's a fact. No, I'm not saying no facts. It's an opinion. Just like you have an opinion, just like he has an opinion, everybody else in the chat. It's an opinion. Like,
opinions are fine.
People feel like they feel some way, and then they have to just go on only that way. It doesn't work that way, that guys. Like, it's an opinion. Like, where's the discourse? Where's the conversation? Like, if we're gonna be just blocking things to people, you're like, that's it. That's all I'm saying. So let's just not get that twisted. You know, it's a conversation.
So I heard you say that basically that if it's a scam, you cannot talk about it, but if it's not a scam, then you have to talk about it. Is that correct?
No,
No.
Out of context. Out of context.
Backwards, right? I'm saying if you know 100% it's a scam and stuff like that, by all means, you should not talk or say anything, right? It's a scam. Clearly, it's proven it's a scam, right?
Okay, I know devs who have said that.
Okay.
What do I do in that case?
I think I can break this down. I can break this down.
Go ahead, Feature.
So there's this saying. Yeah. Well, we all have our own opinions, which
remember,
of course we're all welcome
to. I'm not saying you had to do anything. I never said that since the beginning. I just give an opinion. I'm like, well, if that's how you feel, maybe have the person on the show. You guys could debate that. If you don't want to do that, by all means, you don't have to do that. It's your channel. So I said that to the beginning before I talked. So
he did, and
I said that multiple times before this. So
you did.
People say certain things that it's not true.
I think where Maddie's stuck on at the moment is he's feeling like we're trying to tell him what he can and can't do on his channel, and obviously we're not. So I want to try and address that. You see, if we all had, I want to try and address that. Marco has addressed it, death, and I agree with everything you say, but maybe I'll try a different angle. I don't know. If we happen to all think that the Hedron was a total scam, and we all agree with that, and that was our opinion, then we would have carried on probably and just blah, 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 and this wouldn't be happening, right? But we don't share that opinion. Now, from speaking for myself, the reason I don't share that as opinion is because I don't know. I haven't done the research yet. I'm sorry. Now, Manny, if you want to invite dialogue between myself and you publicly about something that I don't know anything about, that's fine. You can describe to me how it works and everything, and I can go, oh well, if that's true, then da 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 and blah blah blah. But
I would love that.
But yeah, I know you would, and I know that's where you wanted to go. But we hit a little snag because by just going that one extra step and sort of stating that I don't like them because, and then we didn't get the because we haven't let you say it.
Correct.
But right.
Thank you.
But that puts me in a position personally where I'm like, well, I'm not comfortable going ahead with this conversation because now I got to choose sides. Now
I respect that.
Right.
So I'm sorry.
And that's what you're detecting is we're blocking you from
correct.
That is why we're blocking
you.
because we're not comfortable going there, and that's what this is all about, really. So we can do it again,
well, I respect that.
But with a different understood context. Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you for clarifying.
That's what I want you to understand. Like, I'm not telling you, and I would never tell anybody how to run their channel, how to do this, because it's not my channel. Once again, but you have to understand something. Just like you said, you're fully responsible for what you say. Legally, well, we're on this channel with you, and if you're gonna say some stuff, not saying you was wrong, once again, understand you have two other people here too, and you never know what people could think. If you talk shit about Hedron or anything else, right? For example, and once again, we're here too. and I might not have an opinion or get to say anything. He might not be able to say anything, and that could be used against us too. You get what I'm saying? At least have this open discourse. And we're going to do that. That's all.
Yeah.
You know, because I got a reputation to uphold. He has a reputation to uphold, just like you, just like everybody else in the chat, right? Like, I don't want to make enemies of anybody for something I didn't say or I didn't even get to even have an opinion on. And if I have an opinion on it, I get backlash out of it, then what's the point of having a conversation to begin with?
Well, because we're going to always be attacked.
Sure.
So
but
I want to respect your guys's, you know, like boundaries. And so that's why doing this show on the fly, like it works out 9 out of 10 times. And then that one time, like it's difficult, but I love that we're working through it. And that's really, I see it as a strength because, you know, I think everybody can tell that we're all like a little bit frustrated, but I love that we're still here and we're still like trying to work it out.
There's a semantics and context little thing that was going on there before too. You know, like when we use the words like you can't do this and you have to do this and rah rah.
Yes.
And naturally you were taking them, you know, as direct meaning. But I think what Marco and I, the context we were in is if you want us to have this conversation with you, then you have to and you can't. That's probably, you know, where it really comes down to. And that's where the, you know, like on the one hand, we clearly hear Marco saying, look, I'm not telling you what you can or can't do.
Yeah, I said that multiple times. Yeah.
Yeah, which we believe, of course. And then in another sentence, something was taken directly and literally where he used the phrase, you know, if blah, 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 then you have to.
Yes.
I think I'm not great in social things, but I'm pretty. Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that's a pretty commonly used kind of way of talking, saying you have to do this and you have to do that. It's understood that the context is, you know, if you want me to agree with you or continue on this path with you, and it was a little bit nitpicky there, I thought. But other than that,
I mean, we're going over very technical concepts, so
I'm trying to get to it.
Yeah.
So
we're just kind of talking, but it's...
I look. I mean, yeah. This is. I mean, wow. This is crazy, right?
And hold on, before you continue, before people say let Maddie talk for so long, there's a good point where I didn't talk for almost 8-10 minutes straight. Everybody else was talking, so it just like people need to understand that. Like everybody has to get a chance to say something. Like let's just make that clear.
Yeah, I mean it's an organic conversation, right?
Exactly.
We're adults. We can figure out when we want to override somebody or when we need to pull back a little bit. You know, we don't need to be told how to do that, I hope. I forgot what I was saying, so it was clearly unimportant. So, yeah. Oh, I was going to say maybe we can talk about the technical stuff without bringing up specific dishonesties or opinions or things, if that's the conversation we want to have. Or maybe we can get more educated and then come back and give opinions. I don't know. But clearly, this had to be kind of figured out before we could move forward. These three people specifically. It feels to me like there's been a little breakthrough, and Maddie understands what we've been trying to tell him, and we understand what Maddie's issue was. Marco, are you feeling comfortable or still a bit beat up or pissed off?
I don't care. I'm just saying, like, go ahead. If you want to explain the details or the technicals that you wanted to get to, you can, if you want to.
Yeah, I don't know, time-wise, Maddie, I forget what the time zone difference is. Are we running out of time? Have we gone over time? Are we under time? Where are we at?
Well,
and do you want to have that conversation? Because then
I mean,
you don't have to...
I'm willing to, like, you know, make time for this community, and you know, I think starting, you know, opening the wound, now we have to do the surgery, right? Like, you know, can't just walk away from the operating table now.
Yeah, we've put the anesthesia in. They can't feel the pain so much anymore, so now we can rip into it. Yeah. Goodness me.
Marco, how are you feeling?
No, I'm good. I want to make sure, like, you understood. Like, I'm not trying to tell you how to run your channel or anything like that. I just want to make that clear, you know? It just, if you're going to ask a question, bring up something just like everybody else, we should be able to speak our mind about it too without getting pushback. If that's going to be the case, then why have the conversation to begin with? That's all.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that
I've been talked over on my show
misunderstanding.
like regularly to the point where like, you know, I'm okay with like because I, you know, like it doesn't bother me, it doesn't hurt my ego. Like I want to hear, like, the reason why I invite other people on is because I want to hear their opinions. But like going out and meeting other Hexicans, like I've gotten the comment way too often now, people saying like, I wanted to hear what you had to say on your show, but nobody ever let you say it. And that, you know, if you go back and watch, I don't know if you guys, I don't know if you, Marco, or if Karim or anybody like goes back and watches any of the episodes, but it's sometimes rare that I'm able to finish a thought, and you know, maybe I can do better in some way, but the bottom line is, you know, like I'm here for the community, and like I've alleged things and started to say things, and now that I have a better bearing on like what you guys are comfortable with in terms of, you know, speaking more to general points. I said earlier, and how we got off on this thread is that I don't want to speak in generalities, because then all 3 or 5 or a million projects come after me, all projecting that I was talking about them when I wasn't. But if you guys are more comfortable like not naming specific things, I will respect that, and we can talk about mechanisms of action. We can talk about, you know, we don't have to name particular people or projects.
Yeah,
in order to like
by all
critique
means,
the space.
No, by all means, Maddie, you speak about anything you want, anything, right? Just allow the other person to express their opinion on what you bring up. That's all I'm saying. That's it. And whether you like it or not, it's okay.
Well, I don't agree to that. That's not what I'm agreeing to. So if I have to be general, you know, to make you comfortable to critique things, then that's fine. But like, I will not give a platform to people who I think are being intellectually dishonest or who are not good.
No. That's what I'm saying. No. Yeah. That's not what I said. I'm saying, for example, if you want to bring up a topic or something, whatever it is, let's say the Hedron thing,
okay,
right? And you express your feeling, and then I'm here, he's here to talk about it.
It's not a feeling, it's my analysis.
Sure. I should be able to say how I feel about it too, right? As a response to
you can give your analysis or your feelings
and future and stuff like that, or anybody else. That's all I'm saying.
Well, just to say, hey, I don't want this conversation.
But to get mad and cut the person off because you don't like the direction they're saying it, then why have the conversation? That's all I'm saying. You know, not saying, you know, it's wrong, but it should be a two-way conversation. That's it.
Yeah, but that's where we kind of clash, though, isn't it? Because I think from Maddie's point of view, from what I've been able to gauge, he was sitting there feeling like we wouldn't let him speak because I was uncomfortable with something I can't even remember now, and so that kind of set a context. But at the time, at the beginning of that, I don't think Marco and I understood that. We were just trying to say some stuff, and we weren't consciously trying to stop you from speaking. But at some point, one of us, I don't know who it was, sort of put that together, and so now it feels like we're kind of going back over it. But
yeah, it is
which is fine. But I think what Maddie's trying to do is he's right now he seems to be, and just cut in any time, Maddie, correct me if I get any of this wrong, because there's no point continuing if it is. So it seems to me like on the one hand, you want to reach an agreement of what can work with this group of 3 going forward, what works for you. But at the same time, of course, it's your show, and if whatever we can agree on doesn't really work for the show, then
yeah. So for example,
but we don't. But I don't think Marco or I really care. Just there's one point. You can't. There's some things that just don't go well together. You can't do this and this at the same time. Got to kind of make a choice. So, broadcasting an opinion versus having a generalized conversation about something, you can't do the two things at the same time simultaneously. So we just have to be clear about whether it's that or that, and then we can figure out where to go from there. You know, I think that's. You were clear where you were coming from. I had no clarity at all. Marco had some definite clarity on the points he wanted to make. and it wasn't.
I've been
gelling,
listening to what you guys are saying, and I've heard that there are certain things that you guys would rather not want to do, right? You would not want to name specific projects, and
Oh, we can
I
talk
For
was
about
not
reason.
aware of that.
For
Yeah.
reasons, though, in my case, for the reason that I can't talk about a project that I haven't diligently researched.
Sure.
Therefore, I cannot name it and talk about the things that are related to that project. You know what I mean? And in that case, I'm kind of forced to speak in general terms of what I think is a good way of doing things, a bad way of doing things, and everything, because I have no idea what they're doing or not doing. So I can't be involved in that conversation. You might have studied them to death, and you've got a lot to offer, and that's great. You can offer all that, give the opinions, educate us, tell us how it's all going and everything, but you can't invite me to say, what do you know about these? Because I'm just going to say nothing and then end the conversation, right? I just think we weren't prepared for that's all it is. That's why I made you feel like you were blocked that on my side, because I was like, whoa, wait a minute, I can't have that conversation. It would not be honest of me. And you didn't, that wasn't clear at the time. I wasn't entirely clear on what the issue was myself at the time. We figured it all out. So I don't think there's any reason or need rather to set some kind of rule going forward. I think to just kind of develop an understanding of what happened in this instance, and we learn a bit about each other, and
Just you go
have a
talk
little
about
faith
whatever
that
topic, anything you want.
maybe it won't happen again. Yeah. But just understand that, me personally, I cannot talk about, even though I do, I'm really trying not to, talk about things that I haven't actually researched. A lot of assumptions get made in this game, and I'm as guilty as the next person probably 10 times. And I'm really, really, really trying not to talk out of turn and say stuff that I don't actually absolutely know, because
I appreciate that, and
fast-moving place.
The people who have seen this show evolve, and who have seen the things that we've tried that worked and the things that we tried that didn't, they're still here, and they're being supportive. And the people who are just they can't handle any discourse, they can't handle people disagreeing or people having different opinions, they're going to go places and have their echo chambers. But for me as a broadcaster, it's important that I find the ethical balance for myself, and I hope that in doing that I can find the balance of being respectful to you all and what your goals are as well. And there's going to be conflict, but this is so important, what we're dealing with right now, how we're working through our conflict, because this doesn't happen in most places in the world. On most other shows, people tune out as soon as there's any hiccup, as soon as there's dissension or conflict. We have 312 people still tuning in, thousands on the replay, and they don't just care about the numbers, although that is what they're here for. They also care about the process and about the honesty of the broadcasters and about our ability to really work through conflict. So thanks to everybody who's doing that. If we want to switch gears here and start to talk more technical, is that okay?
Yeah, I'm with it.
Yeah, fine, whatever. Yep.
So
unless it's the kind of technical I'm not comfortable with, and then I'm going to tell you to be quiet. Okay. Right. Shoot.
I haven't heard a lot of people say that. So the more ways that I can find to say things in a way that is not going to piss you guys off. I hope I'm not pissing you guys off right now, but I'm just going to go for it.
Go. Shoot.
What
let it be known
not
that Maddie
hearing from a lot of
sometimes
people
thinks out loud, and we need to let that process work out.
Is that splitting ticker symbols, that interferes with buy pressure, and encapsulated stakes, it works even harder against us because you're increasing the scarcity, or you're decreasing the scarcity in the moment. The basic use case for Hex is that you time lock your money and you get rewarded for doing so. However, with some encapsulated stakes, some people might be getting rewarded to do a max length stake. However, they're able to transfer their ownership of that. And I think that that's bad for the ecosystem. I've heard Richard speak against it, but I haven't heard a whole lot of Hexican broadcasters speaking out against it. And I think that there's some confusion in this space. Do you guys have any observations as to where you stand on that, or observations as to why people might get it twisted?
Go, Marco.
You go first. Go ahead.
Oh, come on. I always go first.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. My head's exploding with so many things. Have you got anything to say yet?
No, yeah, I want to see what your opinion is on it before I go.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, there's so many things, but I guess the main one for me is to push back a little bit on this idea that people are getting rewarded for staking 5555, but then they can just get out of it. I mean, because they're sacrificing the lion's share of the reward when they do that, shooting themselves in the foot. So, I don't know if you've got anything to say to that, Matty. Am I misunderstanding? Don't you feel
What
like
was the question? I was reading
Well,
the
the-
comments as well as listening.
Sure. So when someone sells their encapsulated stake, they don't actually get the reward. You said before that, they're doing the. I see what you mean. You're talking about the bonuses, aren't you? They do a 5555. They get the bonuses, and so they get a better interest for the time they stay in. But then when they
Correct.
sell it, then they can get out, so they didn't have to do the whole thing.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I hadn't clicked to that specific
Thank you.
thing before. Yeah, I was just thinking a TC is a TC or whatever, but yeah, there's the bonuses. Okay. I have to give that some thought. Okay, Marco, you can't resist now. You have to comment.
Yeah, so like when it comes to, for example, this part with the bonuses and how it works and stuff like that, do I know majority of it? No, because I don't follow Hedron or these other projects as much as other people do. I just don't, right? Once again, I focus on Richard Hart projects. That's just me. Down the road, what I get interested or see how it works, sure, maybe I'll give it a try, stuff like that. But that's not my main priority, right? So I don't want to say too much regarding the subject if I don't feel.
What about buy pressure? Because we're not talking about Hedron. We're talking
Sure.
about anything that
I'm saying in general,
encapsulates
Hang on a
stakes and
minute.
allows
I
you
think-
to trade them.
I think I can just clarify something I said that might have been missed there. So the bonuses we're talking about are nothing to do with Hedron or any of the other things.
Oh, that's my response. I thought he was talking about Hedron. Okay, sure.
Yeah. So when you make a stake, longer pays better and whatnot. That specific thing. So you make a 5555 stake, and so you get that 3x bonus, or 2x on top of the 1x. But now you can just quit the thing. So you've got the bonus, but you've sold out of it without having to pay the price, so to speak. That's that bonus we were talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. So my thing, if it's a encapsulated stake. So, Maddie, I don't know if you remember when we first talked about it back then. My answer is still the same, right? I don't like the idea. I don't care for it because I'm never going to be using it, right? And the day I buy, I stake, I wait for my stake, and that's it, right? Now, do I think it's all around bad for Hex? I think it's not really good because it defeats the purpose of the core principles of you being responsible for what you buy, what you stake, and you should be able to have to wait to earn your right to unstake that stake because you waited, right? My view never has changed on that, right? Now, with that said, I still think it's a market for some people who might need it, right? Do I like it? No. Am I using it? No, right? But it might be a market for people to use it because maybe that's their way of getting ahead of the game, right? In some sense. And do I think there's anything wrong with that? No, because if it's created and it's created the right way and stuff like that, people should be able to participate in certain things as long as it legitly is not scamming other people or doing anything the wrong way. They should be able to participate the way they want to participate in things, right? There's going to be thousands from now to the next 15 years. Guys, we're going to be here 15 years plus. That's going to be built. So many projects left and right, Whether we like it, it's going to be built.
Of course, things will be built. And I want to go on record as supporting programmers and people who are building things with the understanding that the game theory says that those of us who don't scam our users are outliers. getting people to trust you and building great things has always gone wrong. That's why the people at the top of the power pyramid are always the same.
Yeah.
And so,
and like I
I've
said,
heard.
before
Go
you
ahead.
continue for you, like I said, my vote, if I had to vote like right now, yay or nay for encapsulated stakes, it's very simple. My thing is nay. Like, I don't like it. I don't care for it, right? I'm not going to use it. But like I said, some other people might, you know. So, Maddie, I was with you 100,000% since the beginning when we talked about it, and now, right? But when I have a discussion on things, I like to look at both sides, right? That gives me a more understanding on the subject or what we're talking about. A lot of people, they like to talk about subjects or talk about things, and they only want to talk about their side or their feeling, but not both ways, right? You can't come to a full understanding unless you look at both opposite sides, right? So once again, I looked at as much as I can when it comes to encapsulated stakes and how it works. And yes, it is a net positive. At the end of the day, it does help the price regardless. But do I rather help the price that way? No, not necessarily. I feel like people.
I don't think it does.
Okay.
Because I've studied this very deeply and I've thought about it for many hours.
He
for
hasn't.
10, 11
let
months.
me finish.
Marco didn't finish his sentence there.
right?
Yeah.
I just threw that out
Okay.
there, right? And it is a net positive, but me personally, I'd rather somebody use Hex the way it was designed to. Because if I feel like if I got to go and take $300,000, $400,000, $10,000, $1,000, $100 and put out 15 years or 10 years or 5 years or 4 years and delay that gratification, and let's say rent is due, something miracle happens in the world where I need that money. Well, too bad. I staked it that long. I got to deal with it and wait that long to get it. I get to say I earned the right to wait for a 5 year or 6 year or 7 year stake. I think every single person that ever interacts with Hex should be able to do the same and should go through that path, right? So once again, I'm for nay. I don't like encapsulated stakes. I don't think, is there a need for it? No, they shouldn't be, because Hex is perfect on the way it does what it does. But somebody else came with something that might have been an alternative for somebody to do it a different way. They want to try that way, by all means, you do it that way, right? I'm not for it. I don't like it. I think, once again, it should be code is code. Code is perfect. It's flawless. Just do what the code says. That's just my opinion on it.
How much of your gains, what percentage would you give up in order to let people try something like that?
What do you mean? I don't understand the question.
So like when vampires come to attack your community,
Yeah.
how much of the buy pressure do you want to give to the people so that they can play with their new toys that we know don't work?
Well, whether I like it or not, right? I don't get to decide what people buy or don't buy or what they get to work on or stuff like that. My simple answer is this: I don't interact with it. I just go with Hex and I just do Hex. That's just me.
Yeah.
Because I can't stop anybody. You can't. Richard Hart can't stop them from building things. I just stick with what I know that works. And with me, Hex works. It's flawless. That's where my 1,000% is going to be on. That's it. That's just my response to it, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, focus on it.
At the end of the day, like, if you think about
enemies,
it,
you know?
I'm on your side. I am. And if Chad doesn't agree, that you're idiots, because I'm on his side. I don't like encapsulated stakes.
But nobody's heard my side because I haven't gotten to state it all very clearly. So maybe that's on me, but it is definitely frustrating, right?
Certainly heard enough to feel like there's a pushback required. So I guess it's just going to take longer to get the whole story out.
But yeah, long story short, I do agree with you on that. I don't like it. There's positives of it, negatives in it. Me personally, I feel like there's no need for it. There's really no need for it. So I don't like it, you know.
Wow. So I've had some time to think.
But go ahead, Manny.
And,
It's your turn. You good.
Oh, whatever.
Go ahead,
Who
Future.
wants to? You sure? You don't have a response to that? It's hard when your brain fills up with stuff and you want to say something when you're me. So Marco, firstly, well said.
Yeah, because I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of encapsulated stakes, and I think we mentioned that multiple times. And you know, people have arguments why it's good, why it's bad. I don't like it, honestly. It's not for me. It's not.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm kind of conflicted now because I was fairly neutral about it, but now that I've realized it's about this bonus thing, I'm kind of like, that actually changes everything. The obvious that was always there that I just didn't notice changes everything.
Could you explain that a little bit? Because I think
Yeah. So
now that you've
that's
had
what
a
I wanted to
breakthrough,
do.
you might be able to add some clarity.
Yeah. So basically, I get, if I stake something for 555, well, for 3641 days, I get a 200% bonus. So if I was staking for 1 day and I was going to get 1 T share, now I'm going to end up with 3 T shares just by typing in 3641 or higher for the number of days for the same amount of hex in, right? So I don't know, let's say it's $1,000 worth of hex. So I just got myself $2,000 extra with effective hex to buy T shares with. So now I can turn around and I can take this encapsulated stake, if it is encapsulated, and I can say, hey, this is 3 T shares. T share currently costs blah blah blah. I'll give you a 10% discount. I'm still up 190% or whatever the math is because I got the bonus, right? Now I'd kind of be shooting myself in the foot if I do that, I guess, because I'm giving a discount. Am I giving a discount? No. I'd be making profit. The other person, they're not going to pay any more than that. Why would they? And they can offer less. I guess the educated buyer could go, no, I see what you did there. I'm not paying you that much. Screw that, man. I know you got the bonus. I'm only going to pay you, the 1,000 minus 10% and no sale otherwise. So then it comes down to education, I guess. But that is a dirty, rotten complication that I wish the market didn't have to deal with. Why should somebody buying a T-share have to be educated as to it matters where you buy it from as to whether you're getting a good deal or not? Ideally, but I don't know. It's kind of like, it kind of feels like it would be selling encapsulated stakes would kind of like be the black market of T-share sales now. But surely in a reasonably quick time, the market's going to figure it out and go, no, hang on a minute, we're not paying you. Yeah, it's 3 T-shares, but we're not going to pay you 10% less. No, they wouldn't. Naive people would come along and didn't know and go, well, that's a good deal, I'll buy it. And the dude makes a lot of money, right? So now you got a whole bunch of people. It's like I foresee now a whole new craze of people piling into these encapsulated stakes, 5555 stakes to the end of time, so they can sell them at a profit. Okay, so well, all right. So if that's what's going to happen, and
yes,
sounds like it probably will, because it's path of least resistance, and it seems obvious. So that'll be a race to the bottom in terms of how much profit you can actually make out of it, which will probably bring the price back down to something fair, and people won't actually be making much of a profit on balance. That'll be discovered. But
people think the system can balance itself out only one way.
No. It won't. It won't completely balance itself out. It'll come down and find some point. So, but it'll still be a net negative on the hex price. Because you've still got some point in between somewhere where somebody's profiting and someone's getting a deal. So, but okay, so there's that. So then let's think about the bigger picture now. So think about the network effect, all of the stakes that are not encapsulated that already exist, plus the few that the new ones that'll come along. So in the full market, you would have. Well, there'd be a time crossover when because people don't all know about this thing yet, so they'd have to learn about it, and then the network effect from the original hex would accelerate beyond that to a point at least. What would the natural end point be? Race to the bottom. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Coexistability. I can't readily think of a scenario where either one would die or fail to continue. Short-term gains, that'll be reduced. So I guess it just comes down to whether the existing network effect for the original hex contract can hit its viral period and accelerate from a marketing point of view fast enough that the negative effect that the other stakes have temporarily, while they find that, race to the bottom best profit margin thing they can get, which won't be much. If that S curve will accelerate significantly and fast enough so as to render the damage that's being done significantly small to not be too concerned, which I think is where it would ultimately end up. But it seems like it's definitely, without running simulations, it seems to me like it's definitely a net negative on the hex price, regardless of what currency is used to trade these encapsulated stakes back and forth. If you force it to be hex in and out, then that should balance on even, buy sell.
Hex is the dumb pipe in that situation.
I guess, I guess if you made it so you had to use hex to buy an encapsulated stake, but you can only ever sell them, that doesn't make sense.
Well,
obviously
because
it has to be the same currency on both sides, doesn't it?
People who are selling encapsulated stakes are not going to hold liquid hex, so hex becomes the dumb pipe in the middle. In that regard, so it's just, you and I were discussing lots of different scenarios of what if you didn't accept hex, or what if you did accept hex for encapsulated stakes.
It kind of doesn't matter. And I mean, one creates noise, the other one doesn't, but ultimately it doesn't really change much.
And that's
because the time locking thing's broken, right?
So that's one thing where, like, if people are saying otherwise in the community, then like that really makes me question things and people's conflict of interest. And but
they're also trading something that doesn't actually. I just hadn't. It's so obvious now. I feel like an idiot for not thinking about the bonuses going in, but it's just interesting because they're trading T-shares, but T-shares don't actually have a value. That sounds radical. What does he mean? Well, they will have a value though. They'll end up with a value because you can trade the damn things now. But so it'll be interesting to see what that value would be compared to what the main contract says the value of a T-share is. One would have to assume that it would be reduced to the point where, like, if everybody knew that these encapsulated things were there and available to them, as well as the contract, and they understood the mechanics of all of them, and then they made a choice which one to buy, it seems to me the encapsulated stake would be the obvious choice. It's going to be cheaper, almost always. And that's what makes you go, it's broken.
Yes.
But that's not how the world really works.
Correct.
Network effect, head start, blah, 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 rah, rah, rah.
To see the fact that if Dogecoin can pump, Hex can pump, even if there are...
Well, it says, do you remember the old Betamax video cassette player things versus the VHS? Yeah. Right, so there was the Betamax. I don't know, you might be a little bit too young for this, but when VHS, this is how we used to record television shows on these things that resembled those cassette tapes. For people that don't ever seen that before, anyway, there was a vastly technically superior brand design called the Betamax unit. But it was much more complicated, more expensive to build, and blah blah blah. Then this VHS thing came out. And it was easier to build and got even easier and easier and cheaper to manufacture and everything. But the video quality wasn't as good. You couldn't hit it on pause for so long and it would shake and shiver and you get all kinds of interference and stuff. But, they worked around it and they made it work for much cheaper. So the Betamax was the better technology, but the VHS was the easier, cheaper, easier one to build. And it ended up being the one that everybody had, even though the other one was better. Right? So that would be the fear that I would have if this encapsulated stake thing really took off, that it would become the VHS and take over from the Hex Betamax. See what I mean? But I don't think it actually is that way around though, because the encapsulated hexes are the ones with the extra complexity. that are harder to maintain and and have all this other stuff that can go wrong and externalities and taking a fee out of every transaction and all the other crap. And Hex is the simple one, the VHS. So it's kind of hard to know. But at the end of the day, it's just going to be what your price, isn't it? It's like, how cheap can I get it?
So, real quick question, Maddie. Earlier you saying that at first you felt some type of way, but it capped stakes for a while, and then you kind of changed your tune and your tone on it for some reasons. What was that? Why is it? What did you learn more that you learned differently that made you feel some type of way where you're almost at the middle, but you still feel like is a no? Like what was that?
Okay. Let me summarize, because I think that whenever there's something that's not positive for our own bags, then like, of course, we're scared to talk about it. But I'm not scared anymore because it's not as bad as it sounds. So brace yourselves, everybody. There's a problem with the scarcity of Hex when you start wrapping stakes. And Dogecoin can pump, so it doesn't mean that Hex is going to zero. What it means is that the purest use case for Hex, which is immutable time locking and paying your future self, it is interfered with to some extent by encapsulated stakes. There are people out there who are creating projects who say that they completely understand encapsulated stakes, but when they are asked, what about the situation where, all these stakes are going to be resold, they say, well, that isn't going to happen right away because there's no market, or because, people are going to slowly filter into the decision to create the new stakes that can then be tradable. Well, they're demonstrating that they don't have a very good understanding of how the system is currently working. So
like me just now.
all Gnosis safes can be traded now if you had a front end. So that goes back retroactively with everything that StakeWrap has done. So
just in case,
the fact that StakeWrap is talking about. So okay, I said I wasn't going to
true, but I mean, okay, so StakeWrap, it just so happens that they use Gnosis safes, and Gnosis safes can be transferred to different ownership and control. So that adds an interesting, so if we start doing encapsulated stakes, it turns out there's already a lot of those around already, and I hadn't thought of that. So I think that's what you're saying. Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, Maddie, do you know the answer to this really quick? And I don't want to cut you off. I want you to continue. I know, for example, I think it was StakeWrap that was trying to do some type of encapsulated stakes. Then I think it was a Hex Bay, Hex Buy, whatever other company. Who else was trying to do this? Okay. Do you know anybody else that was trying to make a cap stakes that you know of? I only heard
Firebun
those
did something for Richard at some point.
Okay.
Firebun has published on his Medium for StakeWrap.
Yeah, I was curious. My question was how many people or how many projects are going to end up doing this, and how huge would that be to affect Hex as a whole? Is it really only going to be where only 1 or 2 people do it, where it's only going to really affect it 2%, 3%, to 30%?
Great question. Yeah. Great question. So I
that matters,
don't know how much a staked Hex is in Gnosis wallets. I believe, based on what FutureUs and I were talking about earlier, that it is knowable, probably. When I look into my own Gnosis safes on Etherscan, sorry, it's been a long day. When I look on Etherscan, I can kind of see the trail of where it was created, and so, I mean, my guess would be maybe 50 million to 300 million, somewhere in there, dollars worth.
Got it. Okay.
Epiphany, when you're ready.
Yes.
Yeah, but the reason why I say that, well, Richard, do you want to say something, or?
Well, yeah, I just thought of something that kind of tips the whole thing upside down, back up the right way again. Okay, so at the moment we're worried about if everything goes encapsulated stakes, and that's how people are buying their stuff. and then so nobody's buying Hex in order to go to the normal Hex contract front ends and buy things, then we're doomed. But when you think about it, that's not actually true. The market just metamorphoses. Is that the word? Morphs is the word, which is okay. Whatever. The market sort of just becomes that. Oh well, that's just the way you get D shares now, is by getting these encapsulated stakes. So all the stakes that ever get made from now on get made in these competing multiple encapsulated stake projects, who all take a fee, or do they? Because that can be a race to the bottom as well. First one that comes out that says it's free, no fee, the rest are gone, right? And marketing, dissemination, and everything aside. So now you end up in a situation where it's all radically different, but you've got encapsulated stakes being sold all over the place, and they can only be sold if they exist, and they can only exist if somebody bought Hex on the main contract and made a stake for 5555. So you've definitely lost the bonus thing. Like everyone just gets the 200% bonus now. That's just even playing field all of a sudden. So there is no extra incentive for staking longer. But from a Hex point of view, that doesn't kind of matter, because everything's staked for 5555 now, right? Because why wouldn't you want, or at least 3641, right? Because you want the D shares.
No, not right.
So what? No.
No, because it's not really staked, because stakes aren't real anymore.
No, they
You can trade
they
them
are.
whenever you
so
want.
from the Hex contract's point of view, real Hex still has to be purchased in order to stake, in order to create a new encapsulated stake, in order to sell to a new person. Right?
But you don't
because
have
not
to
everybody
create
that
new
but
encapsulated
not
stakes,
everybody
you just
that
buy all
has
the old Gnosis wallets.
Yeah, but not everyone's. But that has to compete, right? So, like, I've got an encapsulated stake, and I might want to sell it for a profit, but no one wants to buy it because it turns out they can go make another one for that price. So so the maximum price I can sell it at the market is automatically arbitraged without an arbitrage bot, right? Unless someone's really dumb.
And not only that, but keep in mind, everybody makes their version of encapsulated stakes a little different too. It's not all the same exact same way. So
they'll have different
And what I'm talking about is
bonuses
tradable
and
shares.
incentive coins.
To be very specific, I'm talking about tradable shares. I proposed encapsulated stakes where you're quitting tobacco smoking and like rewarding yourself with your Hex interest, and like that does not apply to.
Yeah, no. We're in that. I'm in that context, right? So it's a given to me that if it's encapsulated, it can be traded one way or another. Well, actually, no, you're right. No, yeah. So encapsulated's kind of no. Encapsulated means that you can move the entire stake somewhere. Specifically, that's what it means, and by extension, therefore, you can trade the shares. The idea you had with your contract, where you end a stake and then it, automatically restakes and all that kind of thing.
That's not.
I get well, it could be if it had a transfer function, which it probably would, so you could transfer it to someone else. But anyway, all right. So
regardless of my opinion on that, right? Regardless of the reason somebody creates it or the different functions and stuff like that has it, I feel like there's going to be really a tiny percentage of people anyways using that function. It's not like there's going to be tons of users using it.
And that was my point.
I think the entire market will morph to only that.
That people are making that argument dishonestly, because if they really understand the technical side of things, then they would know, as Steph said in the Sunday Staker app, like 9 or 10 days ago, he said in one breath, very briefly, he said, you can sell your Gnosis safes.
Well, of course you
can.
Yeah. No, it's inevitable. It's inevitable
and so
to me now.
It's not just going forward, it's retroactively.
All stakes will be
my
encapsulated
point
in no time flat.
Is that
That's my
if
prediction.
somebody's making a whole token and they're promising you all these things, but they are being dishonest about that there already are tons of stakes that apply to this. Just because something was created with stake wrap does not mean that it can't be used by a different coin creator to create a marketplace. So Hedron could create a marketplace for staker apps, Gnosis wallets, and you're not trapped to a staker app.
Yeah. Well, what I mean, real quick is, and I get that. That's a great point, right? What I'm talking about is that let's just say regularly, right? You have encapsulated stakes, you have regular stakes, right? So far from what I see, a good 90% of hexagons will always choose to go the regular route because that's what they always have done and always will continue to do, probably, right? I don't think there's going to be, and like I said, I can't predict the future, but nobody can, right? I don't think there's going to be a big market for ECAP stakes. I don't think they would be because most people are trained and most people prefer the original way of doing things, right? Because it's proven to work and it's flawless, you know? Now, can I be wrong on that? Of course I could be wrong, right? But I don't think it's going to be, I don't think, for example, right? Let's just hypothetical. ECAP 6 are here, guys. It's already here. There's 5 different versions of it, whatever it is. I think if there's 100% of the market, maybe only, and this is a reach, maybe 10% only gets to be used, and then the rest of 90 does what it does. I don't ever see it going 60-40, or 70-30, and like I don't see it happening, I just don't see that happening. I don't think it will ever take over, and
it's more profitable, so people.
No,
I would say will do it.
So if we want to remove the negative externality, and we want to, but we have to, alongside that, we have to accept that the bonus.
I don't think it should be made. But it's no use for it. So.
Yeah. But if we want to, hang on.
Let me speak to that, Future.
We just do it ourselves. We do it ourselves, and we make it zero fees, no middleman, no leeching in any way or form, and then the only way the others can then succeed is if they have some kind of genuine value add, which is up to them. I mean, maybe they can come up with something. Like if we don't have that, whatever that fee is for every damn transaction. But it's to see that, yeah. So then you have to maintain the marketplace, the website front ends and everything, for free as well. Yeah, I don't know.
I think we can fix it, but like my issue right now is that like nobody even understands what I'm talking about. So I'm glad that Future is like starting to see the the points that I'm making and to go to the next step. So
yeah. So my prediction based on everything I've just figured out, and I'm very confident in this, is that it's just a matter of time now until all new stakes will happen through these things. Period. And unless, well, not all. There'll be some
about going through the encapsulated route.
Yeah. All new stakes will be encapsulated stakes, and that will render the and they'll all be 5555, and that will render the extra time bonus thing dead and gone, and everybody always has it. That's just a given. Because that's the way the market's clearly going to go. I mean, it's the only way it can go once they're in the wild. The only thing then is, can we come up with a way to stop people, middlemen, leeching off of it on every trade through their sales, portals and things. Well, I don't know. Maybe that is also going to be an open market, which is going to cause competition. Hang on, wait, let me finish. That will also be an open market because there'll be multiple encapsulated stakes. So then there'll be the whole network effect, staker app versus newcomers, all that kind of stuff. But it'll be an open market. An open market causes competition. Competition, well, what can they compete on? The only thing they compete on is either having a lower fee and or having value adds. So they somehow wrap something else into it, like some incentive token dreamed up thing, or you can buy this encapsulated stake, but we'll take a 10% tax and we'll stake it in our own coin and drain you of all your money that way. All of that, it seems like all of that's going to play out. Maybe sooner now because I was dumb enough to explain it all.
But go ahead, man.
Yeah, now you can start to see my
inevitable.
Conflict. Now you can see my conflict, why I was trying to deal with this in private and why I was getting triggered. And now all of you who have been coming at me like,
I don't do private, sorry. Yeah,
but so
I get it.
Okay,
yeah.
so
Wow.
let's take it to the next step. So your bonuses are gone because you're letting everybody.
Well, everybody
eat off
gets them. Everybody gets them.
Yeah,
You just
yeah,
don't
yeah.
have an incentive to stake longer, but then you don't have to make the choice either because it's already
Yeah.
been done for you. You're already staked 5555. So, yeah.
As I said before, like this is gonna
That's gotta
sound
be a good
bad,
thing, right?
and then it's not gonna be as bad as it sounds. So let's
Yeah, no, I
get
think it'll be
through.
okay.
Let's
think it'll
get
be
through
okay.
the pain and then get to the recovery.
Well, here's,
Yeah.
here's the funny thing. I just thought of this too, right? Like, so at the
Preacher,
moment,
hold on. Let him finish that part because I'm
I want to hear what you're
interested in-
saying because I already know what I think and I can
Okay.
remember that.
Right.
sorry, I'm just so used to all the other conversations we have with Maddie where he's thinking out loud, and I've just become so
That's-
used to cutting him off and being.
I love
told
that.
It's okay.
Go ahead.
But it seems so rude when you don't know that. Dang it. Oh, right. So when you're at the new, I want to make a new stake form, the way things are at the moment, right? You're like, if I stake longer, I get a better bonus. So if I go to 3641, I get this 200% bonus. Oh, but that's a long time. I don't think I want to stake that long. I don't want to lock up Hex for that long. I don't want to take it off the market for that long. I think I'll just go 5 years.
Optionality. Who doesn't
I think
want
I'll just go 5 years.
optionality?
But with everything gone encapsulated, because it's the sort of point everything has to go to, I believe now, all stakes will be 5555. So,
I
sorry?
thrown the thing again. No, go ahead. It's one of the spammers.
So the quandary when Richard was sitting down there and designing a thing, and how can I encourage people to stake for the longest possible time by offering them this bonus? That's actually not an issue anymore because all stakes will be staked for the longest time. All of them. The average stake length will tend very, very quickly to 5555. Because they'll all be that, because at least 3641, because it doesn't make any sense to be any less than that, right? So now you've got more of the hex coming in. In fact, you've got the maximum amount of hex coming into the ecosystem, being locked up for the maximum time. It's actually
and that sounds great at first until you
Now,
really think about what that means.
I haven't talked about what effect that will have on the hex price. That is a different conversation. Okay, but in terms of getting the most hex you possibly can locked up for the longest possible time, it seems inevitable to me that these encapsulated stakes actually will go there. I mean, what else can they do? At least to 3641 days. So, what effect will that have on the price? Well, Hex. So Hex at the moment is like a direct sales, right? So it's minted and blah blah blah, and it's sold directly to the public. The Hex contract then becomes basically a wholesale but a wholesale supplier for all these other encapsulated stake things. So I don't know. I mean, it's kind of cool, really. It's like Hex just got a massive sales force, and everybody's doing all this crazy stuff, and the fact that they have to buy Hex to create these things is just an incidental. We don't need to decide, am I going to invest in Hex anyway? Yeah, of course I've got to go buy a stake, otherwise how can I do this thing? So the price will just go to the moon.
No, wrong.
Because it has to, because that's what everybody has to do. You can
No, because
only
it's
make
not
a
really
stake.
time locked. It's tricking the contract. I
No,
would
but
relate it
is.
to like an inflation bug that can be fixed, and that hasn't taken effect yet.
Yeah, you said that before, but I've realized that's not true.
There's two
the
ways
Hex is
of it.
time locked.
Yeah.
And eventually they're
No,
going
it's
to run
not.
out of...
It's not time locked. It's getting interest as if it were time locked, but it's not time locked
No.
because people can
To
trade
the
it whenever they want.
To the individual
There's no digital
customer.
scarcity.
Yeah, to the customers and to the market, but to the Hex contract, from its perspective, all it knows is that every time anybody ever buys some Hex, they immediately stake it for 5555. Because that's the only thing that happens anymore, because it's just a wholesale stake factory, right? So from its perspective...
But staking
but
doesn't
the only
mean
way,
anything because you
But-
can...
Yeah. So if the market were to be saturated with these encapsulated stakes such that there was really no reason to go and buy a fresh one from the Hex contract anymore,
Correct.
then yeah, that's kind of end game. But I don't see that happening anytime soon. I mean, as soon as people figure out this thing where they can insert themselves as a middleman and make 4% and tack on bullshit freaking incentive tokens and things, there's going to be 1,000 different encapsulated stake bullshit contracts out there, of which, you know, 1 or 2 will actually have any longevity.
So the way I look at it, right? Oh, Maddie, did you before I go? Did you wanna the thing you remember? Did you want to say what it was?
Yeah. So I do want to explain the implications of this, which will probably take some back and forth with you guys staying on the track that I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to go down that road, we can.
Go ahead. No, because you wanted to say before I say what I want to say.
So it's not just one thing.
I'd rather get all the information.
It's like a whole line of thinking. It's like, you know, me being able to go back and forth with you guys and say like, you know, yes or no, I agree with like the independent conclusion that you're reaching.
So do you want me to say like what I think real quick then, or do you?
Go ahead.
Okay. So only from the knowledge I know of ECAP stakes and how it works and what I read about and stuff like that. Remember, I don't know all the projects out there that's doing it or the full minute details. You might know more than me on that. And I do think you do, right? From what I understand, math-wise, short term, from what I see, it's definitely a net positive for Hex, right? Short term. Long term, it defeats the purpose of waiting and getting emergency end stakes and this happening and stuff like that. I think that it could affect that. So I think long term, it could potentially hurt those who's doing it the honest 555 way, the way I see it. That's the way I see it, but I'm not sure if that's how it works, right? But in the beginning,
people doing an honest 555. Sorry to cut you off there, but that'll still happen because there's no difference. That still costs. It's just the person who only wanted to do like 1 year that's going to go encapsulated, cheaper, better.
Yeah,
carry on.
Yeah, so I think like. And at the end of the day, right? I think a lot of people get this confused. And like I said, from the ECAP 6 I know of, I don't know all of them out there. They might be different. The person has to buy Hex first before they do anything. Okay?
Yep.
So they have to take Hex out of the market. They have to go to an individual that's willing to sell an ECAP stake that's already locked 555 out there. So this is locked already away. Okay, it's been paid for. The system knows it's locked, etc., and it's ticking away every single day. I come and I'd be like, all right, you know what? I want that person's ECAP stake and that person's willing to sell it to me at a discount. I first have to go buy Hex first, not USDC, not anything else. I have to buy Hex first, right? Pay a fee, so I have to buy a little bit more than I really wanted to. It becomes a net positive because price goes up regardless. And then I trade with that person, and that person could dump the Hex, whatever it is. But whether they dump it or not, Hex is still a net positive because of that initial buy. That's the way I see it. Now, the implications of that going forward down the road, how they affect stakes all around and how the system works, stuff like that. I don't have my head wrapped around much on that, so I don't want to comment too much on that.
It takes some thinking.
It does. And if people in the chat think it doesn't, they're fools because you literally got to sit down and really think about listen, T-shirts itself is just regular game theory. It's unbelievable. Now you throw this ECAP stakes in there, it literally multiplies the game theory 5 times, 10 times. Like it changes everything. So, you know, people get emotional and they say something right away. That's different, right? It takes time. I still think it's not a good idea. I don't like it. It's not for me. But I do see the beginning positives of it, but I don't think longevity, long term, it's good for Hex as a whole. And like I said, it's just my opinion of the information I know at the moment. Yeah. I don't like it.
I think only a lot of simulations would be. You'd need to simulate all kinds of different market conditions to even really have any confidence in that.
So
but that is how it feels. Yeah, that is how it feels.
So what's happening now is people are not simulating. People are not, like thinking about it critically. We all have a conflict of interest because we all have Hex bags. And so it's painful to think about, like, what if Hex isn't perfect? Like, what if we screw it up because we're humans and we're fallible? And like, not to me,
because the contract was always great.
But in the community,
I want to cut in and tell you you're wrong.
there's hundreds of people. Okay, not you. I'm not talking about you.
No, I know.
You're like,
Go.
so there's
Hundreds of people,
the majority of the people who care enough to pay attention, like, don't want to hear the sad story that something isn't working like it was intended to. And now, right, because Gnosis safes, they weren't part of the design. People are not going farther than what they want to hear. And so when people reach the point that we've gotten to in this discussion,
this is beautiful. I love
they
this.
assume that it's good. It's a net positive because of what you just said, Marco.
Yeah.
And I thank you for admitting like how deep this deep of thinking is required here.
I actually think Gnosis safes were in the original design.
If
I
we
won't
stop,
talk about it now, but I'll get back to it.
Thank you.
Right,
if we stop our intellectual discovery here, then we might be misled to think that it's a net positive for the Hex ecosystem. However, this is not where the story ends, because as we've learned, right, from our observations, it's not the APY itself that is the greatest benefit in the Hex ecosystem. It is the price appreciation. The reason for the price appreciation is adoption and scarcity, and those two things interact. And we've said on this show a number of times that there are many force multipliers that work in unison.
The APY is the thingy proposition, right? That allows us to onboard it so easily because the APY is there, right?
Yeah. The APY it's part of, I guess, like the design of a blockchain CD. It incentivizes, it's part of the bonus and the rationale for why people would block. In the early days, some may recall that the APY was super low in the first 3 months of Hex. And when I say super low, I just mean maybe 10%, if my memory serves me correctly, or maybe that's just what I was, we
kind of predicted that it would work. Yeah, predicted it would be quite low, but then we didn't realize that the 97% control of the OA and the benevolent behavior and all that good stuff, which is a great segue into what I'm busting to say, if that's okay.
So I'm just leaving the discussion here that I can come back to, which is there's more to the story than just it's a net positive because of what Marco said about having to buy the Hex, and then the money kind of stays in the ecosystem. Go ahead, Future.
I agree, man.
Yeah. Well, yeah, me too. Sorry. Yeah, definitely. God, I hope I haven't forgotten it. All right, so here's my prediction. This is in a totally free market without interference of people, whatever. Just if it was just left to go natural, I believe that the natural path will be a marketplace of multiple encapsulated Hex stake systems where you can go buy your whatever they call it, but it'll be an encapsulated Hex thing. A lot of them will be stupid scams. Some of them will be zero fee and they'll be fine and blah blah blah. But it'll end up, because it will be a better deal in terms of amount of Hex dollars, whatever, to get a T-share, than go into the normal contract on account of the fact that they've kind of cheated this bonus thing, right? So that has to end up in a situation where, I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself here, but it's a slightly different conclusion at the end, where all new stakes, except for the old random, for whatever reason, one, in the greater market, they're going to be some kind of encapsulated thing. They're all going to be 555, at least 3641. So I've said all of that. But the result of all of that will be that you have this huge marketplace of like kind of retailers, to go back to my previous analogy where the hex contract becomes like a master wholesaler who's now got a whole bunch of retailers. At the moment, we're the retailers, the marketing arm of the retailers doing our onboarding. But in this future scenario that I see is inevitable now, you'll have many, many projects all shilling their own whatever the hell it is, going to the hex contract, minting 3641 or 5555 stakes constantly, thus locking up more and more hex and so forth and so on. Now, will the market saturate faster? Will the top of the S-curve be hit sooner? Almost definitely, but that's what we want. We want that million X, 6 million, 10 million X sooner than later, right? Mm-hmm. So it's a frickin' irony, but I think it should be all gun-ho, all hands to the pump, bloody hedrons and everything else up the buoy as fast as we can, because it's ultimately going to accelerate everything.
Yeah, I don't like
unless the market saturates too damn fast, and not enough people come into crypto as a whole. That'll slow it all down again. So,
and Maddie, I'll go right after you when you do your thing.
Okay, I don't like the idea of Hex being the dumb pipes. I like it being a store of value. You store value by creating digital scarcity by time locking. That means not trading. That means not tricking the Hex contract to say that you time locked, but then you can transfer it around to different people. And so that's one of the big differences there. The good news for those of you who can't, who don't want to stick around forever, like, the good news is I am excited about being in a system where there's a benevolent OA that can fix things that are wrong. And so if my broadcasting here inspires anybody else to be thinking deeply about what all this means, and then all the people who are messaging me like hateful things and negative things, trying to throw me off my game, there are going to be a few of you out there that are going to be productive, and you're going to be open-minded, you're going to think deeply, and maybe you'll contribute to some of the solutions in the space. Because for me, I don't ever fear any FUD hitting Hex, even if it were the worst case scenario, which it's not.
Never. Yeah.
Even if it were an inflation bug, I'm not selling my Hex because I know that there are so many brilliant people who do get it. Maybe they aren't commenting here. Maybe they are. But there are so many people, and they're staked just as long as I am. And so we have plenty of time to work things out. And at the end of the day, Dogecoin pumped to the moon. So even if the full-on scarcity is not what it used to be, that's okay, because the adoption is going to make the price go up anyway. And anybody who listens to this and gets fudded out, that's no good either. So, do your own research and think critically, and
I think it's awesome.
Put up with conflict,
I just can't believe it.
And do your best.
Thank you, Maddie, so much, because you have started by taking a fear that I had, sharing that you have the same fear, and then we've had this conversation, and I've just figured out that Hex is about to go absolutely off the fucking charts. Awesome. You can't believe how positive this is. The buy pressure. Look, we are individual onboarders. I know this is weird. It's upside down, right? We're in the upside down world. We're individual onboarders, and we're each doing our sales effort, our direct marketing thing, right? And that's great. We're doing a great job, and there's more of us all the time, and that's cool. Excellent. But what if a whole bunch of evil VCs and multiple bloody business units all shilling their own crap came out there, and they all started marketing all this nonsense, wrapped it all up in all different stories and all kinds of nonsense, so that it's like there's a billion different things that you can buy. It's so hard to choose which is the best one, but you're going to buy one of them, and it turns out that all of them had to buy Hex to get a stake in order to run their business model. That's a perfect world.
But the problem is there's no more time locking, so it's
there is
limited.
No, they have. No, from what I understand,
how can there not be time locking? They've got to make a stake, therefore it's time locked. Therefore, there's less Hex on the market. Therefore, when No, yeah, but don't worry about the bottom of the market, the bottom feeders. That doesn't matter. Us
Well, from my
people with our
understanding,
stakes,
they can't sell the stake. They could trade it.
they can
So
trade it.
for example, from
Trading
my
is
understanding,
selling.
hold on, my understanding, Maddie, right? So I just want to make sure I understand this clearly
Please.
when we talk about these things, right? So, Maddie, you make a 5 stake, right? 15
I've done
years
it.
out, okay?
Correct.
And now I, 2 years later, come around, whatever it is, and know that you put your ECAP stake on sale. And I'm like, damn, I actually want that because I want to get ahead. I can't reach that 2 years already. It's gone already. 2 years passed already. If I want to get the same amount as you, I got to put 10 times more amount of money, and I got to wait another 2 years before I even try to catch up, right? So I offer you $1 million for your 5 stake.
It's very
For
kind
me
of
to be
you.
able to do that, I have to first go buy Hex, give you that Hex, you give me the egg cap stake. I hold on to the cap stake now. I'm not selling it. I hold it. Remember, it's locked 15 years. Now you go and you could sell the Hex I bought. I gave you to buy your ECAP stakes, and you could leave Hex. Now I'm stuck in the system holding that ECAP stake. I can't sell that stake, the ECAP stake. I can't sell it. I could trade it, but I can't sell it because it's locked. I think that's where most people get confused. You know, you could sell. Yeah, what I mean is
Let me
this.
give you.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So what I mean by this is before we even think about the technicalities of what the ECAP stake could do and all that stuff. And like I said, I don't know much of this. I'm still learning this, right? From my understanding is once again, you have an ECAP stake 15 years. I want to buy your ECAP stake, right? You want to leave Hex. You want to sell your ECAP stake. You actually want to get rid of it, right? So I go.
We can make this super real. I need a
Yeah.
truck to trailer around the DeLorean, and you know, I've got Gnosis safes.
Yeah.
Not very many, but let's say maybe I've got 5 T-shares in one of them, and then I've also got coins that have maybe 1 T-share on them where it's staked, and I could hand it to you, but you would prefer the Gnosis safe because you wouldn't ever have any proof that I didn't write down the seed phrase from the cold storage coin. So that's probably what you would want if somebody out there was trying to give me their truck in exchange for T-shares. Quattro Cinco T-shares, in fact.
Yeah, so from what I understanding, right?
So you can pay a truck and not Hex, is what you're saying.
Well, from my understanding, right, and to clarify this for chat too, to get these ECAP stakes, from the ones I know that could potentially come out down the road, you have to buy Hex first. You can't buy USDC. You can't trade ETH for it. From what I understand, am I wrong on that?
That's wrong. So now, I can take my Gnosis safes, and Future Us is a dev. He can vouch for this, I believe.
Sure.
That I can take what I created, over the summer with Staker app, and I didn't know at the time that these were not immutable stakes, that I could transfer the ownership, but I would have to do it for the entire wallet. But I could buy a truck from somebody with one of my Gnosis safes from Staker app that I've staked Quattro Cinco in, and never have to. Then the buying never occurs in the Hex market. It's going straight to the T-shares, and it's routing around Hex.
Yeah, that is true in that one single finite story, but it's not true in the overall marketplace.
Yeah, because what I understand, and thank you for the explanation, right? It opens my my thought process when it comes to that. But my understanding is this, right? To be able to participate in the ecosystem of the ECAP stakes, right? You have to deal within that market. And from what I understand, whatever market we decide to call it, whether it's Staker app or HexBay or Firebuns thing or whoever it was, right? Because I don't know all the things out there. They chose, from what I understand, they chose to be able to buy this, right? To be able to buy this ECAP stake, you have to buy Hex no matter what. From what I was told or what I understood through their marketing or their
in order to create a new one, absolutely different.
You have to buy it. So
that's misleading.
Is that wrong? That's what I'm understanding. Because from what I understand, you have to do it that way through them.
No, you don't have to. future us could write a front end that allows you to take your staker app and move it over to Hedron or sell it to anybody you want. I don't think he's going to do that, but
yeah. But I mean, like, I come back to the whole.
Before you continue, and I want you to answer this because you are deaf. I'm not, right? So what Maddie just said, because like I said, I want to be educated on this. What Maddie just said, that's a possibility. Somebody could create a program or whatever it is to be able to transfer, let's say that to Hedron, whatever coin. But the original creator of that stake that made it in that ecosystem, can they just void that t-shirt? Like, no, we're not gonna let you be able to trade it outside our system or bring it over to that network, like, because it's already created in our network or our market. Is that, do you follow me what I'm saying?
Yeah, you would need the person who currently owns.
If it's created in Brooklyn, you cannot bring it to Queens if you want to bring it to Queens.
Yeah.
You have to be
so
in
the
Brooklyn,
the user of Staker app that owns the wallet that has which is a Gnosis wallet which contains the stake, they would have to choose to do this transfer. It can't be just taken from them. And and Staker app, Corp or whoever they are, they can't do it either. So it does require the signature of the person who owns the wallet.
Got it.
It can't just be done by by the central organization running it. Thank God, that would be bad, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Rug pull central. So what Maddie's saying is why it's, and correct me if I'm wrong, Maddie, why it's a sort of a false claim that people have to buy Hex in order to get these things is because I think what he's saying is that, well, if there's a encapsulated stake on their in their ecosystem that's for sale, that's already been created,
Yeah.
then obviously you can just buy that, and that doesn't create any new stakes, and therefore doesn't lock up any more Hex, doesn't make Hex more scarce, doesn't push the price up.
Now, how do you buy that stake though?
Well, that's entirely up to their user interface and how it works.
Got you. That's what I'm saying. Because yeah, go ahead.
The mechanics of it would be they do all of that, and then some smart contract, or some custodial, or not custodial, that's not the right word, what do I want? Escrow, some kind of escrow thing.
Sure.
Sort of facilitates the handing over, the change of ownership, I would imagine, would be how that works.
Gotcha.
So you pay the money. When we see the money coming in, then the current owner can sign the thing that adds your signature and removes theirs, is how it, because that's how Gnosis safes work.
Yeah.
You don't actually transfer the safe per se like you would transfer an NFT or something or other.
Yeah.
You add the buyer's signature as you can do anything signatory, and then you remove yours, and then they can see that they're now the only signatory, and so then they have full control and only control. That's what actually happens mechanically. Now, of course, which is why you would need some kind of an escrow, because there's no guarantee that they're going to do that just because you paid them the money.
That's where I'm kind of understanding where Maddie's coming from now, right? Because I didn't think it that way, right, Maddie? So my thing now to help, I guess, push your answer even further, right? That was my question. So let's say, for example, we make Marco's ECAP stakes market, right? And I'm selling the things and whatever it is, the ECAPs and whatever. And now Maddie wants to go and buy it. But I'm like, no, Marco's rules is you're going to buy these ECAP stakes in this platform. You had to buy it with only Hex. Maddie goes, no, fuck that. Excuse my language. Screw that. I want to go and build a code or hire somebody so I could buy Marco's ECAP stakes on Future's platform now, right? The people can I put something in place where I'm like, nope, there's the only way to get this and to deal with this is you had to be only in this ecosystem, and that's it. You can only buy it with Hex, or is there always a back hole where they could just do that?
No, the current owner.
And I get what Maddie's saying completely. You understand what I mean? Like, that's
sure.
Yeah, that's no good.
So no, that is no good. However, Gnosis safes, Gnosis safes though are only one way of encapsulating stakes, and with the Gnosis safe one, you would definitely need the escrow that I was talking about. However, if you were to encapsulate the stakes within an NFT, then you don't need the escrow anymore, because you can just exchange the NFT, done deal, on existing Well, actually, you'd still need a marketplace. But there wouldn't need to be an escrow per se, because it can all be done in a single transaction.
Gotcha.
Interesting.
So can that person,
smart contract can do it? Yeah.
So can that person or company, product, whatever it is, do something where they just put a fence around their whole project, and you cannot take that ECAP stake no matter what and take it out of my system. You had to go through me. You had to buy hex through it, all that stuff. But if that works, then I don't think it's so bad.
Currently, to the best of my knowledge, all
NFT terrible.
Yeah, no, there's no backdoor. But to the best of my knowledge, all NFT contracts are locked within their own ecosystem. So if you go to OpenSea or whatever and you trade NFTs on there, well, actually, no, I think they have multiple bloody contracts now. But anyway, if you have a marketplace that's producing these NFTs of nonsense that you're buying, then there's not. I don't think I know that I've heard that they're working on it to try to come to some, standardization so that these NFTs can somehow be transferred, like essentially cross chain, but cross contract.
Yeah.
So like a silly monkey NFT is a silly monkey NFT. You can't exchange it for a silly hairdo duck NFT if it wasn't made on the same platform, right?
Really quick for the comment that popped up, Hex Cajun. The reason why Maddie and all of us is talking about it right now, even though majority of us will not be using it, is because sooner or later it's going to affect Hex and it's going to affect the ecosystem and stuff like that. So whether you want to use it or not, you have to, whether you care or not to be educated or not, it's fine. But it should be talked about because you never know if there's a lingering danger out there that could hurt. Because why invest so much money in something so long and then God forbid there's something that could hurt it, right? So to say that type of comment, I think is kind of naive because if you're going to invest into this, you want to make sure all sides is protected as much as possible, especially if somebody's created something on top of it. You want to make sure. That's why we're having this conversation.
Right, yeah. So like if we were discovering something now that was going to just like completely invalidate Hex's game theory and break the whole damn thing.
Yeah.
Which
we don't
was
just turn blind eye to it. We got to talk about it.
Yeah, which was a fear at the beginning, right? Well, oh God, what's it going to do? That's got huge consequence. So it's really important to nut it out. Yeah. And
I'm not trying to call that person out. I'm just saying, So
just in general,
I'm trying to call you out. Just answering your comment. So
yeah, that's why it's important.
A good point.
Yeah. That's
anything less than a 3641 stake, I predict within a year from now will be encapsulated, or you're an idiot because you're paying too much, and there'll be a whole new level of marketing. So instead of just the Hexican community, there'll be just a moment.
Yeah. So my
Sorry.
Go ahead. Did you want to finish what you were saying?
I'll just finish it and then I will shut up. Okay, so anything more than 369, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so instead of there won't be just the Hexican community shilling Hex anymore. There will be many, many, many communities shilling XYZ, not mentioning Hex, except to say that it's kind of based on Hex, but it's so much better. It won't be, but whatever. But they'll be shilling their thing. And the result of all of that ultimately will be that for their thing to work, it has to buy Hex and make T-shares. Up until the point the market becomes sort of saturated, where everybody that is interested in crypto sort of already has one of these things, give or take, and so no one wants to buy them anymore, kind of a thing. Yeah. But that's the perfect scenario. That's where we want to get to, and that's where we want to get to tomorrow, if we possibly could, because that makes us all gazillionaires tomorrow instead of 50 years from now. So I actually see, my prediction is that it will actually accelerate, and here's the irony. Yeah. If this is true. And for goodness sake, everybody else discuss this. Richard, give it some thought, because if this is true, then it would be also logical, and you're going to hate this, Manny, but it would be also logical, therefore, if that is true, for us Hexicans as a community to shift our focus from only onboarding individuals to actually marketing this idea of using Hex as making more and more and more hedrons, basically.
What happens if all the Hex is max staked?
If all of the Hex is max staked? If all of the that's the OA's decision, really, isn't it? Whether that's ever going to happen or not.
That's not what I was asking.
You mean to release more into the system?
No, I'm asking what if 90% of the Hex is staked instead of 10%?
Then the APY goes.
How does the APY do?
Well, APY tanks, but price will skyrocket. Because
unless you can trade all your stakes. Unless you can sell it all, unless it's not really time locked.
No. So my what's the word? My nirvana that I'm trying to paint here, that I'm imagining, which could be completely wrong. I want to be really clear. I could have missed something. You know what it's like with these logic things. One little one gets flipped to a zero,
Correct.
and the whole argument's
Thanks for
backwards,
saying
right?
that.
So,
Go ahead.
yeah.
I apologize.
So this nirvana, it assumes that the growth of the market for crypto can outpace the demand for hex in any form, right? In other words, outpace market saturation. If it turns out that events in the world make it so that the entire crypto market shrinks and there's no new onboards happening anywhere because of some war or some damn thing, then none of this plays out. But then it wasn't going to play out anyway, right? But that would. So what I'm really talking about is when would the top of the S curve happen? And the top of an S curve can only happen if you have the rapid acceleration phase. You can't reach the top of an S curve without going through the vertical hockey stick thing. The only other alternative is to just deplete down to zero and not go anywhere. So if we're going to go viral anyway, and there is going to be a top of this S curve, kind of sucks for the people getting into hex when the top of the S curve is here, because now they're down to getting their, 5% per annum, whatever, and it's just like an old bank. But for those of us in now, before this vertical thing happens, I can only see that a proliferate, and who knows if it'll happen. I mean, so many people don't even, all the devs out there, they don't want to build on hex. They want to build their own broken thing and have it go to zero, But if enough do build on hex to make, and that sort of goes viral within the dev and I want to get rich quick sort of community, then that will massively accelerate the marketing, the direct market. Well, no, it isn't direct. It will rapidly accelerate the marketing of hex-related stuff, which will result in hex purchases being driven up endlessly. In fact, the purchasing would have to surely outpace the selling. And, well, it has to, because all of those purchases will be for stakes, 5555. There'll be nothing to sell. So that's nirvana for me. Nothing better than, that's the best thing that could happen. Now, could it have happened on day one like that? Hell no. Richard would have had to go out there and somehow miraculously sell to dozens of VCs and other degens and everything that they should use his contract to make profit, and that was never going to work. But now that it's been proven to work, which is why I said way back, I actually think this was designed in. There was a time when Richard was designing this thing where he had to make a decision. Will I make the T-shares, or the shares rather, transferable within the contract? I think allow them to have their own market, and he decided no.
Yeah, I think he said
he knew this was an inevitability, though. He knew this was an inevitability. That's my prediction. Yeah. He had to, because I finally come up with it, figured it out like 2 and a bit years later. So he must have thought of it 2 years earlier than me, because he's way smarter. So, yeah, I think he knew this was inevitable.
What the outcome I kind of came up with, right? Because like how Maddie did, where you just learn more and more and you start thinking about which, start changing the idea and whatever, right? I still not for it. I still don't like the idea totally. But now I do get the potential outcome of how amazing it can end up being for price down the road, or how devastating it could be, right? Yeah. And from what I see by that is 2 ways. So A is, could be bad. Yeah, it could be a net positive. A meaning the person got to come in, they had to buy hex. They cannot escape the ecosystem. They had to play in this ecosystem all the time, buy, sell, whatever it is. Then maybe down the road it could be a booster for hex. But there's a way where somebody makes it, but then you can still take that encapsulated stake, and down the road I could trade it for something else, USDT, USDC, or whatever else. I never need to touch hex in general. Then I think it's very dangerous. I think that could happen if there's only one hedron. But if there's many hedrons, so I do see both sides to it. It all depends on, I think, not on the idea of ECAP stakes, but what's going to monitor and control that particular thing in what ecosystem. I think that's the questions we should be asking: is what prevents it from leaving this ecosystem? What prevents it from people buying it a different way than what we original tend to do, right? If I understand this whole thing, because like I said,
Pure hex stakes
yeah.
prevents value from leaking out.
exactly. So
as
I agree.
much.
Like end of the day,
Pure
end of the day,
some value
you
will
should
leak
just
out for
stake,
sure.
right? Like I think end of the day, people should just stake, use hex the way it is intended for. Why? Because it's flawless, it's immutable, it works, and it's proven it works. Listen, we have a whale
Absolutely.
proven $200 million it works, and they believe in the system, right?
Yeah.
I think people are just trying to find other ways of multiplying the gains faster and faster and faster, and they're building all these new things. Do I think it's worth building all these new things? No, I don't think so, because the thing we have is flawless, you know. But now I do get to see both why it could be very good or extremely bad for it.
It has to reach a certain critical mass and everything, and yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I do.
But it's the fact that hex has been proven so reliable that will support the many hadrons instead of only one, and the many will create massive marketing pressure, which will create, in order for them to deliver their product, they have to buy the source product from the main hex contract, whatever chain it be on, and that. That just puts hex to the moon on total automatic, and individual people don't have to give a damn anymore about onboarding, because there's multiple companies, organizations, communities out there all marketing something that isn't hex, but is built on hex, and thus pushing hex up.
Exactly. If they have to buy hex, regardless of how they use it, the ECAP, let's just think about it like this, right? And I don't want to go too crazy in theory. If they have to, let's say, they want the ECAP stake, whatever reason for, but they have to, no matter what, buy hex all the time for it, price is just going to skyrocket. Whether everybody stakes, APY goes down to
no, because hex is the dumb pipes in that situation.
Say it again?
Nobody's selling staked hex so that they can hold liquid hex.
Yeah,
people are moving the value out of liquid hex as soon
at
as
the
they
edges.
Get it
that is
something
true.
Else.
Yeah.
But
so long as the demand for these products outstrips the existing supply of encapsulated stakes available to buy, if that is true, then they have to be creating new 5555 stakes at the main contract. That's the condition. But when you think about it, that same amount of demand, if we want the hex price to go up, we require the demand to be at least a constant, if not increase anyway. Mm-hmm. And there's only so many hexicans dealing directly with the source contract that can put our efforts into onboarding and everything. Whereas if it transpired that there were 20, 30, 40 other things out there, and God help us, I'm sure a lot of them will just be gambling nonsense with the same drip feed bullshit that we've seen. Nevertheless, if their thing is built on hex, and if they are pushing and marketing hard, so let's say they're pump and dump ones like they all are, right? Like I mean, this particular type I'm thinking of. Mm-hmm. So they market their project. They buy a whole bunch of original source. Original hex contract stakes, and they sell them all at a slight discount compared to whatever they do. Whatever they do, they market them, and a whole bunch of people buy them. They take all the money and they run away. So now a whole bunch of people have got these XYZs that are actually built on hex, but they don't know what a hex is. But they've got this XYZ, and they try to sell them and everything, and it doesn't work out, and the price of them kind of tanks, and blah blah blah, and it all goes away into oblivion, say. So, because they don't realize what they've got. They don't understand that it's a hex thing and blah 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 and all this thing, because they were sold an XYZ and a whole bunch of hype with an incentive token and a God knows what else. Turns out that all the hex that they didn't even know they had is still locked up, still not on the market. So I can't. So I'm saying that if those projects completely fail, it's still a net positive for hex, is what I'm trying to say. Even if they're total scamming assholes, because then they just get replaced by some other project, and the people own those encapsulated stakes, but they've all gone away and go, I got ripped off, blah blah, lost all my money, fuck this crypto thing. So they ain't never hitting the market again. So now the scammers come with their new, ABC, and start selling that to a whole bunch of new suckers. They got to go buy new stakes to make it happen, because the other ones are lost with all these disillusioned, wrecked plebs that fell for the previous scheme, right?
I think in the end of the day, I think the most important thing, like I said before, is what stops the ECAP stakes from leaving the ecosystem to be traded for everything else but Hex in general, right? Because if there's nothing that stops that, then there's no point of any of this at all, right? And like I said, it could hurt. Like if, let's say they had to buy Hex, let's just be real, guys, because people want to build this shit no matter what, right? But if it's built and they had to buy Hex no matter what, yeah, it could affect Hex bad, but they buying Hex, so they're still in the area where they're doing it. But if they get to leave that, if they get to take that ECAP stake and buy it any other way, then nobody ever needs to buy Hex anymore. Then it's no good, right? Like that's the danger. It's
correct.
What
Yeah.
What creates that spider web, right? What creates that spider web that prevents the ECAP stakes from being removed and being tossed in another ecosystem, another network, another area? That's the danger.
If the supply outstrips demand, so there's so many of these encapsulated stake things out there, and not a lot of people looking for them, then of course the main Hex contract's not doing nothing because it doesn't need to anymore.
Exactly.
If the price goes up, it'll incentivize people to take profit.
Always, that's in everything,
Well, yeah, but not in Hex. It'll be in this encapsulated
take
thing.
Profit because they had to wait.
Oh, you're talking about for a t-shirt. I thought you were talking about just a coin in general.
But
of course.
Yeah, but the actual Hex doesn't hit the market again until the actual stake ends. So the scarcity of the actual Hex doesn't change, and they can sell it for a truck. Their profit can be a truck. They don't have to sell Hex.
The scarcity is based on the ratio of the money going in to the amount of Hex that's available. So when we think about like what is real liquidity, there's the liquidity that's in the AMM.
It's locked. If
listen
it's locked,
to what
it's
I'm
locked.
saying before forming your opinion. Listen to what I'm saying. Let me
all
finish
of it
thought,
right
please.
to the end. Oh,
Let me finish my thought, because these complex thoughts that are compound thoughts that help you to understand it.
Have the thought. Let's have the thought. Come on.
When we think about liquidity, there's the liquidity that's on the AMM. There's the liquid Hex that's not on the AMM, and then there's the staked Hex that is not liquid. If you make this staked Hex that is not liquid tradable, you're increasing the liquidity on one side but not the other.
Impossible.
And that decreases the price.
There's no way to trade staked Hex. There's no such thing as staked Hex. It cannot be traded. It doesn't exist.
Shares.
Yeah, which is a different
claim
thing.
on all the future Hex. All of the future Hex that will ever exist comes from shares. So it
but
is
how is that any? Even if it changes ownership 50 billion times before the stake ends, how does that affect the stake itself?
Because you're not locking people into their mad gains, and that is one of the fundamentals. So right now, I would not have so much value because I would have sold some, because everybody would have sold some. More or less.
Sold some what? Not Hex. What's Hex
sold
got
some
to do
value. Part of this, the value storage mechanism is being immutably locked.
Yes, that's true. But if you sell it before the stake ends, then you get much less out of it. Hell, you might only even break even.
Please remember this, right? So I do want to make sure we all on the same page of this, right? Because we're all learning this, right? Nobody's an expert in this.
No.
At the end of the day,
as out as I go.
And at the end of the day, right? Like to get these ECAP stakes, somebody first had to buy Hex, take it off the market, throw it out 15 years. Now
and that
somebody
could have been in the past in the case of all the Gnosis ifs that exist now through StakeRad.
Yeah,
well,
that
from what I
glitch.
Yeah. From what I was told, from what I read and all that stuff, it will only be new Hex. It's not like, oh, hey.
That is not true. And anybody who tells you that is
so that's why I don't know.
Intellectually dishonest or doesn't understand the system, both of which are very
or the context or the detail. The devil's in the detail.
Gotcha. Okay.
I think what they're saying is that in order for them to create a thing to be sold, in say for example Hedron, they have to use Hex to do that, which is obviously true.
No,
but
Maddie, thank you for saying that, because nobody told me that, right? From what I was told and from what I read and all the chats and all that stuff, it was saying that it cannot be done that way, right? So yeah, if that's not
okay,
true,
now so Marco, help me get some clarity on this thing, because I wasn't involved in any of that.
Yeah.
So is it that, or either one of you? So, hang on. So are they saying that, or have we heard them say that in order to what did they say?
Well,
Rather than
from what I understand is you buy your hex, right, and you basically you stake it, etc., right? Then you go, and I want to be like, you know what? I had this 555 T-share. Damn, emergency family happens. I don't really want an emergency end stake. I want to be able to sell it. It's an ECAP stake, so I go sell it to somebody, right? That person, they have to buy a hex to take it from me, right? Now, when they take it from me, they're not selling that T-share. They got to keep that encapsulated stake going until they want to sell it to the next person. But at the end of the day, that T-share is locked up, right?
So well, yeah, okay, I get.
So the only way the other person could profit from it too, if they don't want to hold on to no more, is they would have to emergency end stake, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So and then they,
but the ECAP wouldn't allow that to happen, probably. But anyway, yeah.
That's what I'm wondering.
If they have to buy Hex in order to buy it off you, that means the Hex goes to you, and you needed the money, so you're going to sell the Hex. So
exactly,
it makes no difference.
Yeah,
that's the dumb pipe that Maddie referred to.
Yeah, and the thing that Maddie was saying that maybe you might know the answer to, and not, it's from what I was told, from what I read, and all that stuff is, if we're going to make new ECAP stakes, I can't use my last year's 555, maybe January 10th, let's just say hypothetical, to actually make this ECAP stakes. It's only when the system goes live, going forward, all those stakes that we make new could be used.
It's not possible to encapsulate an existing stake without giving away your seed words, which of course breaks everything.
Okay. Yep. And that's definitely, like, this for a fact.
It's absolutely definitely. Gnosis.
It is. Well, except the staker app ones, because they're already Gnosis. They're already encapsulated right from the get-go.
Gotcha.
But built in.
Cool question, Maddie, and because you know this more, and you guys would know this more than me. So let's say hypothetical. I don't know if you want to choose Staker app or Firebund's version or Hexbase, but let's just say in 2 days they go live, right? They go live. When they go live, is it only in 2 days after all those stakes could become ECAP stakes, or can they say, you know what, the stakes that we had the past 2 years, we're going to let you guys use that too? How does that work?
Yes.
Okay, so in the case of Staker app,
Staker could do that. Anybody could do that.
Well, yeah, but the supply only the Staker app Gnosis. What? Only the Staker app Gnosis.
Nobody talked about that,
Yeah, only the Staker app Gnosis wallets would be available as supply to sell immediately. Other than that, if Hedron wanted their own stuff without touching any of the Staker app things, they would have to create new stakes in order to have them encapsulated. You cannot take a normal raw Hex contract stake, the likes of which we make in MetaMask wallets and things, and then encapsulate it. That cannot be done.
That's what I understand. Okay.
Right. And they're competitors, and they're both rushing to market. And I don't like how either of them are being intellectually dishonest, or that they're not acknowledging that they're not being totally transparent and saying that Hedron could switch it up and create a market for Staker app Gnosis safes, or Staker app could be shitting on every other thing that's trying to be encapsulated, so that they can be the first to market with a market for their own bags that are supposed to be locked but suddenly aren't. So it bothers me.
So what you're saying, so I just want to make sure. So what you're saying is, and I'm not sure, do you want to use the Staker app as an example or not? Do you want?
Sure, because
those are the ones that
because I've said a lot of good things about them, and I will continue to be, because but we need to be specific.
Gotcha.
So the audience can fact check.
So all right. So we use Staker app as an example. So let's say they go live tomorrow. Because I want to know this. I need the knowledge, right? So they go live. Today's the 23rd. They go live the 24th, right? Congratulations, they made ECAP stakes. It gets launched. Now, is it after the 24th on to make an ECAP stake? They got to take Hex, whatever amount, throw it for 5 years, and now it's on the market to be tradable. Or can they say, hey, the Hex stakes, the Hex that was yesterday, months before, stuff like that, we're going to include that in the market of ECAP stakes? Is that
okay? So I can answer. I can answer that definitively. I can answer that
matters.
definitively.
So that's huge, right? Like,
yeah. Right. So in the case of Staker app only, not in the case of Hedron, and yes, Maddie, I'll cover that as well. All Staker app stakes are already and were always from the very get-go encapsulated in a Gnosis wallet.
Gotcha. Okay.
We didn't know this. We weren't throwing around the word encapsulated. I knew it. A bunch of people knew it, but there was no reason to talk about it, right? The net positive.
Let's just make this clear one more time, so people know. I know. So all the stakes that are on Staker app. Like I said, I don't know these things. I'm just learning, like everybody else. Right?
Yeah, sure.
It's out of my league, guys. Like I don't pretend to know things I don't know.
That's okay.
So those stakes from day one since Staker app launched, they are AKA, if you want to call it ECAP stakes, they're ECAP stakes basically.
They're transferable.
Okay.
To different ownership. Yeah, definitely.
Gotcha.
They don't have any. They don't have anything in their user interface yet to facilitate that. But you can go on the blockchain manually and do it if you want to.
Because I knew something about that. If something happens to you, you can pass it on to your family member. You know, you can
exactly.
Okay,
that's a feature.
Social
it's a feature.
recovery. Okay. Social recovery. So and just to be super clear, technically it's with Gnosis safes that have been created through Staker app where you time locked your hex. It's not each stake can be transferred or sold.
No, it's the whole
only
wallet.
The entire wallet.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And then somebody had a
but
question.
Retroactively, yes.
And since we're talking about this particular part, somebody had a question regarding those stakes that we're talking about on the Staker app, right? Can you ever change your keywords that hold on to that, or like let's say I had mine's banana apple pie and I'm going to give you my stakes. You're going to be ownership of my account, whatever. Can you go and change it yourself and change it to something entirely different?
But there's kind of two questions intertwined there. So I'm just so here's how it works. So a Gnosis safe, which was not created, they didn't invent Gnosis safe. Just for clarity, the Gnosis safe was created by a different.
Yeah, they just using it. Yeah.
They're using it. Yeah. Okay. So the purpose of a Gnosis safe is to abstract the wallet away in such that, so like at the moment, if you have Hex in a MetaMask wallet, then only that MetaMask wallet or another one that has the private seed word phrase in it can tell that Hex to go somewhere.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Right. So a Gnosis safe smart contract, you can have multiple different accounts. You can have a one of many or an only, so you can have 3 signatories and you can say at least 2 of them have to sign in order to make this Hex go somewhere, if you want to. Now, the Staker app ones have 1 signatory only, the person who owns that wallet. Now, the way you transfer that wallet to somewhere else, which is to answer your question, can you change the seed phrase? You don't change the seed phrase per se. You would set up a new MetaMask account with a new seed phrase. You would then, the existing seed phrase would then, for the Gnosis safe, would then be used to add your new MetaMask account as a signatory. You would make sure that the wallet was set up so that only 1 signature is required to do things, and then either one of those signatories then could remove the original MetaMask key with those seed phrases. So if you were, so there's a security benefit there. If you think, my house got burgled, I think I might have lost my seed phrase, you can move it. And that's why I was interested in it.
This is my seed phrase, right? I'm gonna trade this to you. You take it, you create a new one, and now you revoke my original one, so I can never access it again.
Yeah, and the seed phrase itself never goes anywhere. That's still yours.
It's
private.
still there, but you can't use it. You can't touch my new.
Yeah, you're no longer a signatory of the safe. Yeah, right. But in the case where your house, let's say your house got burgled and they took the whole safe, and inside the safe was a piece of paper, and written on the piece of paper was your seed phrase, and you've got $30 billion worth of Hex. You're like, holy shit. if you had a Gnosis safe, you would have the opportunity, if you'd already set it up with multiple signatures and you had a copy of, well, anyway, there'd be a period of time, so long as you had access to your seed phrase, another copy of them, to get it moved to a new, freshly created wallet. And you'd be right.
Okay.
Now, you know, I mean, that sounds like a good thing, and it is if executed correctly. But just from a security point of view, it actually creates a weakness because people will go, if I ever lose the keys, I can just move it somewhere else, and then they get lax on their security, and then, you know. But
the way,
and that's how you can bequeath them too.
Yeah, the way I do things, and the reason why, and I want to make sure chat understands this, right? So this is why I always go in the beginning. I don't hate products. I don't block anybody. I like to learn as much as I can between the lines of things, and then come up with a conclusion, right? Because and they listen, we're all human. We all feel we're all Richard Hart Maxis, and we all feel personal about how we handle hacks, and you know, oh, don't talk about this, don't you ever, you know. At the end of the day, we still got to understand why we feel that way, right? So knowing this and knowing more, this further puts my argument of I don't like it, right? Because
Sure.
is there potential for this to help hacks boost like crazy? Yeah, there is a slight chance where it could skyrocket everything for us, right? But the back doors, you know, all the back doors that this thing possibly could have.
What
prevents
Richard
it from
says
happening?
about adding, whenever you add complexity, you add
That's
potential
my thing where
security
I go and
exposure.
I'm like, okay, that's, and I don't think a lot of people understood the detail. Everybody understood things, but they don't understand the details into why it works that way. So now, hopefully, chat, I answer your question. And now we're all knowledgeable on why these things work the way they do. You know how Genos works, how this works. So now you can stop attacking me for these stupid comments. All right, so.
And you know, there's a lot of other things. I'm only talking about Staker App from what I know about how it works internally, technically. There's a lot of other stuff that's positive to say about it, and I don't know, some negative arguments. Like, one of the positive things is that a lot of those Gnosis safes cost Staker, the organization, their own money to set up when the Ethereum transaction fees were going off the charts, and it was. You know, a ridiculous amount of money just to create a Gnosis safe. Yeah. You know, they were subsidizing it and stuff like that, and you know, maybe that's part of some master plan. I don't know, but you know, that came out of someone's pocket. You know. So,
another thing too, I just want to remind everyone, right? Who came up with the ratchet strategy, right? The ratchet strategy was don't do anything. You sit back, you buy your hex, you buy your pulse chain, you buy your p hex. You let the market do whatever the fuck they want, buy whatever they want, trade whatever they want, and you let them ratchet up the burning features, all that stuff, and you make the money. That was my little plan that I screamed out last time. So that doesn't change things, guys. Like, I'm pure Richard Hart Maxi. That's all me. That's all what I love. I just like to know about these new technologies, the new things that happen, because at the end of the day, this is the ecosystem I'm in. I'm going to be in this ecosystem for the next 15 years. So I want to be as educated as possible when it comes to these type of things, especially when I'm on the channel talking to other folks or being on streams or everything like that. Like, I need to be knowledgeable too in this. I need to know this. So that's one reason why I don't like to block everything right away. I like to learn.
I think it's really important whenever you're invested in anything that you know, never, especially in crypto, and you know, it's in the IT industry, for goodness sake, and computers and whatnot. I mean, like, you should assume that something's changed. The ground's moved under your feet every morning when you get up. And just that's why we're part of the community, though, right? So someone in the community is going to have this conversation and nut all this out, and you're part of the community, so you benefit from that. Is the hope? So and so I feel for you, Maddie. I really do. From my worldview now, is that you brought something up that you didn't like. I agreed with you, and now I don't. And only because of you, we've had this conversation, and I've had this epiphany, which says it's all going to be great. And you still don't agree. Oh, I'm so sorry about that. Let's hope the community can figure it out.
As long as you feel better, my job is done.
Oh, man, I'm excited. I am. I actually think that now that Hex is established, it's 2 years in, it's a proven thing. There's no going back on that. It's a done deal. You know, the ground is tilled. Let the planting begin. I love it. It's awesome.
So just to make things clear, Maddie, at the end of the day, you really don't like the ECAP stakes. You understand it more. You're not too harsh on it, but you don't like.
Oh, I'm
the outcome of it.
100% harsh on
Okay.
trading staked hex.
Okay.
I would prefer, to be clear, I would prefer that it wasn't a thing, that it couldn't happen, and it was never going to happen.
I agree.
Right.
Like-
And I
but
agree,
but
Maddie,
but it's
I agree.
now, it is now, in my opinion, inevitable.
I disagree.
And I'm just so damn. Well, it's not like they're all going to appear tomorrow, and the pace at which they appear could be zygonically slow.
Even if they come out, it's gonna take forever to actually like. It's gonna take a very long time before it does even anything. My opinion.
Yeah.
If it ever
So
does.
so I don't know if my nirvana, like thousands of them, is inevitable. Obviously, it's not. But we know that at least 2
Anything's possible.
exist, 3.
Of course.
But for them to spiral out of control and go viral, and say, hey, if you're not building on Hex, what are you doing? You're doing it wrong. Kind of a narrative gets formed. Yeah, I don't know if that would happen or not. We can't prevent that by talking about it, because talking about it just brings attention to it, right? But if we ignore it for if we ignore it for long enough, and if we delete this video, maybe it won't happen. Sorry.
Let me make a couple of points. So, like, when misinformation gets spread around, and maybe that's not the right word, when like memes, like, it's going to be created and we can't do anything about it, so accept it. And you're not
I didn't
a
say
Hexican
that.
if you don't do. Whoa.
Oh, I just said it was inevitable.
Okay,
That's
it's
different.
accepted.
A lot of people are saying that who have tried to do their own research, and they were brainwashed by fancy music playing in the background, and like hours of random people talking about this and that. Like, there are advanced tactics at play to get people to,
Yeah, well, if someone says something's inevitable,
listen to all this stuff.
they'd better come along with a reason why they think that, not just say it and hype it
Think
up.
what? No. What I'm trying to say.
Well, they didn't though, did they?
What I'm trying to say, and maybe I'm getting distracted, but I've heard you guys out, and I appreciate your discussions.
Go.
I see in the chat a lot is that people keep saying the same wrong thing over and over again, and that's what's getting propagated. Is the meme that it can be done, so it's inevitable, so we have to accept it, and it's good for the price because you only have to buy it with Hex. It's only going forward into the future that this applies. Like, all of these things that are not true keep getting said over and over again.
Those are all true, are they not? Which one of those isn't true?
Which one do you want to start with?
Oh, I don't know. Which one's the most untrue?
Let's see. So it's not inevitable because the OA owns 90 whatever % for a reason. So if I can come up with a game theory way to stop people from breaking their time locks and trading stuff, or if anybody else, all of the hundreds, no, maybe thousands of brilliant people who watch this show and who have pushed past the discomfort and the conflict and gotten to this point where we're being super productive. Good job, us.
Just
somebody,
join at the 3-hour mark.
I
Forget everything
believe,
before that.
can come up with a defensive play. Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash, those, that was not an inevitable thing. That happened because of the base layer is in the end socially enforced. And that's why I'm not scared that Hex is going to get wrecked. I'm not scared it's going to go to zero.
No.
Even if there was a fatal flaw, which I don't think that there is,
if that was going to happen, it would have happened
the
by now.
social consensus layer, the people who have already been brought together, who are mad geniuses, us and the people watching included, can come up with solutions to things. And at the end of the day, the social consensus layer will fragment like it did with Bitcoin, like it did with Ethereum and everything else. But I believe that there is something to be said for being in it for the tech, being right about economics, being right about game theory. And, we're going to have growing pains. We're going to have hiccups. And Hex is, it's not guaranteed. Some parts of it are, but the social consensus layer is not guaranteed. And that's why it's so important for us to be like, you know, pushing through conflict, discussing things, learning from each other, like gatekeeping who we want to gatekeep, and listening to who we want to listen to. And like, that's our right. And people can listen to us if they want to. They can turn us off if they want to. Like, but at the end of the day, I believe that, you know, people will, you know, continue to go in whatever direction they need to.
Right.
Yeah.
So we
So-
make a free hedron with no fees, and then let the party begin.
So,
And open source.
Yeah, so my thing was my result with the ECAP stake conversation is the only thing that worries me, because like I said, and like Future said earlier, I think no matter how we feel about it, no matter if we like it or not, somebody's going to make it regardless. And I don't think these 3 companies or 4 companies are going to make it. And next year or 2 years later, there might be 10, 15, 20 making their own versions, right? My biggest fear is can those ECAP stakes leave the ecosystem and be sold anywhere else without having to buy Hex? If that's the answer is yes, then that's a dangerous game. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
So
dangerous. Yeah, that's a
if
very
they
dangerous game.
if they can create them without using Hex, then they're not creating. Then they're creating. Well, then they've copied Hex.
Yeah, they're not. It's not Hex. Yeah, but
Yeah, it's
That's the only
either not
concern
Hex
I
or it's an
really have,
illegal.
yeah.
It's either not Hex or
Without-
it's an illegal
oh,
copy of Hex.
What about my truck example?
Hmm?
Also, if you have a truck for sale,
Yeah. Okay. So you want an encapsulated stake, and well, it's the other way around. I want an encapsulated stake, and you want a truck. I've got a truck. So I give you a so. Okay. What if you don't have an encapsulated stake?
I
But
do.
you do. Well, you do.
I
Okay,
literally
so I'll
do.
buy, okay, so
I
I'll
have
buy it
5
off you.
T-shirts
I'll
staked
buy it
in
off you.
stake
But what
wrap.
if I wanted an encapsulated stake and I didn't know where to get one? So I'd go to one of these sites. to
I've got
buy
an
one.
audience.
Okay, so I've got to find one, right?
I've
But
got
what if-
people in the chat who love encapsulated stakes, even though I hate them.
Yeah.
Look
so
at
what
me.
if what?
I've got a market.
What if none are for sale at the moment, or not at a price that makes it worth my time? I might as well just go to the normal Hex contract.
It's worth nothing to me right now. I need to move this DeLorean around without putting more miles on it. I want a truck.
Okay. well,
You
can
want
have-
discounted T-shirts? Let's do business, baby.
No, you can just have the truck. I don't really.
You
Oh, am I
are
breaking the
so
analogy?
kind. You are so kind. What do I want
Okay,
now?
so I get
want
your
a house
encap-
now.
So I
me
get you. I get your encapsulated.
yeah, but like, let's not joke. Real quick, I want. Because Maddie had a point. I want and you're a developer, right? So you probably know this more
Oh,
than anybody.
he
If you could
was
just
proving
answer
it.
that, yeah. If you could really answer that, so at least I understand this even more, you know. And then we could laugh.
Answer the literal question. So the literal okay, go again. I think he was trying to do a thought experiment to figure out how the game thinking would work
Yeah.
out. I think so. It didn't. I don't think it was really a.
I didn't.
serious
Nobody had
question.
to buy Hex in my example. I got a truck for T-shares that were supposed to be time locked, and then I traded them
Sure.
because they're in my stake wrap wallet.
But that encapsulated state could not have possibly existed or come into existence at any time in space-time continuum, unless the main Hex contract had been used to create it.
But the scarcity that exists in this moment says that Hex does not become more valuable because the guy with the truck has to choose between whether he wants to get my ripped off version that is still valid according to the contract, or whether he has to put buy pressure on Hex in order to get T-shares.
Well, if the value of my truck is, if the deal works out that I can get your encapsulated stake for only 33% of what it would have cost of what it will cost me to get that number of T-shares now, then of course I'm going to buy it. Why wouldn't I?
So Maddie's situation only works, right? If the original creators of the ECAP stakes and their ecosystem, their market allows ECAP stakes to be able to be sold any other way besides Hex. Right, Maddie? Is that correct?
Well, yeah, but they got to sell it for less than what it would cost me to go to the main contract too. That's
Meaning, hey, Maddie, you, like I said, I'm the creator of these ECAP stakes. It's my market, Marco's market, and you know what? Somebody wants to give up their ECAP stakes for your truck, and I allow that by, they could go to another platform and buy it. That's possible, I guess, future, right?
yeah.
Okay.
Well, they can just
So
meet you on the
Staker
street
can't
corner
stop
and do it.
me. Staker can't stop me from going to the Gnosis, front end and playing around with it until I figure out how to transfer it to the guy with the truck. And
Gotcha.
whatever.
That's my biggest thing is if it could be stopped. Meaning like, nope, Maddie, sorry, you cannot sell your truck and buy futures ECAP stake because I'm forcing you to only have to buy Hex first before you trade your truck in.
Once if it's in a Gnosis wallet, there's no technical way to just flip a 1 to a 0 somewhere and stop it from happening.
Or is there?
It only comes to, well, there might be. Through game theory and something the OA might be able to do, maybe, I don't know.
Correct.
But you can't technically just say disallow. But if you don't make it easy by creating a user interface, then the person would have to resort to using Etherscan and their own MetaMask and importing their seed phrase and mucking about to do it all manually. But it can certainly still be done.
Because that's the part that's the little, how sometimes everything sounds super good to be true, but then when you find that one little detail, it could change your mindset of everything. That's the one little detail so far that I don't like is that, and like I said, if it's true and it's 100% works that way, according to you, because you are a dev, that person could buy Hex, give me that t-shirt, but then I could be like, you know what? Hey, you want the t-shirt? Give me USDC. You don't even need to buy Hex. Here, take this, keep it.
That's absolutely true, and that will absolutely happen. There's no way they can say you have to buy Hex in order to. I mean, maybe on their platform, whoever they are, but other platforms will spring up.
The original person has to buy Hex, of course, to make the t-shirt. And
but beyond that, no.
But as a buyer, that means anybody could buy anything. Use any currency to buy the ECAP stake if they decide to.
Absolutely. Yep.
No one can
stop them.
And a platform cannot prevent that from happening when they create that that ECAP stake.
They could if it was an NFT based thing rather than a Gnosis safe, because a Gnosis safe is designed to be able to be transferred to anyone. But if it was an NFT type thing, they could write code into the NFT platform.
Gotcha.
To set the rules of.
And to make
it'll only transfer if I see Hex transferring somewhere, or something like that. So
technically, for this to be possible, to make this in simple terms for myself, right? I have my E-Hex on Hex, and I have my P-Hex on Pulse Chain. But for me to be able to read my E-Hex over while I have to sell it for P-Hex, I would need to bridge it over. So technically, somebody could create a bridge to allow them to take the ECAP stake anywhere and buy it and sell it anywhere. It's possible, right?
It's another use case.
The bridge would have to exist. Someone would have to create the bridge.
That's possible. Somebody could create it, and outside of people
and then you'd have
buy my ECAP stake.
The bridge would hold encapsulated stakes.
That's scary.
On each side, yeah.
That's the thing. That's a little detail that bothers me. It's that part is what prevents people from just like, hey, you know what? You don't want to buy Hex, dude. Don't worry. So you got Shiba coin. All right, give me your Shiba coin. Take my ECAP stake. That's what scares me. But then they don't have to buy Hex.
Yes.
No.
The majority of price appreciation comes from people putting buy pressure on the main thing.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely correct. So if
digital scarcity,
if the demand and the encapsulated stakes will always be cheaper because they're 5555s. Which gives them the 200% blah blah blah. So if you can buy them for tractors, then everyone's going to go buy them for tractors that's got a tractor, and no one's going to buy Hex and go to the original contract. Absolutely true. But if we keep marketing and if we keep onboarding, the demand for T-shares should outstrip the supply of available encapsulated T-shares.
And I agree with you on that. Because they had to buy the T-shirt.
Unlimited supply.
Yeah, and they have to be cheaper. They have to be cheaper.
Yeah, correct.
They have to be cheaper than the genuine one. Otherwise, who's going to buy them, right? So their price is capped at the main contract's T-share price. They can't be more expensive than that, right? Yeah, but if the growing demand for T-shares exceeds the number of T-shares that are available to be sold through encapsulated stakes.
There's always more available the more that people are creating them.
Yeah, but when they create them, they have to buy real Hex and they have to lock it up for 5555. You can't create. What? You can't create an encapsulated stake without buying
You don't
Hex.
have
It's
to
not
create
possible.
new ones. You could take the same ones and recycle them over and over again.
I'm just saying that if but that's what I'm saying. What do you mean recycle them over and over? You mean just keep selling them and selling them and selling them and
Yeah.
selling them?
The price won't be able to go up as much because people will keep selling them because they'll get mad gains.
Yeah, but only up to the point, because the price will be capped at what the main contract is. There'll be no benefit, especially if the organization making this easy for people to do is taking an 8% fee or something or other. Then there's going to be a hard cap at the price. So like if you take a fee, right? So the price of an encapsulated stake theoretically would never sell unless the buyer's an idiot or whatever, for more than the actual T-share price on the main contract.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
Agreed.
So if you take a fee, so that happens. People sell them for as much as they can, and it caps out at that. It can't go any higher. And now that organization's taking a fee on top of that, which makes them necessarily more expensive, because now it's that plus 8% or whatever, or it caps out at 8% less. Either way, the person can, because this is saturation, right? So there's no more, sorry, it's the anti-saturation. So there's no more to buy. They're not there. Or no one's going to buy them because the price is,
But people buy them, and then more are created, like you predicted, because that's the move, because it's more profitable. And then the entire system becomes flooded with things that are not time locked but are getting paid as if they were. So all the inflation in the system does not get paid to long-term people. It gets paid to short-term people.
But that doesn't matter, because every stake is 5555 now. It's heaven.
But that doesn't matter. That doesn't mean anything because it's not time locked, so it's not scarce in the here and now. So it doesn't matter.
Every new stake that is created due to demand outstripping supply of encapsulated stakes, i.e., every stake that is created in the Hex contract, every stake that is created, period, every single stake in this scenario will be 5555.
Okay.
And thus the game
Let's
theory.
play with that idea.
And thus the game theory that was built into the Hex contract to encourage people to stake longer because they get a bonus has done its job up until now, but is now no longer needed because all stakes will be maxed out. Because the people make the most profit by making those stakes and then selling them for profit as encapsulated stakes. But the amount of profit they're able to make out of that will be capped. It doesn't just go on and on and on forever. That means that the supply is limited. If the demand outstrips that supply, and it will if there's competing hedrons out there trying to do it better, marketing to their people.
Let me see if I had a new aha moment based on what you just said. So maybe pure hex stakes for whatever duration where the user cannot transfer the stake. Maybe those will become the new stakes that accrue all the real value because people are locking themselves in, which is what really creates value. And all these tradable stakes are just going to become the new liquid hex. They're going to be categorized.
Yeah, well, I mean, it will be
equal. And who cares what APY people are getting? But my issue
will be the case.
Maybe gets resolved. Maybe because it just becomes a new class. A new staker class.
Yeah. Not like it's
really
it's the same. It's the same staker class.
Discount.
If
you're suffering a discount if you want to trade your stake hex.
Yes.
Okay.
If you're the original owner of a new stake for 5555 and you see it through all the way to the end, that is the maximum outcome in terms of profit. None of the other options can beat that. None of them. Because of the fee and just that's the way it works. Now, for a 2-year stake, not true. You'd be mad in this new environment to do a pure 2-year stake because you're not getting as much T-share for your money with raw
No. But you are. You're getting more because you're getting more of the pure thing, which becomes more rare.
But it's only a
Because
2-year stake.
everybody's converting to a new system where they're going to dump their own bags because they can't hold on to the mad gains. So the people who are still going to do, so the system balances itself out, even in this case that I was worried about, I think.
I think too. Not for the reasons it's kind of upside down from the way you just described it. It's like the opposite, but I agree.
I love
so the outcome, I agree with the outcome. I agree with the outcome that you conjectured, but I think the cause is the opposite of what you said. But yeah.
So you don't agree with me that pure T-shares become the most scarce of all and the most valuable, not because they're getting more APY, but because people are actually able to hold on to them, which is where the real value comes from, is the price appreciation. Because who cares how many T-shirts you have if you're just going to dump them every time the market drops and you want to give them away at a discount anyway.
If achieving pure delayed gratification and keeping your word and being rewarded by the truth engine is the thing that we're valuing here, then of course. But
everything else is dumb pipes.
It only works for 3641 and above.
But
that's what you're supposed to be doing anyway, right? If
no,
you're
it
a good
doesn't.
Hexican.
No, it works for a 2-year stake because...
How?
Because everybody who's trading their little Quattro Cinco stakes, they can be going in and out, wrecking their own bags. Every time the price drops, people sell. Every time the price pumps, they're going to buy more. And they're supposedly
but they're trading T-shares, and the price of a T-share on dollar terms goes up and down.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, so it's pure T-shares that become the new T-shares, and these staked T-shares become the liquid. It's like a middle layer between liquid and pure.
Yeah,
which
so
actually,
it's interesting because okay, so you go to the pure contract.
Whatever the game theory is, at the end of the day, organic real T-shirt I think wins at the end of the day. You know,
the long ones do.
I think so. Yeah,
I'm not sure about the short ones.
Yeah, I'm talking about like a real 555 versus a capitated 555. I think that wins at the end of the day. I just think.
Yeah, and I think Maddie's kind of his final analysis is correct. I think because if you can't protect yourself from your future self, right, i.e. be actually locked, then unless you're a sort of perfect staker or whatever, you are going to sell yourself short. Therefore, and you may sell yourself short more than 66% in dollar terms. In fact, you almost certainly will if you're that impatient when the price skyrockets and then dips again. And so it may turn out, ironically, that even the 2-year stake, even though it didn't get that 200% bonus, ultimately, because you had no choice but to see it through, might, in some cases, maybe most cases, don't know, would have to simulate, actually turn out to be better because you actually protected yourself from yourself. I.e., that would mean, you know, that the person that bought the encapsulated stake with the intention of holding it for 2 years and sold it a week later, they were the ones that lost, and they should have gone and bought a genuine 2-year stake that they couldn't get out of, and then they would have done better as a result. But if they both go to full term, then the encapsulated one's almost certainly going to be actually the better deal because they're getting more interest and blah, 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 blah. But will they take it to full term when the price of Hex does a 6x? Probably not.
Stay tuned to find out on the blockchain.
Yeah, it's
all right, guys, we're
fascinating.
at 5 hours. I love that we've made it this long. Marco or anybody, final thoughts before the webcam models take over?
Yeah,
it's been educating, eh?
Yeah, really quick. End of the day, listen, you know me. I appreciate these conversations. Because at the end of the day, listen, at the end of the day, I have no loyalty to anyone. I have loyalty to myself and my family, right? But I'm a student of the craft. I love to learn. And I ask these questions, and the reason why I don't block anything or block any projects, anybody, is because I like to learn, right? Until I learn, I can't really put my final stamp and say, yes, Marco the Hexican, Marco blah, blah, says this is trash, this is a scam. I need to know the full details, So Maddie, thank you for explaining at least the full details of what was going through your head. So at least now I get it, because I didn't know that little detail. That little detail
right.
makes a difference, right? But that's how I operate, So
No, well, me too, Marco. I mean, there was a little detail I'd missed, a different detail, and it changed the whole thing for me too.
No, because you know what it is. End of the day, listen, like we all say, we don't need to be here. We do this for free, and I respect chat. I love chat, but then you have some of those idiots that, they love you one way and then right away they hate you because you give an opinion. Guys, I deserve to say my own opinion, right? Like, it's an opinion, right? I need to learn more before I make a decision. Some people that like to be impulsive, they like to be emotional and then say something and act a certain way. I'm not that. I'm a man. I like to think, observe, have a conversation, and then make a final adjustment to my final statement. And then I say my final statement. That's how I do things, So,
and you, sir, are my mentor.
Yeah, no, but that's how I do things. Like, I'm a salesman in life. This is how I do things. This is how I walk and talk, right? So, for people to want me to force and to be like, no, you got to choose right now. Either you're with us or without, you're idiots, because that's not how it works, right? Then you clearly, and I will say this, chat, then you need to go read Sci-Fi, because that's not what Richard Hart teaches. You need to understand that. He does not teach that. And everybody that says that, it's a fool. I read the fucking book, right? I do these things. I want to learn. I'm going to have an open mind to things. And then I finally say my outcome and stuff. But that's just my take on this. I appreciate this conversation. I appreciate chat. I still love you, majority of you, right? And a day, like, it's
come on, we love the trolls.
Yeah, of course.
We're here
to learn, right? And let's not forget that we're here to learn. And I'll be the first one. If Richard Hart goes to battle, I'll be the first one in line to fucking fight with the guy, right? Like, I love the guy to death. Like, this guy changed my life, and I'll make sure there's no other project over there that will overstep that. I don't care if I'm able to get 5x more money down the road going somewhere else. They didn't change my life to begin with. He did, and I will always be I'll always be faithful and appreciative of that, guys. So let's not get this twisted. Like, I'm here to stay. I love Richard Hart, and I will always be there for the guy, and I'll always back him up and whatever he comes out to. But I'm an educational guy. I like to learn. I'm a student of the craft. That's just me, guys. So don't attack me for that.
No, you shouldn't.
I appreciate that.
Anyone.
Please. I like I said, you saw my kids. I could be chilling with my kids the past 4 or 5 hours. I'm here doing this with you guys. So let's not get that twisted.
Thank you.
So
it's good to have you here too. Very much.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yep, I have learned that whenever I disagree with Richard, I think I've figured it out now. It's roughly 11 months I have to wait for my brain to crunch before I can be sure I'm right, and I'm almost always not. So, yeah. Delayed gratification, right? I know I have to wait 11 months to figure it out.
Yeah, and one last thing too, like,
smart.
the ECAP stuff, conversation, all that is scary and all that, but that conversation is like another huge game theory that I think everybody will need to just literally sit there and think about it for at least a week or two to really dissect this damn thing to see the outcome of it. Because if you think about it for 5 minutes and you think you got the answer, you don't. Because T-shirts itself, it took us, and even Richard Hart himself, and let me repeat that, didn't know the power or the function of a T-shirt the way it was really, really intended. He said that himself. So if anybody thinks they understand this system like this, you're fooling yourself. It takes time, guys.
Yep,
like, this
that's
takes time.
true. That's true.
We're still learning. We're still learning this, and we still get the aha moments here and there. So now we got 2 hacks to deal with the aha moment. So it takes time.
Yeah. So just quickly, for those that didn't know, that the T-share thing was a mechanism to get around to be able to retrospectively back compute the compounding interest at the end when you end your stake, because Ethereum can't be paying out interest on a daily basis unless you call a contract on a daily basis, and so forth and so on. And so the ratcheting T-share system was an ingenious invention to solve that problem. Turns out, after the launch, the community comes together, people like Karim and various other people go, nah, T-shares are everything, Mo. That's everything. And then Richard went, oh my God, they're right. And he changed on the website. It used to just say the ratio everything. Instead of the price of a T-share in Hex, it would just have the T-share Hex ratio. And he was like, oh my God, that's right. T-shares are everything from a marketing, from an onboarding, from a value proposition point of view. It was just unbelievable that happened. It was yet another emergent, amazing, positive thing that came out of just taking 2 years to design something so freaking brilliantly and thinking of all the little counter what if. And yeah, amazing contract. It really is. That's why we say Nobel Prize. We ain't joking. It is genius.
And before we close out, guys, at the end of the day, regardless of what we talk about and what we discuss and argue, there's only one thing that brought us all together, and that's Hex, man. And that's the real deal. It's fully complete. It's really done. And we should be celebrating because in a month or so, we're going to have our own platform that's going to allow us to play our Hex without any restrictions more than ever. So this is beautiful. We had the OA do some phenomenal staking. Apparently he's still doing it now. We have the Godwill put $200 million out, 15 years. Ironic, we're talking about 15-year stakes, right? And then not only that, we have a fucking awesome debate gonna happen tomorrow, so don't miss that. We have Peter versus Richard Hart. That's gonna be incredible, and you never know what that conversation does for Hex and for us. That's gonna be incredible. And my recommendation, just like Richard said, let's try to be nice. I know we're passionate guys. Trust me, I'm the first in the front line. Let's try to be respectful to Peter when he's talking. Let Richard Hart do the talking. Let's be supportive, because you don't know what other sponsors, what other people are going to be watching that chat, seeing how we react. We don't want to look like animals. If Richard Hart disagrees with us, let's not look like animals, right? Because you have people like Tony Robbins, you have all the people that's waiting online to speak to Richard, and there's going to be a lot more people. Let's look professional. Let's let Richard do the talking, and let's just do the cheering,
for
right?
Sure.
And that's
anything
you
think you've come up with, he's already come up with it.
He don't need us to fight for him. He could do it on his own, you know.
No.
Just be there, support, be a cheerleader, and and that's it. And if we don't disagree with things, we go after chat, after Twitter, and we talk about it. But in that moment, let's just chill, let's relax, let's celebrate this moment, because Peter doesn't have to do this, right? Let's be real. He doesn't have to come and do the debate with Richard Hart. He did this, and I was surprised this gentleman did it, right? We make jokes.
Set a good example so he gets more interviews. If we savage Peter, then other people aren't going to want to stream with Richard.
Exactly. Let's be respectful, because Peter, like I said, we don't need to do this, and Peter doesn't need to do that. The guy's rich on his own, so he's doing this because he wants to learn, and there's something in him that wants to learn, and there's something in him that wants to debate. Let them debate.
And his son is a Bitcoiner.
Exactly. Richard is certainly, Richard is, no more potty mouth and got more professional because we're due for that now.
Thank you, Maddie, for saying that. Real quick,
Censorship.
Peter might never buy crypto ever, and maybe he might never ever buy Hex. But what happens with his son? Thank you for bringing up his son. Everybody, they like to use his son against him whenever they have a crypto conversation. Why? About Bitcoin. What if this happens so much, the debate is so beautiful, that his son decides to buy Hex and becomes the biggest advocate of Hex? Now we're talking. Now the Bitcoin maxis cannot use his son against him to talk about Bitcoin. Now they got to mention Hex every single time. Be nice. You never know. That's it.
Yeah,
that's right.
So that matters.
I'm surrounded by geniuses. I love it.
So what did we learn today? We learned that the OA sacrificed $50 billion-ish for Pulse X, which made history in crypto for a 24-hour or so period of so much value being put into a single wallet. You're not going to hear about this on your favorite news station unless this is your favorite news station or one of the many other amazing Hex channels. To find the Hex channel that's right for you, go out there and look for all the broadcasters who are broadcasting honest and positive discussions like we did today. We worked through our conflict, which is rare, and you can find more Hex streamers in the show notes below, including hexstreamers.com is where I go to find more Hex streamers and find out who's streaming at any given moment. I'm not affiliated with this site at all, and just like to promote good things in the community. So check the show notes below. You can eyeball the OA wallet, or at least it's the Pulse X wallet. We're not sacrificing anymore, but holding tight and learning as much as we can before the launch of Pulse Chain here. It's very exciting because we may very well steal more users than any other product in the history of crypto. Just like every week for the past 2 weeks, we've made DeFi history. I see more, history making moves in the future, and I know that our community has growing pains, but I appreciate all of you who stuck around, and can't wait to see everybody in Vegas. Make sure to get your ticket if you don't have one yet. I'll drop the link now. And with that being said, stake wisely, my friends.
Did you catch the 369?
Oh, I sure
Super
did.
chat? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, sorry to ruin that awesome.
Oh no, you're totally fine. So we're gonna exit with a little explanation of how my favorite crypto works.
The secret to gaining the highest ROI in Hex lies in a little-known mechanism called shares. When you stake your Hex, you receive shares. It's kind of like a guarantee. Your shares guarantee you back your principal, plus a percentage of interest and bonuses over time. The key to achieving the highest ROI in Hex is acquiring as many shares as you possibly can by staking early and staking long. The earlier you stake and the longer you stake, the higher your ROI will be. The brilliance of the share design is this. Every time a stake is ended anywhere in the world, those shares are effectively burned. They cease to exist. This means that every single day there are less and less shares to be had. This also means that every moment you wait to get and stake Hex, the share pool is dwindling. Now, why does that matter? Hex is programmed to pay out the highest interest and rewards to those who own the most shares. That's why it matters. Staking early is key, but it's not everything. How do you get the most shares? You stake longer than everyone else. The maximum length you can stake is 5,555 days, or 15.2 years. If you want to get into Hex early and become a whale, how do you do it? You stake today, right now, this very moment, and you stake for 5,555 days. As everyone else's stakes expire, you end up holding the largest bag of shares in the network. This guarantees you receive the largest percentage of interest and bonuses. Don't want to wait 15 years to realize your profit? The beauty of Hex is that it's designed to pay out perpetual passive income to its holders, just like a traditional banking CD. This is done by creating what we call a stake ladder. Imagine if you had 1 million Hex, and you broke it up into 65,000 Hex stakes from year 1 to 15, setting a stake every year for 15 years. This is called a stake ladder, and there are many ways to design them to work best for you. Some Hexers create a staking ladder that pays them every 2 years, some every quarter, and some every month. The idea is that on a semi-regular basis, you'll have fully mature stakes that you can cash out for the next 15 years, or even indefinitely. The smartest Hexers have plans to only cash out the interest each period, and restake their principal out for 15 more years. This allows them to earn passive income indefinitely from Hex. Hex is a vastly superior product to that of traditional banking time deposit accounts, and it's the purest form of decentralized finance. There is no company, no middlemen, and no gatekeepers in Hex. It's a triple audited autonomous product built on the blockchain that has 100% uptime. Welcome to the future.